"Impossible," he mocked, though the idea of humans hunting him as he hunted them shook him. Was he now to be the prey? That would never happen. Bryn Mawr was wrong about that. At least, while he didn't care much for them, he had the answers he'd been seeking.
"You would think so. To make matters worse, these days those vile angels are everywhere."
Bryn Mawr snarled, stomped his feet, and threw his head back. In his anger, his inner demon shimmered into being, reasserting itself, and he fought to regain his human shape.
"I can't go any place these days without being conscious of their presence. Their stink is everywhere. I want to kill them, tear them to pieces, eat their entrails."
The older demon pounded his hands against the wall. Smoke sizzled pungently from the burning plaster. Where Bryn Mawr's flesh had touched wood, there were burn marks.
"I loathe them more than the puny humans. Hate them. I want to slice them all into tiny bloody chunks and devour every piece."
He remembered Bryn Mawr slaughtering humans with such glee, in every way imaginable. The more painful, the better. He'd disposed of thousands during their time together, much more than they could ever feed upon. It was one of the reasons Raynor eventually parted ways with him. He'd grown tired of the senseless cruelties and the endless killing. He'd just about forgotten that. Now those memories made him uncomfortable. He still disliked most mortals, yes, and wanted to kill them, but not Cassandra, or her brother, or her aunt and uncle, or anyone who was cherished by Cassandra. And that was odd, because if his suspicions were on target, she was most likely one of those superhumans Bryn Mawr was rattling on about, which made her his eternal adversary, and him hers. It made her dangerous, and explained a lot. Did Cassandra know what she was yet? Probably not, or she would have dispatched him long ago. A soldier of God wouldn't allow a powerful enemy to live, especially this close to her. Or would she? Did she feel something, too, for him, that had kept her from doing so? Now, that was an interesting notion. He was thinking too much. It made his head pound. His kind wasn't made to think about difficult dilemmas. They were made to torment and feed on humans, and now fight angels. That'll be the day. He'd been silent too long, and Bryn Mawr was closely scrutinizing him, nose twitching. I saw massive gatherings in France and Greece," he misdirected, desiring to get off the sensitive subject of gods, soldiers, and angels. "More of our brothers arrive every day." Was Bryn Mawr reading his mind? Could he tell he was different? See he was a liar, a turncoat? The fingers on his left hand kept jerking. His right eye twitched. Usually he feared no one and nothing, but Bryn Mawr was the strongest demon he'd ever known. Old comrade or not, Bryn Mawr would break him like a dry stick, feed on his brains, and feel no regret, if he thought he was a traitor to their cause. None in Africa, though," he tagged on to cover the uneasy silence that had fallen between them. Bryn Mawr waved his hand in the air, snorted.
"Well, that country is more primitive, but in time our brothers will also be congregating there. Our armies will be so great, we'll be everywhere, and humans won't have a prayer."
He snickered at his little joke. Raynor heard Mrs. Tyler enter the house. She'd been out somewhere, doing something. He could never keep track of her. His landlady was a funny mortal. She'd confided in him she was looking for a fourth husband. Apparently, she was looking for them out in the bars, because she usually came home quite tipsy and singing maudlin songs at the top of her lungs. "Yesterday, all my troubles were so far away," she screeched at an obnoxious decibel level as she stumbled her way to her room on the lower floor. Raynor hid a smile. Against his will, he'd become a teeny bit fond of the old barfly. She spun outrageous but colorful stories of her life and of others. She was lonely, so she talked. A lot. At first, she'd forced her company on him, and he'd played the part of an attentive listener, or he sent her away believing he'd listened. He'd put it in her mind that he was too young for her, which had made him laugh, and that, at least, had kept her from pestering him romantically. Otherwise, she would have tried. She refused to accept she was wrinkled and fat and annoying. So she ended up treating him like a son, cooking for and fussing over him. The food he pretended to eat and tossed down the toilet instead. She made frivolous gifts she'd leave at his closed door with cute notes. They were stuffed, forgotten, in his closet. Somewhere along the way, he discovered, to his surprise, he'd grown fond of her fairy tales. Her comical, quirky ways entertained him. Her attentions eased his loneliness.
"Let me kill her for you, quick."
Brynmore winced at the woman's singing. His eyes glittered hungrily. Raynor had seen that look before.
"You don't need her in any way. We are no longer hiding from mortals. Our orders are to kill all of them on sight. No longer are we to hide the carcasses, but leave them as warnings to other humans."
He clenched his fist and shook it at Raynor's eye level.
"I've been waiting ages for this."
Raynor flinched. More unsettling news. He didn't want Mrs. Tyler eradicated, and he didn't want the humans to know he existed. He liked it the way it was.
"Thank you for the offer, my friend, but leave that pleasure to me. I have plans for her."
He gave Brynmore his best licentious grin, licking his lips and flashing his demon face for a millisecond.
"As you wish, Raynor."
The singing grew in volume, accompanying the banging of pots and pans in the kitchen below. Brynmore put his hands over his ears as his face contorted.
"Oh, I wish you would let me do it now. I can't tolerate much more of that racket."
Raynor shrugged. "It won't last long."
"Then I won't stay long,"
Brynmore retorted acidly.
"I'm on my way to greet our new reinforcements in England. They're due to come in any time."
"New reinforcements?"
"Our master's remedy to the superhumans and angels. Our mightiest warriors are coming up from our home below and moving into position along with their hell mounts. Rumor is that we'll have a couple fallen angels on our side as well. We're—"
he flashed that malevolent smirk again.
"Bringing out the big guns. No human, even with supernatural strength, or angel will be able to stand against them. Our victory is assured."
"Fallen angels?" Raynor asked, still having a hard time taking everything in. Until his old pal had dropped by, he'd had no idea he was one of Satan's children. Well, wouldn't believe it, anyway. Perhaps he'd suspected it, somewhere deep in his psyche, but had buried that grenade along with every other truth he hadn't wanted to find. Now, the little bombs were detonating everywhere. All he could think about was that he was precisely what the mortals had always said he was, a soulless, Evil spawn of Satan, with no will of his own. He didn't want to be that. It was so unfair. Didn't he have a say in anything? Was he just some puppet? And who was this Satan demon anyway? And why did he have to follow him? No, he wasn't going to.
You know, angels that have deserted their God's ranks, now they're with us.
I know what a fallen angel is. Then he thought of something. You know, the humans have this Bible, said to have been written by their God. It says the angels and the humans will win this final battle. Bryn Mawr sniffed the air, his eyes slits.
You haven't been reading that piece of crap, have you?
Raynor shook his head, something that felt like fear coursing through him. No, it's just what I've heard.
All that stuff in their Bible is nonsense. What do you expect when men wrote it? Of course they're going to say their God wrote it. Huh. Of course they're going to say they win. But it's a lie, a big fat lie. We are supposed to win, not them. And soon we'll be so many and so great that they won't be able to stop us, you'll see. These are exhilarating times, my young friend. Are they not?
Bryn Mawr slapped him on the back and nearly knocked him across the room. The old demon was a whole lot stronger than Raynor remembered.
You should come with me,
Bryn Mawr croaked excitedly. He was already looking out the window, already gone.
You'd have the opportunity to meet the most powerful of us. You could take your rightful place among us, be on the front ranks of the coming battle. It'll be enlightening. Come.
I'll think about it, he replied evasively.
There's this field outside of London where we will be gathering in 3 days. You'll know where it is. We'll summon you,
Bryn Mawr informed him.
Come.
Raynor tried to invent a plausible lie. He didn't want to join the blood-hungry horde in England and be one of thousands, a mindless foot soldier, fodder for the coming carnage. He was unique and wanted to forge his own destiny, be his own creature. He hushed his seditious thoughts so Bryn Mawr wouldn't hear them. I'll follow soon, Bryn Mawr. I have loose ends to tie up here first. His gaze slid downwards towards the landlady's presence on the lower floor. Afterwards, I'll join you.
Ah, the landlady with the screechy voice. So be it. Have your fun. But don't take too long. We'll be on the move soon. There is much to do, many to kill. We are targeting their so-called soldiers first. There's a great hunt beginning for them, and then the rest. Let the angels come. We'll be ready for them. The war has begun.
Another sadistic snicker, and Bryn Mawr was no longer in the room. Agitated, Raynor paced back and forth before the window. He didn't want to join the troops and wage the final battle, but knew he couldn't elude Bryn Mawr and the legions forever. The war would come. According to Bryn Mawr, it was already here. So what was he going to do now? On the other side of the window, the new night hummed and sang as he considered his options. Finally, he had to accept that he'd changed, and not for the better. What he was and what he wanted were no longer clear. No doubt his ambivalence had something to do with Cassandra, but he wasn't sure why he was fighting it. He wished he knew what was really wrong with him. When he became lost like this, it helped to go out and hunt. That's what he'd do. But he must be careful to stay away from his kind. He didn't want to be drafted. Bryn Mawr reappeared in the shadows beneath the trees outside Raynor's boarding house. He He'd lied about leaving because he thought something wasn't right with his old friend Raynor. The younger demon had behaved peculiarly. Brynmore hadn't seen Raynor in ages, but the demon he just saw was not the demon he'd known then. Raynor had changed. He was holding back, hiding secrets. Brynmore didn't like that. It was something he'd have to investigate later. That wasn't why he was hiding outside in the dark. He would deal with Raynor when he saw him next. Standing in Raynor's room, he'd kept getting whiffs of angel or something close to it. The residue was faint, but there. He'd followed the horrendous smell into the yard and across the driveway into the next one. It was very strong around the house next door to Raynor's. He snuck a peek into a window on the lower level and saw a gaggle of humans crowded around a table, drinking and eating. There were 2 old ones and 4 younger ones. A woman with reddish hair and brown skin left the room. One of the younger men, larger and taller than the other, got up and came to the window. He was glaring out at Brynmore as if he could see him. The demon stepped back. The man dropped the window's blinds. The inside of the house was no longer visible. Had the man seen him? Brynmore's interest was aroused. Was that being on the other side of the window an angel? He wasn't sure. He'd lied to Raynor. He'd never fought an angel before and had no idea what one looked like. He'd never met one. He only knew the whiff of foulness he'd caught was connected to them. Some of his fellow demons had described it in excruciating detail, often enough to him. Angels stink like dead lilies. Sickly sweet, make ya gag. He wasn't gagging, but he felt like he almost could. No, the being inside had to be a man, but the taint of angel was all around it. That's what he smelled. Which meant one thing. The man had been in contact with an angel recently. He could be one of those god soldiers. It would explain the stench and why he'd closed the blinds. He could see him. So, the real question was, why, as close as he was to the house next door, hadn't Raynor discovered this? How could he not have known? A rage grew inside him. His body reverted to its true form. Crimson eyes shone in the night, and his face became a grimace of malice. He hated humans, but he despised these alleged soldiers worse, almost as much as he did angels. He wanted to kill them all. Kill, kill, kill! Well, the war had begun, so he'd just wipe out everyone in that house. He fashioned a fireball in his hand, one of his new powers, and lobbed it through the window. The glass shattered. He threw one fireball after another until the house was a fiery inferno. The flames warmed his leathery skin and produced a cunning smile on his scaly lips. How he loved to watch things burn. It was as satisfying as tearing a human's throat out, or draining their fragile bodies dry of blood, and just about as satisfying as a massacre. The fire crackled, spat, and spiraled towards the sky. It lit up the night. The demon danced around before it, shouting and flailing its fists as it had endless times before. "There, you soldiers of an anemic god, take that! We are mightier and smarter than you are, and we shall win. No matter what your Bible or your God says, we shall win." He could stick around to feast on barbecued human, but had to go. The troops were waiting. He was to be one of the squadron leaders, truly a great honor. Laughing at his clever vandalism, he vaporized into the night. England, and his comrades waited. Let the extermination begin. Raynor smelled the fire before he heard or saw it. Cassandra's house was in flames. Without thinking, he teleported into the burning structure, straight to Cassandra's upstairs rooms, to make sure she got out. He searched through the blaze frantically. Fire couldn't hurt him unless he remained in it for an extended period, so the flames and the smoke didn't faze him. He spotted Cassandra's red-headed friend on the floor, coughing and crawling towards the window. There was Cassandra's tiny white fur creature, huddled in a corner, yowling, trapped in the thick blanket of smoke that filled the room. He'd seen it in her lap many times when he'd watched her through the windows. She was fond of that silly little fur ball. He scooped up the cat with one hand, grabbed the woman with the other, and delivered the two instantaneously to the front yard, then popped back into the blaze to resume his search. Cassandra. He had to find her, get her out. He bumped into her and the tall stranger at the bottom of the steps. They were struggling to get upstairs, but the thick layer of smoke wouldn't let them. The man bellowed, "Sarah! Sarah, where are you?" So terrified of losing this Sarah, whoever she was, his face was a mask of panic. Cassandra looked up, saw him. "You did this, you fiend! I told you to stay away from my family!" She screamed at him. "I warned you! I'll kill you!" She launched herself at him. "I didn't do this," he defended himself, put out that she would even accuse him after all he'd done for her, fighting through smoke and fire to save her friend and her stupid fur animal. "Then what are you doing here?" She was still yelling. "I saved your friend, brown, plump woman, found her upstairs, and your fur pet, they're both outside, alive. I returned for you," he shouted back, rapid fire. The house was on the verge of incinerating. He had to get Cassandra out of it. He didn't care about the big guy, whoever he was. "Liar!" She knocked him down. They rolled across the floor, at the base of the steps in the smoke, with the fire closing in around them. Every time she touched him, there was a stab of agonizing pain. Her strength, he thought, right before he zipped to another place outside the house to get away from her, was astounding. He'd never felt such power in a human before. She didn't need him saving her, that was for sure. She could take care of herself. Probably always could. So why hadn't he known that before? If she were one of those god soldiers, and this was what they were capable of inflicting on him, he should rethink his opinion of humans. Some humans, anyway. He wasn't used to experiencing pain, though he could, rarely had before, and he didn't like it one bit. Even now, he couldn't bring himself to leave. Cassandra had to know he'd saved her friend and pet. It was important to him, though upon thinking about it more, he couldn't say why he cared, but he did. He lingered by the burning building until he saw Cassandra and the tall man unhurt outside, and her uncle, aunt, and brother also accounted for. Raynor knew the chubby woman he'd saved. He'd seen her coming and going from the house before, but he didn't know the man. Could be he was Cassandra's boyfriend. Strangely, the thought irritated him more than he'd admit. In the yard, he watched from a distance as the tall man comforted the red-haired woman. Oh, so she was his. Good. Raynor felt relief, but didn't know why. As he didn't understand why he'd gone into the burning house to save Cassandra, or any of them, in the first place. What was he doing saving humans? If Bryn Mawr knew what he'd done, he'd rip him to strips of meat and devour him for a snack. No trial, no mercy. He asked himself again, why did any of this human business matter to him? What was wrong with him, aiding humans? Ha-ha! He had it. He was losing his mind. Fire trucks had arrived, a mob of humans milled about. There were way too many of them. He hadn't fed yet, and some looked pretty tasty. Aggravated at but unable to stop himself, as the house stood smoldering in the night, he loped over to Cassandra's uncle. The old man was on the ground, weeping, as he held his sleeping wife in his arms. His wet-looking eyes stared up at what remained of his house. It was blackened rubble. The air around them was heavy with curls of smoke. Raynor felt a rare twinge of pity. He'd seen humans cry, usually while he was assaulting, torturing, or killing them, and had never felt anything before. Instead of getting out of there, as he should have done, he found himself kneeling beside the old man. "I'm so sorry about your house, Mr. Greystone. Please accept Mrs. Tyler's and my invitation for all of you to come and stay with us until you can get relocated." Now, why had he done that? Before the old man could say anything, Cassandra towered above them. "Thanks, but no thanks, Raynor. We have a place to go." Her voice was flat, no longer angry. He gawked up at her, but couldn't read her expression in the flashing lights. At least, she didn't attack him this time. "I was merely offering." "I said, we don't need your help. Now go away, Raynor." Cassandra's other house guests surrounded him. He could sense the distrust. The tall man glared at him as if he knew what he was. "Oh my, he can see me, too. How is the woman I helped out of the fire doing?" Raynor forced himself to ask, though he should have been long gone. "And the small animal?" "They're both fine." A long pause, then she squatted down and said in such a low voice only Raynor heard her, "Sarah corroborated the story that you saved her and Snowball. All I want to know is, why did you do that when you were our enemy?" "I'm supposed to be," he said sharply, scrunching up his face. "But I saved the woman and your little furry creature anyway." That was all. He stared at her for some reason, waiting for her approval. A thank you. Something. "Why?" I wanted to please you. I knew that losing them would have made you sad." For a moment, she studied him with confused eyes, then turned away. "Thank you for saving them," she stammered. "But now, go. Please, go." And there was a threat behind the words. He wasn't a complete fool. He went. He didn't expect her to welcome him with open arms, but she could have at least been a little nicer to him. He sulked. Then again, she probably didn't want to be considered weak in front of her friends, or she didn't want to acknowledge she'd been wrong about him. Her no-nonsense tone let him know she hadn't forgotten what he was, and that this was only a temporary truce. Good enough. He clomped away, muttering to himself. What was he doing? He should kill her, kill all of them. He couldn't. Oh, he was in so much trouble. Hanging around in the shadows, making sure Cassandra and her family didn't see him, he overheard that they were going to a Motel 6 on Route 3 across the bridge in Illinois for the rest of the night. They believed if they went far enough away, across a river, they'd be safe from whoever had torched their house. They believed demons started the fire. How strange. Wrong, unless... He recalled what Brynmore had said. The war has begun. They were to destroy humans on sight. Had Brynmore burnt down Cassandra's house? Why? Because they were humans? or to remind him what he should be doing. Maybe his old teacher had read his thoughts and tried to kill Cassandra's family as punishment, knowing he'd become attached to them. If that were true, Bryn Mawr might also know his other secrets. Uh-oh. So why hadn't he destroyed him? Raynor had no answer for that, but best if he kept away from Bryn Mawr indefinitely. England was out of the question. Not that he'd planned on going in the first place. He hadn't. Thousands of his breed swarming around in one spot? Oh, no. No sense in taking the risk. If he were smart, he'd avoid all his kind from now on. One of them might read his mind and uncover his treason. Then, for sure, he'd be a dead demon. He had an idea where the Motel 6 was, and pleased he'd know where they'd be. He went out to hunt. Maybe fresh blood, new kills would empty his mind of all this nonsense. Helping humans, being nice to them. Please. No longer thinking about Cassandra and her friends, he let instinct take over. His concern over a bunch of humans and their losses didn't assuage his hunger. It was still there, as always. For he was an immortal blood demon, strong, invincible. He must feed or perish, and partially thanks to Cassandra, he no longer was ready to die yet. Not while things were just beginning to get interesting. Chapter 18. Cassandra. Cassandra, who was that man? Walter grilled her the second Raynor left the premises. It had begun to rain heavily, and the temperature to drop. Too late to save their burning house, but in time to make their plight more miserable than it already was. She hadn't exactly told Walter the other night that she knew Raynor was a demon. Johnny and Sarah knew, but not Walter. The four of them talked late into the night after Walter had arrived, and conferred about many things, but Raynor positively being a demon that lived next door hadn't been one of them. Walter had given them a harrowing account of the circus's animal attack and what he believed caused it. Cassandra hadn't been shocked to hear that he, too, had seen the human-faced beasts, seen some of the other things she'd seen. He was encouraged when she told him of her other abilities. Perhaps we'll have more advantages to fight with than I'd thought. Lord, it's good to be able to talk about this openly, she'd said, and be believed, to know that I'm not completely crazy. You're not, Walter had replied. I know exactly how you feel. Gee, I'm not crazy either. He'd given her a whimsical smile. But I wish I were. Her heart had gone out to him. Isn't that the truth? And now, things are changing so quickly, the situation is escalating. He'd leveled solemn eyes at her. It's not coincidence we've been brought together, is it? I don't think so. We were meant to meet and seek out others like ourselves. It's just beginning. Sorry. They watched the house burn to the ground, and she finally told Walter about Raynor. I can't figure out why Raynor keeps helping us. He's a demon, Johnny blurted out. He hunkered down by their uncle and handed the old man a cup of coffee, donated by one of the neighbors. He'd found a tarp somewhere and draped it over the three of them. Her uncle shared the coffee with her lethargic aunt, gently putting the cup to her lips and cajoling her to drink. He hadn't heard what Johnny had just said. I know that, Walter said loudly to be heard above the rain, as he crouched in the downpour. I saw his real face when I met him in the burning house. I just didn't know what to do about it. Well, we were sort of busy, she reminded him just as loudly, the rain streaming down her face. Looking for Sarah and getting out of there? I'll tell you all about Raynor later. We need to find a home for the night first. Get my aunt and uncle out of this rain, out of harm's way. Aunt Ellie to bed. She isn't well. For days, even before the fire, her aunt had been withdrawn and silent, more infirm than she'd ever seen her, yet peaceful in a way. She slept a lot. It was 9:30 at night. Cassandra was exhausted, frustrated, and unsure of what would come next. First, Johnny loses his place, then Sarah, and now them. What was God trying to tell them? Or was it the other side? It had been lucky most of them, her uncle and aunt included, had been in the kitchen eating a late-night snack when the house had caught fire. Sarah had been the only one out of the room, getting something upstairs she'd wanted to show Walter. It could have been far worse. Cassandra watched the smoke rising into the night with tears in her eyes. They'd worked so hard on their home. They'd cherished it. It had been their sanctuary. She couldn't believe it was gone. Her tears slid down her smudged face, and she swiped them off her cheeks with the back of her hand. She needed to be strong now. Losing the house had to be sadder for her uncle and aunt. They'd lived in it their whole married lives. There was a hopeless grief on her uncle's face that broke her heart, and her aunt, though sleepy-eyed and distant, behaved as if she'd given up, too. Raynor swore he hadn't set the fire. She'd seen a kind of fireball crash through the window and roar past her. She'd heard the other windows breaking and heard the flames engulfing the rooms around and above them. One minute they'd been laughing and eating pie, and the next they were choking from the fumes, scrambling and running for their lives. It had happened that fast. She had no doubt someone had firebombed their home. The house, targeted on purpose. But if Raynor hadn't done it, and could she really believe the words of a demon, for heaven's sake? Who or what had? Other demons, her mind whispered. Someone else knew she could see them. A handful of neighbors mingled around offering them hot cocoa or coffee, blankets and used clothes. The rain had slacked off, but it had gotten chilly. In another week, it would be October. They'd gotten out barely with their lives and little else, though Johnny had somehow had the foresight on his way out to grab the metal box that held their aunt and uncle's important papers, their medicine, and a couple of purses sitting on the counter. Ellie was in her pajamas and robe, what she'd been wearing when the house had been firebombed. Her uncle was also in his night clothes. Lucky thing, as he was wont to do, he'd had his wallet in his robe pocket. Two of their neighbors, the Swans and the Friedrichs, kindly volunteered to take them in. She thanked them, but said no. "If someone's trying to kill us," she confided to her uncle when he questioned her decision, "I don't want to put anyone else in danger or stay where we can be easily found again." "I see your point. It's not safe here any longer." His voice was lifeless, as if he didn't care about it or anything else much at that moment. Ellie was sitting in a borrowed lawn chair, her face from under the tarp blank as it lifted towards the night sky. She hadn't uttered a word since they'd brought her out of the fire and hadn't shown any emotion. It was as if her body was there, but her heart and mind weren't. It had been that way since Cassandra had attempted to heal her, and her aunt's condition only piled more guilt on her head. Sarah, wrapped in Walter's arms, should have gone to the hospital to be examined for smoke inhalation, but she'd adamantly refused to go in the ambulance that had been sent out. Before she'd gotten out of the house, she'd run into a door, and it had left a sizable bump on her head. "I'm okay," she claimed. Her eyes were glassy. She looked ragged, but she wouldn't leave them. "No way I'm getting separated from you guys. I'm scared enough the way it is. Tornado took my home, now this. I know our strength is staying together." "You should let me take you to the emergency room." Walter pressed his concern, darkening his face. "That's quite a bump on that pretty head of yours." Almost without knowing she was doing it, Cassandra laid one slender hand on Sarah's head and felt the heat tingle underneath her fingers. "Pain's gone." Sarah rubbed fingers across her scalp, staring at her, as if she'd just grown a halo. "The lump's gone. Thank you, Cassie. You know, it's nice having a healer for a friend." "You're welcome. Don't thank me, though. Thank God." "I will." "I wish I could fix our wounded house as easily," Cassandra muttered, more to herself than to anyone in particular. As Walter helped Sarah into a chair, everyone thankful that the woman was okay. Her attention, though, was on her uncle. "Are you feeling all right, Uncle?" He'd also been lethargic since the fire, and sat in the rain with Ellie, waiting to be told what to do. Always the strong one, his indecisiveness was hard to take. For the first time, he was looking to her and Johnny for guidance. "I'm okay. Just tired and worried about Ellie here." His heart's broken is more like it, she thought. His wife's illness, losing his home, it was too much for him. Where was that enigmatic priest now, or had he abandoned them already? She was discouraged too. Their home, now home to all of them, was gone. It was devastating and made her feel lost, hopeless. Now she understood Sarah's distress. Johnny, not so much. His home was wherever there was food and a warm bed, though he'd lost that warm bed twice now in so many days, and the fire had revived vivid memories of the fire that had taken her family from her. Going back into the flames tonight was the hardest thing she'd ever had to do, because it was as if she were reliving that old nightmare. The entire time she and Walter had been in the burning house, searching for Sarah, she'd been a breath away from screaming in panic and jumping out a window. The ordeal had been as macabre as her life lately. The rain came down harder. An ivory mist swirled in from the river and hid the trees and dwellings around them. They were alone on an unearthly island, with their scorched home as the center. Time was holding its breath. Her eyes tracked the people, cars, and police as strobe lights cut through the dark in multicolored swatches. A police officer asked polite questions, and she answered them as best she could. "I don't know how the fire started, but I think someone firebombed us." Walter inclined his head in concurrence, solemnly. "Something was thrown through the windows and exploded. The house went up like dry tinder. We barely got out." The officer scrutinized the smoking structure as he interviewed them. "Yeah, all of you were fortunate. Neighbor said the house went up real quick. You got any enemies?" She wiped her hands on her dirty jeans and caught another fleeting look of commiseration from Walter. What a mess she must look like. She had no jacket, and as cool as it was, she was sweating. Her face smudged with ash, and her hair in need of brushing. "Yeah, I have enemies. They're demons from hell with supernatural powers. They're everywhere. Oh, and by the way, the end of the world is coming. Soon, none of this will matter anyway. One razed house will mean nothing. Zippo. Towns will burn and cities will fall." She had to say something, but she couldn't be truthful. He'd cart her away to a loony bin. "None that I know of. My brother and I are musicians, and we sing out weekends at the red carpet. We have the usual groupies and oddball fans, but no one I could imagine would do this," she said carefully, knowing she wasn't really helping the clean-cut young officer much as he scribbled things down in a notebook. "Any verbal or written threats recently from anyone?" "No." The cop was kind, but all she could think about was what a waste the whole charade was. There wasn't time to answer questions she had no answers for anyway. She should be taking care of her aunt and uncle. The rain was cold, and her aunt was shivering. Her uncle was in shock. They were two old people who'd been through enough for one day and needed to get out of the weather. It was a relief when the questioning was over. Things would be better once they had a place to stay for the night. They all needed a healing night's sleep. "I know this Motel 6 across the bridge we can go to. That's clean, comfortable, and cheap." Walter divulged aside to her so her aunt and uncle wouldn't hear. A good place to hide out of the city. I don't think we should loiter around here any longer than necessary. If demons are behind this fire, they could have tailed me from Wisconsin, or they're out to get you. All I know is that we're not safe here any longer. It's a miracle we're alive."
"Not really," she regarded Walter. "It wasn't our time, because God's got plans for us."
Walter nodded. "I'm beginning to see that."
"But as you say, it's time for us to go." She didn't want to think about what Raynor had done, saving Sarah and Snowball, as he had. Or why? There were other things to worry about, more immediate problems to tackle. She had a heck of a headache, and no aspirins to take. They'd burned in the fire with everything else all of them had had in the whole world. She informed the police where they'd be, and with her aunt and uncle got into her car. The others climbed into their vehicles, and they convoyed across the river to the motel. All of them were frazzled, craved hot showers and soft beds. Getting her aunt and uncle someplace warm and dry was all she could manage at the moment. She was too tired and discouraged to worry about anything more. They settled in the motel in 3 side-by-side rooms on the first floor. To save money, one was for Cassandra, Johnny, and Snowball to share. One for Sarah and Walter. One for the old ones. "If I had my way, we'd all crash in one room," Walter said. "Easier to protect everyone." "There's no one room that will accommodate the 6 of us," Cassandra pointed out. "Besides, Uncle George snores like a woolly mammoth, Aunt Ellie cries in her sleep, and Johnny has so many bad habits, I'm the only one who can put up with them." "Well then, next door to each other will have to do." She telephoned their insurance company and left a message about the house fire and a telephone number where they could be reached for more information. After that, she helped her uncle and aunt prepare for bed. Her aunt was asleep before the covers were tucked around her. Her uncle mumbled half-hearted good nights and followed his wife to bed. The rest of them met quietly at the corner table before the windows in her aunt and uncle's room, being it was the largest. She couldn't bear to have them out of her sight yet, and nothing would wake them, because they were both sleeping like people under a spell. Outside, the rain ticked against the glass. The night hovered like a hungry animal, but they kept the curtains closed so no one could see in. She hated that they were hiding like criminals, yet better cautious than sorry, or someone dead. The 4 at the table were exhausted, longed for showers and sleep, but there were plans to make, things to do first. Walter had his arm around Sarah. Since Cassandra had put her hands on her friend, she was better. Still somewhat dazed, but her head no longer hurt. Snowball slept, curled up in her lap. She stroked the cat's soft fur and felt its tiny body warm against her skin. At least she had her. She envied Sarah having Walter, though seeing the 2 lovers together made her a little nostalgic. She'd had someone once. He'd loved her, wanted to marry her. Gone 3 years now. She missed him so much at times the tears still came. "I'm sorry about your your house." Walter locked eyes with her. "It was a great house, full of love." "I know." She released a barely audible sigh. "Second time Johnny and I've gone through this. Second time we've lost everything to fire. Thank God this time no one died. I fear it's merely the beginning. Our futures will become more difficult, quickly. All we can do is fight the good fight and put our faith in God." "Amen." Walter bowed his head, then asked softly, "Cassandra, you ever find out what caused that fire that took your family?" "No, we never did. The fire chief thought it could have been frayed electrical wiring." She didn't want to think about that awful night. Today of all days, she didn't need to dwell on that other fire. Her heart was heavy enough. Johnny watched the rain through a slit in the curtains and acted as if he weren't listening. She knew he was. Walter took her hand, as if what he was about to say might upset her. "I know how you feel. I lost my whole family in a car accident when I was 14. We've both suffered family tragedies. Lost people we loved,
when we were young. Now, the assault on the circus and this fire tonight. Seems to me our pasts have striking similarities. Possibly because we have the same destiny. You know what I'm getting at, don't you? She pulled her hand from his to continue petting Snowball. Not really. But she did. She just didn't want to hear it from someone else's mouth. Snowball's fur beneath her fingers was silky, and the cat's purring, a rumbling vibration that soothed her. The car crash and both the fires might not have been accidents. Not accidents? She echoed, as the truth he was getting at crept in. They might have been deliberately planned. It had never occurred to her that her family's fire had been anything but a tragic accident, or that someone had purposefully tried to kill them. That revelation cut like a sharp blade and twisted inside her heart. She didn't want to believe it. Therein would lay madness. Just the thought made her livid, but the anger helped lessen the misery of her memories. You mean all this might have begun that long ago? Are you saying the other side got rid of our families? She couldn't imagine what it would mean if it were true. Johnny gave her a beseeching look that mirrored her own sorrow. Tears waded in the corners of his eyes, but didn't fall. He hadn't cried the day she'd pull him from the fire when he'd been in such pain, or at the funeral of their family, or today, as their aunt and uncle's house had incinerated to the ground. Johnny never cried. It's just speculation, Walter said. Looking back, though, it makes sense. You've only known for a short time what's going on, but others, our enemies, have known a lot longer. Walter, my family died over 20 years ago. His expression was sympathetic. Mine died 14 years ago. Satan's been planning this for millennia, and 20 years is nothing to him and his legions. So they've tried to kill us before? And will try to kill us again. Count on it. Johnny remained silent, but there was a bleak look on his face. Walter's a religious man, Sarah interrupted, proudly leaning against his shoulder. He studied all denominations. He could be a preacher, he knows so much. I'd listen to what he says. Cassandra lowered her face into her hands and massaged beneath her eyes. I don't want to listen, but I will. It's hard to accept that demons have and will keep trying to kill us. That they killed your family, my family. If someone would have told me this a few months ago, I would have thought they were off their meds. The cat jumped off her lap. Precisely, Walter stated. Cassandra, speaking about the uglies, or that's what I call them, how about telling me now about that one you were fighting with in the fire? Raynor? You could see he wasn't human, too, huh? I could. A few weeks ago I couldn't see them, but now I can. The hideous things have been haunting me ever since. More and more each week. They give me the heebie-jeebies. A moan escaped her lips. As I said the first night, I see them too. I thought I was off my rocker at first. It's almost a relief to know I'm not the only one. She shook her head. Boy, we're having fun now. This Raynor, Johnny interjected with a sneer. He's been stalking Cassie for weeks since he rented that room next door at Mrs. Tyler's. Walter looked directly at her. Has he tried to hurt you? No, she replied truthfully. He just seems to be most places I am. From the first time I met him, I bumped into him one night outside the house. I keep running into him. During a storm, he found Aunt Ellie outside when she'd wandered off. Another night, he conveniently showed up at my job when my car wouldn't start. He fixed it. Too easily, if you ask me. He's been shadowing me. I warned him to stay away from me and mine. He doesn't listen. When did you realize he wasn't human? Sarah was listening closely. I knew something was wrong the first time I met him, Cassandra went on. But it took a while for me to see what he truly was. It was about the same time I started seeing them, in the faces in the crowds, in the woods hiding behind trees, like you, It started a few weeks ago. So, he's never threatened or hurt you? Walter asked. But he found your aunt out in the storm, and he got Sarah and Snowball out of a burning building today. I have to say, he doesn't behave like any evil entity I've ever heard of. No, he doesn't, but he's one. Whenever I'm near him, I see these flashes of what he really is. I feel repulsed and horrified at the same time. I don't know why he's so obsessed with me, or why he keeps trying to help me. So I'm baffled. I know, Sarah then gave her version of a reason. He might have, somehow, sensed what you were, too, Cassie? Evil is drawn to good. Or he knows you're one of God's warriors, and he's a spy for the demon side. He could be. Cassandra watched Snowball swatting at a dust ball by the table leg. Well, it could explain why he's so interested in me. Oh, and he said he'd seen the lightning strike me. Everyone at that table knew about the lightning strike. Question is, what else has he seen, and who else has he told? Walter was staring out the windows as if he expected something to peer in at them any moment. Sarah's head shook slightly. If he's a spy, why did he save me and Snowball from the fire? I was mostly out of it, but I vaguely recall him picking me up. Funny thing was, we were upstairs one second and outside the next, like we were beamed out. Right before I lost consciousness. Of course, it could have all been in my mind. I was pretty out of it. Walter made a dismissive gesture. I've seen them do weirder things. They can move as quickly as a thought. They possess supernatural strength, and they can make most humans believe anything they want them to. Mind control. I've seen it. Doesn't work on me, Cassandra huffed. That mind control stuff. He's tried, I think, and seemed miffed that I didn't obey. I guess God's soldiers can't be swayed by demons. Good thing. I guess not, Walter nodded. Cassandra, you understand we're supposed to kill them, don't you? Kill them? You mean the demons? She'd been holding her breath and didn't realize it until the dizziness forced her to start breathing again. Yes, kill the demons. Any demon we come across. No exceptions. That's what we have to do from now on. That's what the angel told me. If we come across Raynor again, we'll have to vanquish him. He's our enemy. Though I can't fathom why he's been helping you either. Helped us. I'm deeply thankful for him saving Sarah. But the fact is, he's a demon. He's evil. Our job is to wipe them out. We've been chosen to do that. It's why we can see them when other people can't. Why some of us have been given other abilities. He was looking at her. I mean, I don't have any other powers, but apparently you do. Did your priest tell you anything about that? No. He sidestepped most of that information, actually. Never got to it. Said I wasn't ready to know everything yet. If he ever shows up again, I'll be sure to ask him what sort of powers I'm supposed to have, or supposed to get. A slim portion of the curtain slipped away from the glass, and the night's slice of window was a bottomless black. The wind howled about the building, the rain drummed on the roof, and made her long for her old cozy bedroom upstairs. Well, she'll never be in that room or in that lovely house again. Her home gone again. Her precious treasures, antiques and thrift store finds, her special trinkets, clothes and stuffed animals, exquisite original paintings, forever lost. Gone. She fought off tears. How are we supposed to kill them, Walter? With guns or swords, or do we hit them over the head with a bat? She couldn't imagine defeating those horrendous creatures. I won't lie. I don't know. Perhaps my angel might tell us how. I'll ask next time I see him. Walter grinned for the first time. Like you, whenever that'll be. Oh, great. You do that and let me know what he says. I thought this day couldn't get any worse. She wanted to shut out the world, forget what she knew, crawl under a blanket somewhere and stay there. Who said living through these times was going to be easy? Sarah smiled at them. But as long as we're together, we'll find a way. Walter leaned over and gave her a kiss. Cassandra lifted her chin and smiled back. Always the optimist, huh, girlfriend? None of us are going to have a choice in what's coming. We'll do what God wants us to. Truthfully, the fire should have killed us today. We're lucky to be alive. I'll say. Walter's gaze slowly traveled to the people around the table. And with that in mind, I propose, to be safe, we take turns on sentry duty the balance of the night. I second that, and will accept the first watch. She stood up. After what's happened, I'm not going to sleep much anyway. Too wired. Too scared. Good. Walter was on his feet, too. Sarah and I can find a supermarket and buy the basic necessities we're going to need, like a coffee pot, groceries, and toiletries. As the night goes on, I'm sure we'll want something to eat. Heck, I could use a strong cup of coffee or two right now. I could use a whole pot. Cassandra grabbed her purse. You need any cash? No, there's money in my wallet. Don't worry, I'll be careful. From this minute forward, Walter said, I strongly advise none of us go anywhere alone, and we get cell phones so we can stay in touch. Smart ideas, she agreed. Where are we going to get that kind of money? Groceries and cell phones aren't cheap. We have to pay for our lodging now, too. New clothes and refills on medicine for the old folks. The money's no problem. Walter took out his fat wallet and showed her all the cash in it. Before I got to your house the other night, I stopped at a branch of my bank and took out my savings. After what Sarah told me on the phone, I was sure we'd be needing it. You've been saving for years. Wasn't it for a house? Sarah spoke up. Your retirement. Walter's smile faded. A house? When staying in one place could be dangerous? What retirement? Cassandra's priest stated rapture was near. If I recall my New Testament correctly, we'll only have 7 years after the rapture to worry about. We need the money now to survive. I started stashing it away years ago because I had this intuition I'd need a lot of it in the future. The compulsion to save was so strong, I couldn't resist it, so I hoarded every penny. Now I know why. It was for this. You're right. Cassandra's eyes were on the blackness outside again. If what we think is going to happen happens, there isn't going to be any retirement for us, for anyone. It's hard for me to think in terms of years, before the world as we've loved it and known it ends. No matter how hard I try, I can't get my brain around that, you know? I know, Sarah replied sadly. I don't want it to end either. Maybe we're wrong. We've read the signs wrong. The tornado and the house burning were just bad luck. Life. Sure, we can hope. But we'd better be ready if we're wrong. So we have other things to discuss. Walter finished as he and Sarah headed for the door. When we get back. Gonna give us a hint to what those things will be? Johnny slouched in his chair. His tired face was smudged with gray. He reeked of smoke, and he couldn't stop yawning. He looked older than his 27 years. Nah, I'll tell you about it when we return. I want to get to Walmart and back quickly. I don't like us splitting up for even a short time. He turned to Cassandra. While we're gone, don't underestimate our enemy. They could be hunting for us even now. Don't open the curtains. Don't parade around outside, and keep a low profile. We'll hurry. So cloak and dagger, Johnny remarked acidly with a listless grin. This isn't a game, friend. The other side is crafty and eager to find us. So all of you stay hidden. Be quiet and be safe. Johnny blinked. A bedraggled kitten caught in a trap. He looks as if someone has beaten him up, Cassandra thought. Fear did that to him. When they were gone, she kept a close eye on her aunt and uncle, so afraid something would slip in and hurt them. Johnny sat with her, guarding the windows. We're homeless again. The dismal motel room was bare of everything familiar, and more tears stung her eyes. She kept them from falling. This was not the time to be weak. Not now. Her aunt and uncle slept behind them, and the world beyond the room probably full of prowling hellish beasts, was eerily silent, holding its breath. I can't stop feeling lost. I miss my room, my bed, my things, my old life. For once, Johnny didn't make fun of her. I know. Her brother moved his chair closer and put his arms around her. My apartment wasn't much, but it was fixed up just the way I wanted. I miss it, too. I find motel rooms depressing. I can't stop thinking of all the people that have stayed here, slept in the beds, cheated on their mates here, laughed, cried, sorrowed here. Runaway husbands, runaway wives, runaway runaways. So go ahead and cry, sis. You've earned it. It's been a hell of a day and a hell of a month. What are we going to do now? She wiped her eyes of the few tears that had escaped. I'm already tired of being a target. Tired of all of this. Only the thought of crawling into bed and sleeping for a week appeals to me. Johnny nodded. I feel about the same. I could sleep for days. But we can't. About the house. We'll have insurance money, you know. We can rebuild if we want to. A funny look crept into his eyes. Uh-oh. That is, if Uncle George remembered to send in the house insurance bill last month. That finally made her chuckle. He did. I put the stamp on it and stuck it in the mailbox myself, or it never would have been sent. I found it in the trash can of all places one morning and took care of it. Thank goodness. Johnny let out a small sigh. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Under the circumstances, though, I don't think there'll be any rebuilding. You mean the end of the world and everything? That, and if the other side firebombed us once, as Walter says, they could again. It might not be safe to live in one place anymore. We can't just do what we want, Johnny. We have to be smart now. Well, what if, as you said, the fire was an accident? That was wishful thinking. I know it wasn't. So do you. So does Walter. I heard the windows breaking, and one of the firefighters told me that the fire didn't break out in one location, but many. It was arson, all right. Snowball jumped off the end of the bed, pranced about the room, sniffing at things, then returned to the bed, curled up and closed its eyes. It twitched as it slept and kept opening one eye to inspect the strange room. As all cats, being territorial, it missed its home, too. Ah, if only she were a cat. She wouldn't have so much responsibility on her shoulders. But there were people depending on her, and she had to deal with it. She had to. Walter and Sarah were back in an hour. Gosh, Cassandra exclaimed at the bags they lugged in. There's enough supplies here to take care of an army. You leave anything for anyone else? To which Johnny found amusement in emphasizing, I guess in a way we are an army. We're an army of God, aren't we, Cassie? I suppose we are. Sitting at the table, eating sandwiches and drinking coffee with her brother and friends around her, she pondered again how lucky they were to be alive and together. She shouldn't ask for more. As long as she had them, she could face anything. She didn't want to think about the days ahead and what she'd do if she lost any of them. Though that could happen. It could have happened that night. It had been a very close call. You going to unveil your plan now? Johnny nagged Walter as the other man woofed down a ham sandwich. Johnny seemed to like Walter. They'd formed an instant bond from the minute they'd met. Johnny loved the circus, and Walter loved Johnny's music. Walter was more grounded, wiser than his years, a good older brother, where Johnny was a dreamer half the time, his mind kite high in the sky. She hoped the two would become good friends. Sure. Walter sipped his coffee, looking into one face after another. I've been mulling over this for days, and after what happened tonight, I believe it's a viable plan. I have money, and tomorrow morning I'm going into St. Louis to buy a large RV. I'm offering you all a bunk in it. Snowball, too. Why an RV? She asked first. Because we should take this show on the road. He bobbed his head as he talked. Get as far away from here as we can, as fast as we can. It'll be safer. Now that our enemy knows we exist and we are here, they'll try to kill us again. A moving target is harder to hit." Unsure at first, the shrewdness of the proposal soon sunk in. "You're right. It isn't safe for us here. Father Manasseh did say we were to seek out others like ourselves. Protect the believers. Fight. We can do those things on the road." "No rebuilding the house then, huh?" Johnny queried, disappointed, but he answered his own question before anyone else could. "If it saves our lives, okay. We should leave. As Walter said, a moving target is harder to hit, right?"
"Right," Sarah joined in. "With Walter's money and with what I'm going to get from my house insurance, maybe we can get a comfortable home on wheels, big enough for all of us. We stock it with supplies and hope we can live a while on what's left. Until we see how events play out. Travel the country. Go to places we've never been. It'll be an adventure. Gosh, I can't believe I said that."
"What about Aunt Ellie and Uncle George?" Cassandra wanted to know. "We take them with us," Walter answered.
"But they both have doctors here. They need prescriptions filled. What about Ellie's condition? How can we manage it on the road?"
Her head was crowded with the problems leaving would create.
How could we take them away from everything they've ever known?
"We'll work it all out. There's the internet where you can order anything you need. Pharmacy chains, they're across the country. You can stay in touch with their doctors and order prescriptions anywhere we go. Hospitals and doctors are everywhere, too, if there's an emergency. The RV will have all the comforts of home. We can get a laptop, internet-connected computer, big screen TV, whatever we need. Your aunt and uncle will be fine with us. They don't have a home here anymore anyway. Home is with you two, and most importantly, they'll be safer with us. And we'll be together to watch each other's backs no matter what comes."
"You have it all worked out." Cassandra poured a cup of coffee from the pot that sat on the table.
Sarah had also bought cups, dishes, forks, and spoons from the all-night Walmart.
"We do,"
Sarah told her friend, cocking her head at Walter. As the others, her eyes kept going to the dark outside.
"It makes perfect sense to me."
"Also," Cassandra was getting into the swing of it, "there'll be insurance money coming to my uncle and aunt on their house. We could use that as well if we need to live on if the worst happens, or to settle down with later if it doesn't. So I agree. This RV scheme sounds like a good idea for now." "Cassie, what about our job?" Johnny's face was haggard in the room's bad lighting. His body had wilted in the chair. The long night had caught up with him as it had for them all. "We quit. With all that's going on, is the club really where we should be? We have that other problem. After the other night, when I saw so many demons, it could be too dangerous to keep singing there. It might be wise of us to just disappear. Better safe than sorry." Johnny stared at her. "And you've made this decision without talking to me first." "I'm sorry. I know you love the music, our job. So do I. Yet there isn't really any decision to make, little brother. Something's stalking us, trying to hurt us. Life as we've known it might be over, and we're going to adapt. As Aunt Ellie would say, we got to do what we got to do, and trust that it's the right move. I'll never let go of my music. Without it, life is nothing." Johnny's voice was tinged with barely contained anger. His hands were clenched on the tabletop. "Is hunting and killing these demons you and Walter see, which, by the way, I still don't, going to be our whole lives? Don't I have anything to say about it? It's my life too, you know." She opened her mouth to respond, but didn't get the chance. Sarah put forth a compromise. "Time out, you two. You don't have to give up your music yet, Johnny. You can play on the road in the towns we visit. Do short-term engagements wherever, whenever, for as long as you can. Take along copies of that demo CD you guys made last year to use for auditions if you need to. I know Johnny has a bunch of them in his car trunk." "You know," Cassandra touched her brother's shoulder and made him look at her, "that's not a bad idea. Being traveling musicians for as long as we're able, it could make us money." "Yeah, we still need money. Now, anyway. Johnny finally smiled, and his hands unclenched. I like that idea. Goodbye, red carpet, Cassandra sing-songed. On the road we go. You can write your songs anywhere, Johnny, or that's what you've always told me. Now you can prove it. Sounds doable to me. Johnny leaned back in his chair and yawned. But right now, I can hardly keep my eyes open. We done for the night? We are. Time to get some sleep, Walter suggested. Tomorrow's a new day, and we begin a new life. We should rise early and go get that new mobile home. Anyone else is welcome to come along. I'll stop by here in the morning about 9 o'clock. We can have breakfast together. They picked up fruit and sweet rolls with the other things from the store. Somehow, Walter had become their leader, and Cassandra led him. It felt good for once to lean on someone stronger, and she was too exhausted to care much, either way, at the moment. 9 o'clock, here it is, she concurred. If George and Ellie are feeling well enough tomorrow morning, I'd like to come along, Walter. Help pick out the RV. Me too. Sarah took Walter's hand as she came to her feet. Someone needs to stay here with our aunt and uncle tomorrow morning, so I will, Johnny volunteered with a weary smile. If they'll let you test drive the RV, Walter, can you bring it back here so I can see it too? That'd be great, since it's going to be my home as well. If they let us, Walter said, we'll do that. The gang broke up to retire to their separate rooms. The rainy night closed in around them. The wind mourned with soft and strong sighs, and the refuge of the daylight was far away. Cassandra took a quick hot shower and was in bed asleep by the time her brother got out of the bathroom and crawled into the other bed. She thought she'd have trouble sleeping, but she didn't. As soon as her head touched the pillow, she was half asleep. The drumming of the rain lulled her into a place where there were no life-changing decisions to make, no demons or angels, just silent velvet blackness. Her last thought was that tomorrow she should go to the church. If Father Manasseh were there, perhaps he'd tell her if they were doing the right thing by leaving. After a silent prayer for God's protection throughout the remainder of the night, she drifted off. Raynor hid outside the room, listening to Cassandra and her brother's soft snoring. Having learned that they were leaving town tomorrow, he merged into the shadows. He'd stay close by until morning to be sure none of his brethren bothered them again. Somehow he was going with the humans, even if he had to do it covertly. He wouldn't be left behind. At dawn, he'd return to Mrs. Tyler's to pack. Not that he needed or had much, but he wanted to plant an overpowering impulse in his landlady to move, right away, before Bryn Mawr came back and questioned her. She might confess something detrimental about Cassandra, or about him. He wanted her to escape. He didn't want to kill her. It was just too much trouble. At least, that's what he told himself. Chapter 19. Cassandra. When the sun came up, Cassandra climbed into Walter's truck with him and Sarah. She'd just gotten off the phone with her uncle's insurance agent, Mr. Staton, and he'd promised to begin the paperwork to reimburse them for their house. They'd received George's last payment right before the deadline, so the house had been covered. The fire took the whole building, she'd told him. Burnt it down to the ground. There's nothing left. I'll have a look at it this morning, take photos, and let you know what the home office says. Shouldn't be any problem getting the money for it, Cassandra. I'm sorry to hear about the loss of your home. Have George give me a call when he's feeling up to it, and don't worry about your motel bills. Insurance will cover that too. Keep receipts. Mr. Staton was an old family friend. If there's anything I can do for you and your aunt and uncle, don't hesitate to ask. Just call me. Thank you. Right now there's nothing else we need, just that money. She let him know she'd call back to check in, and hung up. Time to go RV shopping. Johnny waved goodbye from his room's threshold. She watched him shut and lock the door, and go to her aunt and uncle's room. He was on guard duty until they returned. She was anxious to get out of the motel and on the road. "We're being eyeballed again, I can feel it," she imparted to Walter and Sarah before they left. "Then the sooner we get out of the area, the better." Walter inspected the parking lot and land around it as he drove through. "Can we stop at the church first before we look at RVs?" Cassandra requested as they pulled onto the highway. "Sure. A prayer for our journey and our new life would be in order." Walter swung the steering wheel to the left. Sarah was sitting beside him, a hand on his knee. The rosy sunlight made her hair shine and her skin glow a paler shade of chocolate. As long as she had Walter, she'd said to Cassandra that morning over Danish and coffee, she could face anything. She was being so brave. "That's one of the reasons I want to stop," Cassandra said. "You're looking for that elusive priest of yours, huh?" Sarah quipped. "Right?" "You know me too well, friend." She looked at her and Walter. They made an unlikely couple, Sarah so petite and he so tall. His hand was twice as big as hers, but somehow the two of them fit, belonged together. It was the love in their eyes, the considerate way they treated each other. In just the short time she'd seen them together, they appeared to think and believe alike. They were inseparable. It made Cassandra feel good to know they'd be with each other, now until the end. That all the people she most cared about would be around her. That was the best consolation prize she could imagine, and it gave her strength to go on. "You think Manasseh could be at the church?" Walter's gaze met hers. How gentle his brown eyes are. How full of wisdom. A bear of a man, an entertainer, and a self-taught scholar with a sense of humor. His looks belied his innate intelligence. She could see it, though. What a motley gang of do-gooders they were, a clown, a fortune-teller, 2 bar-singing musicians, and 2 old people. Sometimes he's there, sometimes not. Let's take a chance. I really need a little advice. "Not sure about us leaving town, are you?" Walter was quick. "It's not just that." "Well, if your priest doesn't show up, we could still pray for that advice and for help anyway. Churches are good places to do that." Walter's truck shimmied down the road, bouncing. It needed shocks. "Praying couldn't hurt. And if we're leaving town, I want to say goodbye to my church. Through all the troubles of my life, it's been my sanctuary. I'm going to miss it so much, along with the ghosts of her dead family that resided there." "Point me in the right direction," Walter said. She did. They crossed the bridge and were back in St. Louis. The 3 lit candles, kneeled, and prayed. Their footsteps echoed in the empty church. Morning masses had ended an hour before, yet the smell of incense lingered. There were no priests or angels waiting to speak to them. "It's a beautiful church." Walter's eyes traveled the chamber. "Sarah told me how much it means to you. I'm sorry you have to leave it." "Thank you, but I'll always carry it in my heart." Cassandra noticed Sarah peering around when her head wasn't bent. Being in a church was rare for her. "Looking for angels?" Cassandra asked, amused. "Yes, any one would do." Cassandra and Walter exchanged a humorous look. There were no angels there. "Manasseh, where are you? I need to speak to you." Cassandra had about given up and was ready to tell her friends it was time to go when she heard his voice in her head. "You're on the right path, Cassandra. You don't need me to tell you that. Walter is one of the chosen, as you are, and your friends will be your allies. Teach them well. Journey this country and be comforted that wherever you are, God will be with you. I will be with you. When you have need of us, we will be there. So fear not. Go." Cassandra made the sign of the cross as she came off her knees. Relief made her lightheaded. Father Manasseh hadn't abandoned her. They weren't alone. "Let's go, friends. I got what I came for." No celestial appearance today, though. Sorry, Sarah. Oh, darn. Sarah's fingers snapped in the air. I really wanted to meet that priest of yours, or, she smiled at Walter, see that angel of yours with his dazzling snowy wings? Walter's lips curved up. Honey, you'll see an angel when you start seeing the beasts. I'd rather not see either, then, Sarah scowled. Cassandra exited the pew, genuflected, and led them out of the church. Cassandra, Manasseh's voice in her head again as they walked out into the day. Prepare yourself for loss. Yet know that no matter how sad your heart, this is the way it must be, and it cannot be changed. Know that heaven will be waiting for those who believe. This place you live in is not God's place. Happiness and eternity are in heaven with Him. Instead, rejoice. Cassandra paused before she got into Walter's truck, her fingers on the door handle. The message had stopped her in her tracks. What loss? Hadn't she lost enough? A shadow passed over her as she gazed upwards. There was nothing there. Did Father Manasseh's words mean that someone she loved was going to die? Looking sideways at Sarah and Walter, fear wedged deep inside her. Who this time? And it cannot be changed. She bowed her head to hide her uneasiness from the others. There was nothing she could do except wait for what was to happen. Walter, behind the truck's steering wheel, ticked off verbally what was next on their to-do list. Buy a motorhome, stock it with everything 6 people will need to live comfortably, buy cell phones. What else? Weapons? She had no idea why that had popped into her head. I might have what we'll need in the rear of the truck, Walter said. Show you later. Weapons? Why had she asked about weapons? All she wanted to do was return to the motel, gather her loved ones close around her, burrow in deep and hide, freeze the moment forever. Walter pulled into the used RV lot, so hightailing it back to the motel just yet wasn't an option. He was on a mission. We'll buy our new home first, then we'll get whatever else we need. He got out of the truck. Time to bargain. Walter rubbed his hands together with enthusiasm. I'm really good at this. It didn't take long. With Walter's expertise, they picked out the metal bus, as Sarah affectionately dubbed it. An MCI bus conversion 8V92DD turbo motorhome, with sleeping for 6, a full bath with shower, TVs rear and front, kitchen with dishwasher, and a compact combination washer and dryer crammed in next to the bathroom. There was a queen-size bedroom in the back, a couch that pulled out into a small double bed, and a table area that folded down and became another bed. The bus was a red and silver behemoth, with a mammoth engine and a pull-out awning to give them a shaded place to sit outside. It was truly a home on wheels. Cassandra fell in love with it the moment she entered it. The kitchen was full of shiny countertops and cabinets. It wasn't as roomy inside as she would have liked, but it'd do. So this is the one, Cassandra said, when the salesman left them alone to talk it over. They'd inspected 5 others in their price range, but the MCI bus conversion 8V92DD Turbo was the best deal. The owner had died, and his widow was selling it dirt cheap, just what they could afford. It's a fair price, and Walter can almost stand up in it. It has a large engine, probably gobbles gas. Cassandra was reading the specs on a printed slip of paper. We need this much power? We might. Running from the beasts and all, Sarah spoke. You say they're fast? They're very fast, Walter answered for her. We very well might need power and speed. Best to be prepared for anything. So, this is it? Walter spread his hands out in an inclusive gesture. They approved the selection with nods and silly grins. First, though, Sarah interrupted, let's take it for a ride and run it past Johnny so he doesn't feel left out. Give him a vote, too?" "He'll like it." Cassandra was checking out the bathroom. She flushed the toilet and looked into the shower stall. What's not to like? It's clean, homey, actually much nicer than the dump he was living in before the tornado. "Isn't that the truth?" Sarah snickered. "Let's take it." "Okay. I'll find the salesman. Leave a deposit, get the keys. We'll swing by the motel, let little brother see it, then we'll buy it." Walter grinned and left the motorhome. An hour later, they were signing papers and taking possession. Johnny had liked the motor bus as much as he could have. Her uncle had given it a passing grade. Her aunt had been too out of it to even care, and that had been that. The salesman was a tad surprised when Walter paid in cash, but he got over it quickly. He became all smiles. "You've made my day, as well as the widow's," he said. "I bet we did," she thought, riding in the recessed passenger seat as Walter drove the motorhome to the motel for the second time. Sarah was driving the truck behind them. Cassandra hadn't cared much for Walter paying for the whole thing, but he reminded her that her day would come. "We have to pool our money from now on. This is my contribution. After this, the cell phones and a few more weapons, my money will be gone. Some day it might be you and Johnny paying the bills with your singing. Then you remember I bought the bus." "I'll never forget." She leaned forward to pat Walter on the back. They parked the motor bus behind the motel and walked to their rooms. Looking in on the old ones, she was relieved to see that both her aunt and uncle were feeling better and were still resting. All of them sat down for a snack in Ellie and George's room. "Now we purchase cell phones and supplies for the motor bus." Walter, with pale half circles under his eyes, was sipping his second cup of coffee and eating a muffin. One anxious night's sleep hadn't been enough. "Since the fire took everything, we need clothes, personal items. Let's get a list going of sizes and whatnot. We'll buy them at the same time, or some of them, until the money runs out." Johnny babysat again, and Sarah, Walter, and she went out foraging for the provisions they'd need. 3 hours later, they returned with a trunkload of used clothes, linens, household necessities, and 5 cell phones. To conserve money, they'd purchased everything they could from a Goodwill store and a dollar store. It basically wiped out the balance of Walter's savings. He showed her a revolver, a .38, and a hunting rifle he kept behind the seat of his truck before he transferred them to the motorhome. "Traveling with the circus, I sometimes needed protection. The revolver's an antique, but I've taken excellent care of it, so it works like a new one. The rifle has been handed down through my family for 3 generations. Both guns are in excellent condition. I should get the bullets blessed," he deliberated out loud. "They might wound or kill the beasts then." "They might?" She knew nothing about weapons, much less how to use them. "I've no idea how to kill them. I'll probably have to learn. We all will." "Well," Walter went on, "I have enough money left for the motor bus's gas and the oil we'll need for the engine and generator. It'll last for a while, not long. The motel's paid up through tonight. George says Ellie's weak, but doing better, so we should leave tomorrow. Is that okay with everyone?" "Okay with me, and I have good news. It's kind of like a miracle, really," Sarah shared with the others. "I'll have money before we leave. My insurance payout on my house has already been finalized. I called, and my agent will cut me a check tomorrow afternoon. We can get it on the way out of town. I told him we were leaving, really need it now, and being a friend, he pushed through the red tape for me." "I have money, too." Her uncle tugged his worn wallet from his pocket. "Johnny cashed our Social Security checks the morning of the fire. I don't recollect why now, but I put the whole wad in my wallet, not in the bank, and left it there." Cassandra rummaged through her purse. "That'll help, Uncle. I have a couple $100 myself. Maury paid us the night before the fire. Combined, that's sufficient to get us a distance from here." Walter, standing very still, was watching something outside the window. "There's enough food on the bus to last a month. We have everything we need. We're almost ready to go. Soon as I do one last thing." Later that afternoon, he announced, "Now we're ready to go." They'd cleaned and stocked the motorhome and found a niche for everything. Even Snowball had claimed a spot and was asleep on the sofa. Home, sweet home. No, taking in the small kitchen and the compact dining area, it wasn't as nice as their old home, but it would do. It was better than the motel rooms. It was theirs. They'd be together. Outside, the sky threatened rain. Heaven would soon be crying again. For the first time, I'm beginning to feel the lure of the road, the excitement of seeing new faces and places, Cassandra admitted to Sarah, who was cleaning the inside front driving windows. You know, this might not be so bad. It'll be different, all right. I think it's going to be fun, Sarah grinned. Traveling, together. If we're allowed to have fun, Cassandra couldn't forget why they were leaving and what could be ahead of them. I'm surprised you'd say that. You never had the wanderlust before. You never wanted to even follow the circus if you married Walter. This is different, Cassie. Things have changed. I have to make the best of it. And truth is, I do like traveling, always have. It must be the gypsy in my blood. Before, I just didn't want to leave my house. Now that it's gone, there's nothing to tie me here. I happily go with my friends. And I don't see why we can't have a little fun along the way. God gave us this beautiful earth, the streams, lakes, and forests to enjoy, so we should enjoy them while we can. In a few years, America might not be so beautiful. Sarah only voiced what she was afraid to say, but it made Cassandra sad anyway. It's as if we're going on some great journey, she sighed, but we're never coming back. Yeah, that's my idea of a fun time. Sarah said nothing to that, but started scrubbing the sink with cleanser. The girl had this cleaning fixation. Everything had to be spotless. Not a bad roommate to have. The afternoon merged into evening, and the motor bus was at last ready to roll. It had been polished and gassed up and was waiting to take its new owners on the road. Cassandra went to get her aunt and uncle for supper, while Sarah and Walter were cooking in the motorhome. Cassandra heard her uncle weeping through the closed door. Inside, she found him sitting by Ellie's bed, holding her hand. Her aunt lay, unmoving, as shadows filled the room. Cassandra couldn't see her uncle's face, but he was trembling, with his shoulders hunched over. "Uncle George? What's the matter?" She made her way towards them, hesitantly, an awful understanding dawning on her. She put her hands on her uncle's shoulders, afraid to look at the woman on the bed. "She's gone, Cassie. She went peacefully in her sleep. I didn't even know it until I tried to wake her for dinner." He turned his face up to her. She'd never seen so much pain in it before, so much grief. Not even after either of the fires that had changed his and Ellie's lives forever. "Uncle George, what are you talking about?" His mouth had moved, but the words hadn't made sense. "Ellie's dead, Cassie." She went to the bed. The face of the woman under the covers was as white as alabaster, yet her lips were curved up. For the first time in a long time, her aunt was smiling. "She's with God, Cassie, with her mother and father, her 2 brothers, and our son Joseph. She's happy." There was sorrow wrapped in awe in his voice. "Your son?" Cassandra couldn't take her eyes off the body in the bed. "Never knew about that, did you?" "Yes, we had a son, Joey. Our secret grief. He died before he was a year old, 50 years ago. Ellie loved him so much, it never stopped pining for him. So she's happy now. She's with him and the others. No more worries, no more pain, No more slowly misplacing her memories or losing in inches her mind. Cassandra's tears came as she perched on the edge of the bed and took her aunt's other cold hand in hers. Flashes of Ellie showing her how to bake a blueberry pie when she'd been a child, making shrimp and macaroni for her and her overnight girlfriends. Of Ellie beaming at her the night she graduated from high school with honors. And of Ellie comforting her when Cassandra had lost her fiancé raced through her mind. "Oh, no. Oh," she whispered, tears welling in her eyes. "I begged God to heal her, and this is his answer?" "This is his answer. He's set her free from the illness that's been robbing her of her individuality and her normal life. He's taken her home to heaven." "It wasn't what I wanted." She was overcome with guilt, her body chilled. "Yet it's what we've gotten." "No, no," she cried. "It can't be." "It's all right, Cassie. This was what Ellie wanted. She told me so when she first suspected she had Alzheimer's 2 years ago. In a way, she was healed. These last few hours, she was herself. We were reminiscing about the day we met, our wedding, in the first year of our marriage. Joey. We talked, really talked, for the first time in a long, long while. She laughed. She was so like my old Ellie, I was amazed. I thought she'd been cured and was about to go and tell everyone the good news. I was being selfish. I wanted my old Ellie all to myself. Didn't want to share her with anyone. But she knew she was dying. She said so. And we got to say our goodbyes. And I thank you for that." She was smiling, happy. Then she was gone. I still can't believe it. Johnny came in the room as she was consoling her uncle. Soon everyone knew her aunt had passed away. The survivors huddled around the body as the evening drifted into the room. The scene, after all that had happened, was sadly dreamlike. Too much had happened in too short a time. Cassandra cried, her arms around her uncle. Johnny was strangely subdued, but Cassandra saw the unshed tears in his eyes. Sarah wept silently, enfolded in Walter's arms as he stood behind her. Ellie had been like a second mother to her, since hers had passed away 10 years before. Sarah's father had died when she'd been 15. A young woman, she'd become an orphan. Ellie and George had filled the spaces left empty. She'd loved them. "What do we do now?" Johnny sat by the window with a blank stare on his face. "I guess we call the police," Cassandra said softly. "They'll send out a coroner to examine the body and document the death. If they decide, as they will, it's natural causes, they'll release the body to us and we'll call a funeral home. Then we have a funeral and bury my wife," her uncle finished in a heart-rending voice. "Connor's mortuary is where she wanted to be taken when her time came. It's where all her family has been laid out before her. We both have prepaid burials arranged there." Cassandra was numb, but remembered what Ellie had wanted concerning her funeral preparations. Oddly enough, a few weeks ago, her aunt had insisted they talk about them. Maybe she had a premonition. "I'll call Father Luke or Father Dave at Holy Family and ask one of them to perform the ceremony. I'd better telephone the motel manager and inform him what's happened, so he doesn't get upset when the police and the coroner come out." "After we deal with this," Walter said, "we need to leave here as soon as possible. I'm sorry time's short. All day I've had a strong feeling we're being watched. We're in danger." So that was 2 of them, and it sent up the final red flag. Time to leave. "I'll telephone the police." Johnny picked up the phone on the nightstand and dialed. His voice hushed. He told them what they needed. As they waited for the coroner, they conversed in respectful, hushed voices. "We'll have a simple ceremony," her uncle decided. "It's not as if Ellie and I have any other people here, but all of you. Most of our old friends moved to warmer climates or are dead. It doesn't matter. Ellie's in heaven. We'll never forget or stop loving her. I won't. Wherever I am, she'll be in my heart forever until I see her again up there. Won't be long by my calculations, so what we do with her earthly body doesn't matter. A brief visitation, and the funeral at Holy Family Day after tomorrow will do fine. I know Ellie would approve. She wouldn't want us to endanger ourselves by hanging around here too long. She'd want us to be safe." She would. Cassandra was of the same mind. Her uncle appeared resigned to her aunt's death, though he sat by her side, face emotionless, eyes wet, and held her hand until the coroner arrived. He didn't say much of anything. Ellie had died by natural causes, the coroner ruled. Her heart had given out. She'd probably felt little or no pain, which her uncle was grateful for. The police who'd accompanied the coroner were polite, gave the family their condolences on their loss, filled out the report, and trailed the coroner out the door. Cassandra phoned the mortuary, and they picked up the body. When Ellie was gone, her uncle broke down into heartbreaking sobs she couldn't bear to hear, but forced herself. He needed her. There was no running away. Johnny helped put him to bed as she contacted Father Luke and gave him the bad news. "I'm so sorry, Cassandra," the priest commiserated. "I'd heard about the fire, but hadn't known where to reach you afterwards to extend my sympathies. Now Ellie's dead too. I've known her since she was a young girl, and am genuinely sad at her passing. Please accept my sincerest condolences." Cassandra could hear the compassion in his voice. "Thank you, Father." The mortuary promised Ellie would be ready for viewing tomorrow morning by 9 o'clock. She'll be laid out during the day, and we'd like to have the funeral early, the following morning. Is that possible? "It is," the priest replied. "I have the morning after tomorrow open. Even if I didn't, I'd rearrange things so I could preside at Ellie's funeral. She was one of my flock, an old friend, and it's only fitting I send her into eternity with all the love I had for her in life." Walter was right about time being short. Cassandra was nervous as she spoke with the priest and made the arrangements. The sensation that someone was watching them grew stronger every hour, and beneath that was a deeper, escalating foreboding. Something was hunting for them. She knew it, too. They must leave the motel sooner rather than later. Father Luke was easy to work with. "Is 10 o'clock Friday morning acceptable for the service? If I remember correctly, Ellie has a family plot in the church's graveyard, so we'll have the burial directly afterwards. Is that okay for you?" Ellie had wanted to be laid to rest there with her parents and son. Cassandra's family was there as well. All of them. 10 o'clock is good. I'll give the address and details to the mortuary. Thank you, Father. Walter motioned at her, and she covered the phone with a hand to be able to hear what he had to say. Ask the Father if we could park the motor home behind the church for tomorrow and the next day. We have a generator, so we don't need an electrical hookup. We carry water, too, though a water source where we could tap in would be appreciated. The church is holy ground. I'm thinking we'll be safer there than here." She nodded. Taking her hand off the phone, she posed the question to Father Luke, explained about the RV, and how, after that night, they'd be living in it. We won't be staying after the funeral. Won't be in your parking lot more than a day and a half. We're going on a trip."
"It's an unusual request," Father Luke said. "But under the circumstances, being who's asking, and your house having burnt down and all, I'll say yes. I've known your family for a long time, so I'm sure it'll be acceptable. Park as far in the rear as you can, though, so there'll be room for the parishioners. I'm sure many will come to pay their last respects to your aunt."
"Thank you, Father."
Cassandra gave Walter the okay sign. "And Cassandra," the priest went on, "George, you and Johnny have my deepest condolences for Ellie's passing. Don't grieve too much for her. She was a good woman, had a full life of love in her church, and she's in heaven now with our Lord."
Amen to that. Yes, she brooded, but didn't say aloud. Don't grieve for Ellie. It's the rest of us down here on earth, with the demons and the apocalyptic future to contend with, we need to feel sorry for. Thank you, Father. I'll give my uncle your kind words. Right now, he needs time to take it all in. Ellie's death was a shock. We'll be in your backyard, so to speak, before tomorrow morning, and we'll be in touch. She gave him her new cell phone number, Johnny's too, in case he needed to talk to them about further preparations. If you have any other questions concerning the funeral, please call us. And she hung up. Then everyone, including her uncle, made the sad trip to the funeral home to complete the final arrangements. Aunt Ellie also had a life insurance policy, and though the paperwork had burned in the fire, the insurance company had a copy on file. Her uncle would receive Ellie's full death benefits. The funeral home, honoring the prepaid funeral, would take care of everything. All they had to do was sign some papers. It was almost too easy. For the remains of the evening, everyone, except George, sat around the table in Cassandra and Johnny's motel room, in a dismal state. Her uncle had been too upset to do anything but sleep. Exhausted after visiting the funeral home, he tossed restlessly behind them in her bed. So much had befallen him in the last 3 days. She thought she knew how he felt, having lost many people she'd loved. Sleep was a form of escape, so let him sleep. What do we do now? Sarah broached the one subject that was on everyone's mind. We have the memorial service. Walter stated the obvious. Then we get the heck out of town. He'd also wanted to finish loading up the RV and go to the church's parking lot after supper. But George had laid down and no one had the heart to rouse him. They'd leave in the morning. I'm going to get the bullets for my guns blessed after the funeral, Walter said. Get in a supply of holy water to take along, too. I wonder if we'd spray holy water over the outside of our motorhome, if it'd help keep evil away. Put it in some of those empty Windex bottles with the spray top we used up yesterday. What do you think, Cassandra? Couldn't hurt, and might help. Let's do it. Have any idea what you're going to tell Father Luke about why you want bullets blessed? She could almost see the priest's bemused face when given that strange petition. I'll think of something. We can always, Johnny's words were sarcastic, tell him the truth. We might have to, Walter countered with a straight face, because I can't figure out one way to make the request sound sane. Sure, and while we're at it, we can blab to Father Luke the news about the end of the world and the demons he'll soon be fending off. Johnny snorted. He's got no sense of humor at all, and I bet he'll love that. Cassandra listened half-heartedly. All she knew was that she didn't want to hurt anymore. She wanted to go to bed and end the terrible day. She'd cried so many tears her head hurt and her whole body ached with grief. Ellie was in heaven. Ellie didn't have to deal with hellish offspring, the deprivations of the end times, or any further grief. So why did she feel so awful? Because she would no longer see her aunt, hug her, or talk to her. Not for a while, anyway. Pure selfishness on her part, that's what it was. That's all it was. Get over it. I'm so tired, she muttered to everyone. "I'm going to bed too." "All of us should." Sarah was standing behind Walter, rubbing his shoulders. "We have to get up early. It'll be a long day." So they retired to their rooms and their beds, with downcast eyes and heavy hearts. As weary as she was, Cassandra couldn't sleep. There were suspicious noises outside the motel, and through the window, glints of crimson eyes blinked at her from behind parked cars. The beasts had found them. She wished she already had a spray bottle of holy water or a gun with blessed bullets. She would have liked to try Walter's suggestion, see if either would harm or kill the buggers. The cross at her throat grew warm. She was protected. It was the others she was concerned about. Waking Johnny, who was asleep on a pile of blankets on the floor beside her uncle's bed, she told him to gather their things and be ready to scoot to the motorhome when she returned. Walter and Sarah had to be warned. She knocked on their door, careful to scan the parking lot so nothing would sneak up on her. "We have company," she whispered to a sleepy-eyed Sarah when the door opened. "We need to leave, now." "Company?" Then Sarah got it. "Oh!" The woman looked around her into the dark. "You can't see them. They're hiding, but they're out there. More every hour. Something's calling them here. I think we should all move to the motorhome. Be together. Then drive over to the church. Now. We'll pack and be there as quick as we can." Cassandra returned to her room. She hated waking her uncle, but did, then helped him gather his meager possessions. He was better, more himself. The rest had done him good.
"Ellie wouldn't want me to mourn so for her that I make myself sick. I know she's someplace where that Alzheimer's can never torment her again, where her frail old body can't torture her any more. So don't worry about me, Cassie. I'm going to be okay. Ellie is still with us, you know. She'll always be with us. When I think of her now, she's young and happy, as I first knew her. Lovely as a spring morning. I'll see her again some day soon."
Cassandra was so relieved she put her arms around him. "I know, Uncle George. I feel the same way. But as you said, she'll always be with us. We'll never forget her."
"I'm glad you want me to come along with you. It makes me feel useful again, and I haven't felt like that in so long."
"We wouldn't leave you behind. You're family and we need you. Come on, let's go." Within a half hour, they were in their new home, parked behind the church. There was a friendly debate on who would get what beds. They decided to take turns, rotating from the sofa bed to the table area bed to the bedroom in the rear each week. That way, it'd be fair. Everyone would share in the comfort of the private bedroom. For the first couple days, Uncle George, who deserved to be treated with a little extra kindness, would have the bedroom. Cassandra would bunk on the bed hidden beneath the table, and Sarah and Walter had the sofa bed. Her uncle didn't much care for Sarah and Walter sleeping together.
"You officially own the motor bus," he acceded to Walter, "so I guess my word wouldn't carry much weight."
"It carries a lot of weight with us. I promise there'll be no hanky-panky, if that's what you're worried about. Sarah and I don't believe in sex before marriage. Sleeping is all we'll do in any bed until we are."
"That's good enough for me."
Johnny slept on the floor in the kitchen on the single-sized air mattress they'd bought for emergencies. It was a tight fit, but Johnny was skinny.
"I don't mind, because there's no way I'm going to sleep in the same bed with my sister. The air mattress will do me just dandy."
"It's only for a few nights, Johnny," Cassandra told him. "Uncle George, separately using the bedroom, is only temporary. A few days. Then you can share it with him."
"I know that. I don't mind, sis."
The five of them were asleep in minutes. She was finally satisfied. She hadn't been able to sleep well in the motel room when she'd been worried about the others. They needed to be together under one roof in one place with the beasts skulking around, because there was safety in numbers. for now, being all together in the motor bus on church property, holy ground, was that place. Chapter 20. Cassandra, Johnny, Sarah, Walter, and Uncle George. Besides the 5 of them, there were people from the Holy Family congregation at Ellie's laying out and visitation. A crowd of elderly people milled around, reminiscing with George about the times they'd had with Ellie, and offered commiseration over the house fire and her unexpected death. There were those in the church who'd loved her, paid homage to her at the end, and Cassandra could see it made George proud. Ellie looked younger, with her hair and makeup done, in her new dress. Her angelic face with its smile was more peaceful than Cassandra had seen it in years. George pulled a chair up to his wife's coffin and sat beside her the entire day. He wouldn't leave her side. He greeted everyone who came and thanked them personally. It was a lovely funeral mass the following morning in the church Ellie had loved so much. The sun shone for a few brief hours. It was nicer than it had been in weeks. Afterwards, not many of the old people went to the cemetery, and the ones who did didn't stay long. It was hard to get walkers and wheelchairs down crumbling sidewalks and onto muddy cemetery grass. Cassandra, Johnny, her uncle, Walter, and Sarah saw Ellie laid in the ground, and afterwards welcomed any people who accepted the invitation to have coffee and refreshments, small sandwiches and cake, in the RV. Not many did, as it was also impossible to get wheelchairs and walkers into the RV. But a few came who could still walk, and for a short while they all sat around fondly remembering Ellie and consoling George. When the last visitor left, and after they said thank you and goodbye to Father Luke, Father Dave, and Father Steve, they revved up the motor bus and drove away. Before the church ceremony, Father Luke had unknowingly blessed cartons of Walter's bullets when Walter hid them in a box under the water jugs. He let the priest believe the box was filled with just the water, and then had him bless the whole thing. Ta-da! The priest was none the wiser, and it got them exactly what they wanted, without having to explain anything other than why they wanted the holy water. "We're going on a long trip," Uncle George had told Father Luke, "and I feel better if we had a supply of holy water from my old church. For sentimental reasons as much as anything, you know?" And the priest, probably because of George's delicate state of grief, had carried out their odd request with just a hint of amusement. "You won't run out of holy water any time soon, wherever you're going," Father Luke had commented flatly. "I can tell you that." "No," Uncle George had replied, "we won't." In the motor home, as Walter drove away, George sat up in the passenger seat. "Father Luke thinks I've gone off the deep end. Thinks losing Ellie is what did it. He was humoring me blessing the water, you know." "I figured, but we got the stuff blessed, and that's what counts." Walter had become the designated driver. As a teenager, he'd spent summers driving RVs across country to their new owners, and in the circus, he'd driven the trucks that pulled the trailers. Sooner or later, he'd get around to showing the others how to drive it. "It's easy," he said. "It drives like a car. All you have to do is practice turning, parking, and backing up. Everyone should learn how to drive it, in case." They swung by Sarah's insurance company and picked up the check for the house she'd lost. Another stop at her bank, which had branches across the country, and she deposited it, only keeping out enough money for their immediate expenses. "What I've got in my purse should take care of us for about a month, depending on how frugal we are and how expensive gas is," she figured. "There's more if and when we need it." Again, Cassandra felt bad. Walter and Sarah were shelling out their money, and she hadn't contributed anything. That would have to change. "Johnny and I will be getting jobs along the way. We're going to do our share, too," she insisted. "We're not keeping tabs, Cassandra," Walter said. "With what we might have to live through, we've got to be in this together from now on. All of us will do whatever we have to do. No keeping track, I mean it." "I agree. But Johnny and I are going to help soon as we can." Walter competently handled the steering wheel as they talked. Uncle George wants to stop by the house, or what's left of it, on the way out of town. See if there's anything we can salvage from the ashes. I think he's looking for keepsakes. Pictures, mementos, another metal box where we kept older certificates and papers.
We can do that, George. Walter smiled at the old man. We're on our way.
Cassandra hated sifting through the ruins of what had once been their home. It brought back awful memories of her childhood fire, and gave her unhappy new ones of her uncle weeping as he fumbled through scorched wood and hunks of stone, seeing their treasures melted and twisted, seeing the home they'd loved so much now a pile of rubble, nothing left. However, it was worthwhile.
"I found it!"
her uncle exclaimed, and pulled a singed metal box out of the wreckage. He popped the latch and lifted the lid.
"It's all here. The old letters and financial papers, and miracle of miracles, they seem okay."
He paused for a moment, his face surprised.
"Oh, my! But how did this get in here?"
He held up a framed picture of Ellie and him, taken on their 40th wedding anniversary, long before she'd become sick, and her sweet, blissful face made Cassandra smile.
"Last I saw it, it was on our dresser, not in here."
There were tears in his eyes again.
"I've been praying it made it through the fire somehow, yet knowing it wasn't likely. God must have saved it for me. Put it in here."
On his knees on the ground, her uncle hugged the picture and smiled forlornly through his tears. It is a tiny miracle. She knelt down to help rifle through the other things in the box.
"Well, I'll be. Look, here's Ellie's Bible."
Her uncle held up the cherished book that her aunt had gotten as a child for her first communion.
"New Testament's in it, too. She used to write her thoughts, prayers, and private conversations with God on scraps of paper and slip them between the pages. Scribble notes on the margins. My, this is so strange. Our picture and the Bible are in here, too. They never were before."
Startled, he shook his head.
"I've been blessed."
Finding them in the box had really affected him.
"I don't care about anything else. I have what I was looking for. I have my Ellie right here."
He touched the picture and gently caressed the leather cover of the Bible. They found nothing else of importance among the destruction. Cassandra kept her eyes on Mrs. Tyler's house the whole time. Was Rayner still spying on them? She didn't see a sign of him or his landlady. She didn't sense his presence. He wasn't there. Hopefully, he wasn't stalking her anymore. He'd been left behind with the rest of her old life. She shivered. Good riddance. Even his saving Sarah and Snowball wasn't enough to change what he was or sway her opinion of him. Though she'd have a little trouble killing him, as Walter was adamant they had to do from now on, if she came across him again. Could she kill Rayner after he'd saved Sarah and Snowball from the fire? She wasn't sure. Then they were on the road again, towing Walter's truck behind the motorhome. They'd left the other cars with Father Luke to sell, none of which were worth much, and kept the truck. "It'll work better for what we're going to need," Walter asserted. "It's good in mud, rough terrain. The world might become a hardscrabble place soon enough, and a sturdy truck that I can fix with my eyes closed could be useful." So they took it. "Where are we going?" Cassandra had come up front to ask him. "I'm heading for the highway now. You need to give me a destination." "Me?" "Yes, you." Walter's eyes met hers briefly and returned to the road. "You're the leader, you know. I've given you time to catch your breath, regroup. You can take over now." Father Manasseh's voice spoke in Cassandra's head. "Head south through Missouri to a town called Ash Hill near Poplar Bluff. There's a bar called Jack's Place on the outskirts of town that can use you and Johnny. Seek someone called Aurora." She waited for more, but that was it. "Go south through Missouri towards Poplar Bluff," she repeated the instructions. "There's a town there called Ash Hill we need to get to. Destination? A bar called Jack's Place." "See?" Walter smiled.
I knew you had it in you, boss.
Don't, Cassandra pleaded. Call me that.
Okay, Cassandra.
Call me Cassie if you want. That's what my friends call me.
Okay, Cassie. We're on our way to Ash Hill. I've been there before, so I'm familiar with the area.
The odd thing was, it felt good to be on the road in a traveling house with everyone she loved. They were leaving the problems and sorrows of their past lives behind. And Sarah was right. It was an adventure. The biggest adventure she could conceive of. Trouble was, it would be full of dangers as well as new experiences. Cassandra hoped she was up to it. She wobbled her way into the dining area, grabbed a cup of coffee from the coffee pot, and plopped down at the table. Her uncle was nursing a cup himself. He'd changed from the black suit they'd bought him yesterday for the funeral into a new pair of jeans and a shirt, but he still looked like a shadow of himself. The misery in his face was fresh, but there was also the beginning of acceptance. Her uncle was a practical man.
I miss Ellie so much,
he said wistfully as she sat down, balancing her cup of coffee so it wouldn't spill with the movement of the bus, a rhythmic swaying that to her was somehow soothing. His fevered eyes were glued to the scenery speeding by outside the window. Ellie's Bible and both metal boxes he'd been sorting through were open beside his cup and saucer. I know, Uncle. Her hand covered his wrinkled one. I miss her too, but her love will be with us as long as we live. We'll meet some day in heaven as promised. Her courage is with us.
At least we don't have to drag her all over the country, watching her every second. And she won't get any worse. She was real fearful of that, of losing herself completely. Well, she's out of it, and I'm glad. We don't know what's waiting out here for us, do we?
Well, we sort of do. Cassandra hadn't told her uncle everything. She hadn't told him about the beasts trying to kill her. Them. Not yet. The right time hadn't presented itself. It looked like the right time was getting closer. She'd have to come clean. If something happened, he shouldn't be caught unprepared.
I know what you're thinking. I've overheard some of your, conversations.
Her uncle surprised her by revealing.
About these supernatural creatures that have been attacking you and Walter. I know what's going on. Why we packed up and we're skipping off like a bunch of gypsies. Why we can't stay in one place too long.
You know all that? She had to grin. Of course he knew.
Sure do. Ellie spoke of many things before she died. Said her angel explained a lot of things to her.
Her angel?
You know, Father Manasseh.
Oh, him. I'm so sorry I got you into this, Uncle George. It could get real dangerous, I'm afraid.
Nonsense. Life wasn't dangerous before. When I started getting old and having aches and pains I couldn't get rid of, started taking a pile of pills that made me sicker, and when I first knew Ellie had that Alzheimer's, that's when life became treacherous to me. At times, I didn't think it was a life worth living anymore. At least this new life will mean something. Besides, it wasn't you who decided to send troubles and demons to torment us. It wasn't you who made you what you are. But,
he winked at her and squeezed her hand,
it's an honor, Cassie, to fight for God. I'm proud of you and Johnny. Ellie was too, I can tell you that. I want to help, even if it's only a little.
His eyes were alive now.
It's what I need to give my used-up life a purpose. I'm excited about it, to tell you the truth. I'm going to be here for the end times, perhaps see Jesus Christ when he comes back again. And I'm going to help you fight evil. And what more can a God-loving man ask for?
What can you do to fight evil? She indulged him. He looked small and frail and so old.
Research?
He pointed to the tattered copy of Ellie's Bible with his fingers.
Among other things, in the last year when she was well enough, Ellie and I talked often about the end times and what to expect.
She left messages for us in this Bible. Her advice, guidance, as if she knew she was going to die and we'd need it."
Cassandra didn't know what to say. She hadn't seen her uncle so worked up over anything in a long time and couldn't disappoint him. "I told you we needed you. We can use any help you can give us, Bible interpretation included. We're in this together." And she meant it as she kissed him on the cheek. She was just so thankful to still have him.
"I've been sitting here reading the New Testament and some of the messages Ellie left inside between certain passages. In between spilling my coffee all over the place when Walter there hits a rough patch."
Her uncle chuckled lightly, and then flipped over another page with his fingers.
"She's left us instructions on many things. Thanks to Walter, we have extra copies of the Bible and the New Testament, too. And I borrowed a few other holy books from Father Luke to study. When I'm done, I'll send them back by mail. So you have any questions about the religious part of this, just ask me. I'll try to give you answers. I aim to be useful."
"If we need something, we'll ask you." She was impressed. "Promise." She could hear Johnny practicing his guitar in the bedroom, could hear Sarah laughing in between melodies about something. People could only be sad for so long. She and Johnny had been relieved that their instruments and equipment had escaped the house fire because they'd been at the red carpet. Some tiny voice in her head had made her leave them there the weekend before. Johnny had gone over first thing that morning before Ellie's funeral to pick them up, quit, and tell Maury their plans. Johnny's guitar was his friend, and as long as he had it, he was happy. Sarah came out of the bedroom to join her and her uncle. Johnny moseyed out after her, a funny grin on his face. He kept sending sideways looks at Sarah. "Got big news, you two." Sarah's eyes went to Walter up front behind the wheel. He signaled an affirmative flick of his fingers back at her. "Go ahead, sweetheart. You can tell them now." "Thank goodness. I can't keep this secret any longer." She gave them a big smile. "Walter's asked me to marry him, and I said yes. I told Johnny, couldn't stop myself, and now I'm telling you two. We've known for a few days, but because of Ellie's death, we've waited to say anything." "Oh, my Lord, you're getting married!" Cassandra jumped up to embrace her friend, planting her feet apart to minimize the rocking of the motorhome. "I'm so happy for you both."
"About time," Uncle George complained,
but was plainly delighted.
"Congratulations."
"When?" Cassandra gave Walter a hug, too, careful not to interfere too much with his driving. His expression timid, he twisted his head around.
"Under the circumstances, soon as possible. We would have asked Father Luke to perform the marriage, but in respect to Ellie, we didn't. Not on the same day as the funeral. We thought we'd find a preacher or a justice of the peace in our next stop to tie the knot." "You'll find a priest or a preacher, is what you'll do." Her uncle was firm. "Get married the true way, in the eyes of God. With what I suspect we're heading into, you'll need all the blessings you can get." His face lit up. "Hey, I'll even give away the bride."
"Okay, a religious ceremony of some kind." Then Sarah turned to her. "Cassie, I want you to be my maid of honor." "I'd love to be your maid of honor."
"Johnny," Walter asked, "would you be my best man?"
"Sure will." Johnny went up front and bounced on the balls of his feet in a crouch next to Walter.
"I'm really happy for you guys."
He patted him on the back. Sarah plopped down beside her. She must have caught the melancholy on her face she'd tried to hide. Sarah would be the last one to remind Cassandra of something that could make her more depressed on a day that was already difficult. "You okay?" Sarah whispered. "Should we have waited?" "I'm fine. I'm ecstatic for both of you. You know that. Don't worry about me." Sarah knew marriage was a touchy subject around her. 3 years before, Cassandra had been engaged to marry Ronald Proctor. She'd met him at a club as she and Johnny sang one night, and the two had fallen deeply in love. Love at first sight. Yes, it did exist. Ronald, or Ronnie as everyone called him, with his ready laugh and sharp wit, had been well liked. He'd had a generous heart, tall and handsome with short blonde hair, a mustache, and friendly green eyes. He'd been an artist at a St. Louis advertising company. He'd met her that first night and pursued her relentlessly from then on. They'd been kindred spirits in every way. He'd loved her, and he'd been good to her. Good for her. They did everything together. They went horseback riding, hiking, and camping. They were just as happy going out to movies as they were watching videos at home or playing penny-ante poker with their family on Saturday nights. She'd practice her music on rainy afternoons at his place as he painted his landscapes. She'd had 2 of them on her wall, but the fire had taken them, like fate had taken Ronnie. A week before their wedding, he'd been walking down the street on his lunch hour. A passing car lost control and slammed into him. He'd died on the way to the hospital. She'd never had a chance to say goodbye, and that alone haunted her endlessly. For a time, it had been as if she'd died with him. She'd packed away her memories, her wedding dress, and everything to do with him except for his pictures on the wall, and hadn't spoken much about him since. Everything was gone now, with the house. Gone, like a lot of things she'd cherished in her life.
All this wedding planning, Cassie, I hope it doesn't bring up too many sad memories for you.
You mean my doomed wedding and my lost love? Sarah looked uncomfortable.
You know the last thing I want to do is cause you pain.
She gently patted her friend's hand. It's okay, Sarah. You and Walter have a right to be happy. It's been a long time since Ronnie died. I've made my peace with it. When I think of him now, it hurts, sure, but I also remember the love. I wouldn't change any of it or begrudge you having that joy. I'm thrilled for both of you, for all of us, really. We haven't had many good things happen to us lately, and who knows what the future will hold. This is a good thing. She flashed Sarah a genuine smile. You know I love a party. That made Sarah smile back. Yeah, we've had our share of disasters lately, haven't we? Yet right now, in this moment, I'm happy. I've been waiting for a long time for Walter to pop the question, and when he did the other night, I couldn't believe it. And you've kept that secret from me for days. It was hard, but things happened, so we waited. With so little time left to us, Walter says he wants it to be as a man, married to the woman he loves. Sweet, huh? She looked at Walter, smiling. He doesn't like us living together, as he puts it, without being hitched. He's old-fashioned like Uncle George here. Her smile grew. We're probably being selfish wanting this just after Ellie's demise, and with what's going on in the world. But what time we have left, we want to be together. Really together. Have what bliss we can while we can. I don't blame you. I'd do the same if I loved someone, and you two adore each other. You're both so lucky. If I didn't love you both so much, I'd be jealous. I'm happy for you. I know that. Sarah turned to Uncle George. Sorry we're doing this so soon after Ellie's death, but we feel we shouldn't wait. Things will get tough soon enough, and Walter really believes this is what God wants us to do. Uncle George winked at her. I think so, too. Being unmarried, it did make me uneasy, you two cohabitating together. I'm for it, even if Ellie just left us. She'd agree if she were here to tell you herself. If you two have a fraction of the happiness we had, you'll be blessed. Thank you. When we get where we're going, we'll look for someone to marry us. We want it simple. But we'll still have a celebration here afterwards, Cassandra said, with decorations, a wedding cake, food, and music. The whole shebang, a real party. If you'd like. Sarah's expression was blissful. But then, she was a woman in love. Why shouldn't she be? They spent the hours as they drove reminiscing about Ellie, how she'd have loved to be part of their wedding and planning the nuptials. The wedding lifted their spirits. There was even a little soft laughter. Johnny retrieved the cards from his guitar case, and the four not driving played pinochle. Leave it to her brother to remember games. He'd asked them to buy cards and board games on their earlier shopping trip to help while away the hours on the road. It had been a good idea. By supper time, they'd arrived at Jack's Place, a bar-restaurant on the outskirts of town, tucked up against the woods. A nondescript building with a weathered sign and peeling paint. It waited in the middle of a large gravel parking lot. "It's a hole in the wall," Uncle George labeled it. "Looks like a rough place." She and Johnny had played in dozens of such places when they'd first started out singing, but not lately. "Wow, it's like taking a giant step backwards," Johnny grumbled. "Sorry, I'm only following orders." "Well, we're here," Walter said to everyone as he parked the bus in front. It was 5 o'clock, and the evening shadows were sneaking in. "What a dive," Johnny pronounced, stealing a look out the window. "Motorcycles outside? Biker heaven. Dirty windows. Needs a termite inspection. Cassie, you sure this is where we're supposed to be?" "Yep. Grab your guitar, brother, and follow me." To the others, as she picked up her case, she signed off. "We'll be back in a jiffy, after we get the job singing here." Johnny complied, but trailing behind her as they got off the RV, he asked, "You really expect us to play here? I thought we'd stepped up in the world years ago. Look at this dump. A big wind would blow it down, if we're lucky." "I know," she shrugged and shifted her guitar case to the other hand. "But yes, unfortunately, it's where we're supposed to be right now. And don't ask me why, I don't really know either. Yet. A little voice in my head told me to come." Johnny gave her a funny look, but didn't argue. "Okay." They entered the tavern, and she had to agree with her brother. It was a dump. Inside it was cramped and dingy. Tables with mismatched chairs and no tablecloths. Cigarette burns in the wood as decorating touches. The ceiling tiles had holes in them, and the walls needed paint. In comparison, the red carpet was a 5-star establishment. At the bar, there were guys dressed as bums, drinking. Johnny was gaping at a handwritten menu propped up behind the bar. "My gosh," he exclaimed behind his hand. "They actually serve food here, too? Yikes. Good thing we have plenty of victuals in the bus. I just saw a huge black bug skitter under that table. Ugh. Or maybe it was a rat." She clenched her teeth and grinned. A fat woman in a grimy apron behind the bar yelled at them. "You two lost, or what?" Cassandra strode towards her. "No." She laid her guitar case on the counter as the bartender stared Johnny and her up and down. The woman had to be over 50, looked every minute of it with her unkempt hair and sloppy makeup, but flirted with Johnny as if she were an alluring 20-year-old. That wistful, innocent demeanor, his laughing hazel eyes, and his sexy long hair did it every time. The earring, which made him look rakish, didn't hurt. Johnny cleverly played along. "Hi, I'm Johnny." He offered the woman his most charming smile and his hand to caress. It worked. "My sister Cassandra here and I are looking for a place to perform our music, ma'am. We're wandering musicians. We've been playing out since we were teenagers. Do you think the owner of this establishment would be interested?" "Wandering musicians? You don't say." "It's true. We play guitars, sing, and everything. A little comedic repartee thrown in for entertainment measure. We do half covers, classic rock and oldies, and half original songs." Johnny presented the woman with another amiable smile. "That I write myself." They'd left their CDs in the bus, somewhere, wherever Johnny had stashed and then forgotten where he put them. Either they traipsed back to fetch them, or they had to audition, and Cassandra didn't want to return to the bus without the job locked up. The barmaid grinned again and cocked her head at Johnny. She was missing a tooth in the front, must be afraid of dentists. Or the bar wasn't making any money.
or both.
Musicians looking for a job, huh?
Her grin disappeared.
We can't afford to pay nothing, sorry.
Thinking quickly, Cassandra countered. We'll put out a jar and play for tips then. We've done that before. And they usually did pretty well. We always bring in a crowd. The bartender showed her missing tooth again.
Well, that changes things. Let's hear a couple of songs. I'll let you know what I think.
Cassandra was surprised. You're the owner?
Part owner. Me and my husband, Jack. He's not here now, but he'll go along with whatever I say. So play something for me, and I'll let you know one way or another.
Johnny snuck her an amused look as they got their guitars out, borrowed 2 stools from the bar, and sat down. They played 2 of their best cover tunes and one of Johnny's songs. It was odd, playing in a new place, with unsavory characters gawking at them as if they were aliens from outer space. But they were professionals and did it anyway. The music didn't care. It lived in its own world that pulled them into it whenever they played. After the week they'd had, it was so sweet to play and sing again. Cassandra was actually content for a short time.
You 2 are really good, you know that?
The bartender judged after the clapping stopped. Even the bums at the bar had liked them. They hooted and slapped dirty hands against their blue jean thighs. Thanks, we know. Johnny put his guitar in his case and straightened up.
Modest, huh?
The bartender grinned. We've been doing it a long time. So we have the job? Cassandra had to ask.
You got it. Just a tip jar, right? We don't have to pay you nothing?
The older woman's eyes were hungry as she saw the possibility of profits. Cassandra produced an empty pickle jar from her purse and waved it at the woman.
Deal. My name's Jenny.
Ginny thrust her chubby hand out for Johnny to shake for the second time. Almost as an afterthought, she tipped her head at Cassandra.
Lucky for you, it's Friday. We're dead on the weeknights, but weekends are fairly busy. You 2 come on back around 10 tonight. That's when the crowd starts arriving.
She chuckled under her breath.
Wait until the word spreads that we have live entertainment. Good, too. In this hick town, that's rare as a purple rabbit. I'll get my pals here to start spreading the word. It's a small town. Everybody knows everybody and everything. The other 2 beer joints in town will be so jealous they'll drive by and throw empty beer bottles at us.
Another chuckle. Cassandra looked at the woman. We're traveling and living in an RV, so is it okay if we park it out back for the weekend? Ginny chewed over that for a moment.
Got no electricity hookup out there.
We don't need one, she confessed, closed her guitar case, and lifted it from the floor. Our motorhome is self-sufficient and has its own electricity. We only need a spot to park and access to a little water. It won't cost you, except for the water. We'll be careful just to use what we absolutely need.
Then okay. Out back anywhere. There's a water pump at the rear of this building on the left. You're welcome to use it. See you at 10.
She continued tending the bar. The way the woman moved, the lackadaisical way she swiped off the counter with the rag, reminded Cassandra of Maggie from the red carpet. Maggie, who was dead now. Like Ronnie, like Ellie, like so many others. Cassandra thought of something. Ginny, you know anyone in town named of Aurora?
Can't say I do. I don't ask for names when I serve 'em beer or a whiskey. Sorry.
Thanks anyway. Thank you, Ginny, Johnny echoed sweetly as Cassandra ushered him out the door and aimed him at the bus.
You get the job?
Her uncle asked when they climbed into it. If you can call it that. We're singing for tips like rank beginners. We start at 10 tonight. I have to remember money's not the only thing we're here for. We're looking for someone. Hey, we do pretty well with tips, her brother said. We should get a bigger jar. Cassandra laughed. I'll look around for one. There's a roomier pickle jar in the mini refrigerator that might do nicely. I'll switch. Somebody's got to eat some pickles, though, before tonight. We can have sandwiches for supper, I guess, with pickles. She directed Walter to drive to the new parking spot at the rear of the bar.
Cassie,
Guess what Walter and me did when you two were gone?"
Her uncle was perched at the table, Ellie's open Bible and a pile of paper with scribbling on them spread out around him. "What?"
"We sprayed holy water all over the outside of the bus, and put up those blessed crosses we got from Father Luke on the outside, too."
"I saw that. It makes the RV look like a throwback to the hippie days, or a traveling revival troupe filled with religious fanatics." Which was kind of true, as they were on the road for God. But who cares if it helps keep us safe, right?
"My feelings exactly. And before darkness falls," Walter added, "I'm going to spray more holy water around us in a 20-foot circle on the ground, plus salt, and hope it'll give whoever's in the bus more protection."
It couldn't hurt. She knew he was thinking of George, Sarah, and Johnny. Walter, as she did, might have some sort of self-protection, but the others didn't. Better safe than sorry. Sarah was snuggling on the couch with her fiancé. "We waited until you two got back to announce this, but first thing in the morning, we're going to that church we passed coming into town, and we're going to ask one of the fathers to marry us. Right away, if he will, just a quick, simple ceremony. Is that copacetic with everyone?"
Everyone cheered. "Party tonight." Johnny slapped Walter on the back. "Where?" Walter wanted to know. Johnny jabbed his thumb at Jack's place, framed in the window in front of them. "Where else? We begin playing at 10, but the party will begin long before that."
"Wow," Cassandra thought out loud. "It just occurred to me. If there's going to be a wedding, I'd best go into town with you guys tomorrow, find a bakery, and get a cake of some kind. We'll go shopping, Sarah. You'll need a dress, flowers, there should be rings. I hope this podunk town has a bakery, a dress shop, and a jeweler." It was going to be fun planning her friend's wedding. "I hope so, too. Now that you mention it, a wedding dress would be nice. Oh, I don't want anything too fancy, something I can reuse for dress-up. We won't need fancy clothes, I don't think, in the world we're heading into. Maybe we could have some flowers. Not many. All I want," Sarah smiled at her fiancé and squeezed up against him, "all we want is to be married."
"And plain matching gold bands for the rings."
Walter kissed his wife-to-be. Everyone cheerfully planned for the wedding. To Cassandra, it almost felt as if they were on vacation. No one talked about the fire, Ellie's death, or the real reason they were there. Just the wedding mattered, and they all seemed to enjoy themselves for a time. Cassandra wondered how long it would last. Around 10 o'clock, everyone but Uncle George, who said he was bushed and was going to bed, migrated to Jack's place as she and Johnny set up and began playing. Early in the evening, the bar was empty, but as the night progressed, people began to trickle in. By 12 o'clock, when Sarah and Walter called it a night and returned to the motor home, there were over 50 people listening to them. Word of their singing had gone out. Most of the faces had beasts hiding behind them. At their second break, she informed Johnny, "Now I know one of the reasons we were sent here. This place is lousy with demons." Johnny complained back,
"What are we supposed to do about that?"
"I don't know yet, but I bet we find out pretty soon." She remembered what Walter had said about killing the beasts. Is that what they were supposed to do? Kill these things? She didn't know how she was supposed to do that. She silently called for Father Manasseh, but received no answer. The bar was noisy and grew more packed every minute. Ginny said,
"I guess the word's spreading that you're here."
She was excited with the growing crowd.
"Business is fantastic. If it keeps going like this, I'll have to talk Jack into giving you two 10% of the take for the night."
That pleased Johnny. It was at the conclusion of their third set, near the end of the gig, when the tip jar was overflowing and the number of beasts coming in was making her extremely nervous, that she glanced up and saw the woman in the corner. She hadn't been there before. The woman stared at them. Though she was plainly dressed with a mousy face, no jewelry, she had beautiful dark hair past her shoulders. There was this glow around her. Sitting there, wringing her hands, looking totally out of place, Cassandra somehow knew she wasn't a woman trolling for a man. Cassandra thought that at any second she was going to jump up and run off. Her eyes were shiny with fear. The woman could see the beasts around her. Two of the creatures at the table to their right were rowdy, throwing empty beer bottles against the wall, while they eyed the humans among them. It was different than that time at the red carpet. Their hatred was palpable. Cassandra could just about read their thoughts. This time the beasts didn't have mischief in their eyes. They had murder. "Time to trot out the gospel music," she said in a stage whisper to Johnny between songs, and as their next selection, they launched into Amazing Grace as loud as they could belt it out. The joint cleared out so fast it made the stools spin. After the song, the woman from the corner made her way towards them. She halted in front of Cassandra. "Who are you?" "Cassandra Greystone from St. Louis, and this is my brother Johnny." "Who are you?" "Aurora Hatching." "Father Manasseh's Aurora?" The woman smiled for the first time, and it made her pretty. Up close, Cassandra realized Aurora was a lot older than she'd first thought. Over 40. "That's me. Manasseh's Aurora. He said I'd soon meet someone who would help me. I usually, never really go to bars, but I had this overpowering urge to come here tonight. So I did, and I've learned to heed my inner voices. We all need to heed them. They're usually right. So Manasseh said we'd help you?" "Not exactly. He said someone I'd meet soon would help me." Aurora's panicky eyes swept the bar around them. Her fingers drummed nervously against her hip. "They were all over this room a few minutes ago. These monsters I keep seeing. Then they all left when you started your last song. You drove them away. I thought it was you I was looking for. Now I'm sure." "They don't like gospel music." The other woman stared at her as if she couldn't believe her ears. "You believe me?" The words escaped from Aurora's mouth. "You see them too?" "I do. What did you mean about someone helping you? Is something wrong, or is something going to happen?" "Why don't we take a break?" Johnny butted in. "And you two can sit down and talk." "Taking a break," Cassandra shouted to anyone who would listen. There were only about a dozen customers left, all humans. Ginny at the bar shouted back, "Go ahead. The bar's emptied out anyway." They found a table with a little more light than the rest and sat down while Johnny visited the men's room. "You know," Aurora began in a tentative voice, "everyone round here thinks I'm unhinged." She twirled a finger in a circle near her ear. "Sometimes even think I am. I can't believe you see those monsters, too. Maybe I'm not as nuts as I feared. What a huge relief. But I see things that aren't there. I talk to things that aren't there." "So do I. According to Father Manasseh, there are many like us. We hear and see demons." Aurora gasped and plastered herself against her chair, her fingers clutching the outer edge of her seat. "Oh, my God. Demons? I was afraid that's what they were, but I just couldn't accept it. It's easier to believe I'm going nuts." Her head slowly tilted back and forth, and she mocked herself. "Look, I'm out at a biker bar in the middle of nowhere, talking to someone who says she sees demons, too." The woman's eyes squeezed closed, and her body swayed in the chair as if she were about to faint. "Oh, God, this isn't happening. I am crazy, and you're just empty air. I'm dreaming all this." Aurora's words were spoken so hopelessly, they brought back Cassandra's gut-wrenching memories of when she'd doubted her own sanity. Not a good time. "You're not crazy, Aurora. Johnny and I are here. We're not your imagination." "Does Johnny see these demons too?" "No, my brother doesn't. But I've been seeing strange things for a long time. Me and another man, Walter, who we're traveling with. It'd scare you worse if I told you all I've seen." Cassandra waved her hand in the air for emphasis. "But none of that matters now. We were sent here to find you. Now I know why. We're supposed to help each other. How can anyone help me, us, if they're truly demons? We can try. I don't have all the answers either. We're new to this, reality, too. We'll do the best we can. You're not alone anymore. That's all and good, but wait until I tell you the rest. You might not want to help me." Cassandra saw Johnny waving at her from across the room. It was time to sing again. Her attention returned to Aurora. "Can you stick around for another half hour? We promised Ginny to play until 2 o'clock, unless the place was empty. I really need to tell you some things." "I can wait. My mother's watching my kids. I told her I'd be late." "You have children?" "2 girls. We live with my mother, who's in a wheelchair and has been ill lately. But the kids are sleeping now, so it's okay." "We'll talk more after closing." Cassandra went to her stool. They ended the set to a nearly vacant house, though a crowd of young people, mostly human, wandered in 20 minutes before they finished and ordered enough hard liquor to make Ginny dance behind the bar. At the end of the night, Ginny and her husband, Jack, who'd showed up as the closed sign was being hung out, invited them to perform the rest of the weekend. "Whenever you want to play, it's up to you. You brought in the business sure enough. Did a bang-up job. The crowd, for the most part, liked you." Ginny did all the talking. Jack, like a mute dummy, stood there and hardly said a word, grunted once in a while. That was about it. Nothing was said about the mass exodus near the end of the night. The bar had made its money long before that, and the ones who'd left had become disruptive anyway. Most likely their leaving had saved Jack and Ginny money. No fistfights. Johnny collected 10% of the night's receipts. Their tip jar was stuffed. It made her feel better that she and Johnny at last had something to donate to the expense kitty. "I'm afraid to go out there," Aurora confessed when they were ready to leave. "The last couple weeks, there are always so many of them out there at night waiting for me." "You'll be safe with us," or Cassandra hoped so. She was acting braver than she felt for Aurora's benefit. The girl was so frightened. She led the way, guitar case in hand, Johnny and Aurora close behind her. "We're parked out back," Johnny said to Aurora. "Not far away at all." The night was dark, misty, and eerily deadened. They made it to the bus without incident. But Cassandra wasn't fooled. They weren't alone. The demons were out there somewhere, waiting. Chapter 21. Cassandra and Aurora. Aurora was clearly terrified at what had been happening to her. She couldn't sit still, couldn't stop looking through the RV's dark windows, watching for someone or something to reflect back at her in the glass. Cassandra had a hunch about the woman and observed her closely. "Those monsters are everywhere," Aurora breathed. "I can't get away from them. Repulsive, slimy creatures with their glittering, vicious little eyes, grotesque bodies, and they can do about anything. Run like a racehorse, jump like a kangaroo, throw fire. They can read your thoughts. I've seen them make people do things they don't want to do." Her body shuddered. "Some can even disappear into a puff of smoke. I don't know where they go. Ugh, they torment me so much." "These creatures you call monsters?" "That's what I call them because that's what they are. Walking nightmares." Cassandra was curious. "You ever see them as part human?" "Sometimes. Then their disguises shift and I see them for what they truly are. Mostly I see them as monsters. They try to hide from me, but they can't. I see them." That was different. Cassandra played her hunch and asked, "You been seeing anything else?" "I've been having nightmares. Horrendous nightmares." "About?" "You'll think I'm a religious crackpot, but they're all about the end of the world, and this great battle with people and these beautifully shimmering winged beings fighting the monsters. There are other creatures that are more like deformed animals. Some are giants. I think I'm seeing an army of Satan's devils and their minions. The worst thing is, the dreams fill me with such desperate terror. The fear is so strong, I wake up shaking and throw up. They've gotten so bad I'm afraid to sleep," which explains the exhaustion in her face.
"No wonder you weren't shocked," Cassandra remarked, "when I told you Walter and I were seeing things as well. When you told me that, for the first time I didn't feel so alone. What a relief to hear I'm not the only candidate for a padded room. Hey, we all are. So, now, Aurora, what's so urgent? What is it you need help with?" As if seeing devils and having visions about Armageddon weren't enough, Aurora clasped her trembling hands together before her on the table. "For months now, townspeople have been going missing. More every week. In such a small community, they don't go unnoticed. Folks are scared, paranoid." Aurora ceased talking. Her expression went vacant as she tried to conceal her ragged emotions. It didn't work. Her eyes and the way her mouth trembled betrayed her. "And?" Sarah, who'd waited up with Walter and had been drinking hot cocoa when they'd come in, instantly formed a bond with Aurora and had begun to earn her trust. She'd found out that besides having 2 kids and a sick mother, Aurora worked full-time at the local Walmart, taught Sunday school for her church, and her husband had died in a work-related accident a year past. She'd been seeing beasts for months, but, as Sarah had been experiencing, had been having dreams longer. The 2 dreamers compared their dreams as the 5 of them spoke in muted voices so as not to wake Uncle George, sleeping in the bedroom. When Aurora talked about her husband's accident the year before, Walter gave Cassandra a knowing glance. She didn't have to be a mind reader to guess what he was thinking. It wasn't an accident, but he kept that to himself. So did she. Aurora was freaked out enough. "The monsters are butchering townspeople," Aurora said to Cassandra, "taking them from their cars and homes to the woods and killing them. I've seen it. I want to stop it, but I don't know how. I'm afraid. The monsters have so much power." "The uglies," Cassandra amended, her eyes sliding towards Walter. "Or beasts. We call them different names, but they're all just demons." Aurora closed her eyes. "Demons. It's difficult to say that word. It brings it home. Demons mean Satan. Means evil. Means trouble," Johnny grunted in a low voice. "They take their victims to the woods." Cassandra again saw glittering ruby eyes burning behind night leaves, and a shiver cooled her skin. Snowball sidled up to her legs, and she scooped up the cat to cuddle in her arms. Its purring calmed her. Something to remind her of home. Something normal. As if life was more than catastrophes, death, and running. "The woods around the lake? It's where the monsters, demons, gather," Aurora continued. "It's not far from here. About 2 miles as the bird flies." She paused, putting a hand under her chin to prop it up. She closed her eyes for an instant, fighting her weariness. "I tried to tell people in the police what was going on, but they think I'm off my rocker. A malicious troublemaker or worse. I've gone on about it all so much I've become a suspect. I tell them people are being murdered, but they only see disappearances. People leave, people move. It's a transient society, they say. They don't want to see the problem, because then they'd have to find a solution, and they can't. The police haven't found any bodies. All my harassing has accomplished is now they're following me everywhere, and my neighbors fear I'm a very sick woman or a serial killer. I think someone followed me here tonight, hard to tell. Lately I always feel watched." "Believe me, I know the feeling," Cassandra nodded. "Things keep getting worse. Last week my church turned against me. You'd think that they, of all people, would believe me. Huh! Word of what I'd been saying, the way I've been behaving, got back to them. They've asked me to stop teaching the Sunday school classes because they no longer trust me around their kids. They want me to get help. I don't know how much more of this I can take. If I could move away from this accursed town, I would. But I can't leave my mom. She's too sick right now. And our home? Mom's house is paid for. She won't sell it.
It's her home. And on what I make at Walmart, with 2 kids, I can't afford to pay rent somewhere else. Besides, I have the awful feeling that the monsters are everywhere." "They are," Cassandra conceded. "And it's going to get much worse. The monsters grow stronger and bolder every day. Soon, they won't be all we have to worry about either." She and Walter shared with Aurora what they thought they were facing, what Father Manasseh and Walter's glimmering visitor had foretold about their destinies, and what they'd already been through and seen. Aurora rocked her head, her thin body quivering. "Oh, no. You're telling me what I didn't want to hear. I was afraid my dreams were true, but I didn't want to accept it. I've read about the end of days. I know the omens. These monsters I've been seeing are just the initial wave of the enemy's army. As a believer, I knew the battle for our souls in the world would come one day. The Antichrist would rule the world for a short time. The Messiah would return. I just didn't think the end of everything would happen in my time on earth. It's so hard to wrap my head around." "Phew! You say this gathering of demons in the woods is every week?" Cassandra had known the situation was escalating, but Aurora's news had been a punch in the face. "When?" "Saturday nights, usually. It began a month ago at the lake. That way." Aurora pointed out the kitchen window towards the west. "More monsters arrive daily. I came across them one night by accident. I saw them murder 2 people I knew in front of my eyes, tore them to pieces. It was the most horrific thing I've ever witnessed. Oh, God, I can't get it out of my mind." She softly pounded her hand against her head and moaned. "I couldn't stop it. I couldn't help them. I froze, couldn't do anything. Oh, how they screamed." Tears slid silently down the woman's cheeks. Sarah reached out and laid a hand on her shoulder. "There wasn't anything you could have done. Not then. Maybe now. Stop blaming yourself." Aurora lifted her eyes to them. "I'll tell you what I believe. The monsters are planning something big. I just know it. It sickens me to think about it." "Since it's after 3 a.m., Saturday is tonight," Walter said thoughtfully. "We should go to the lake, spy on them, and see if we can learn what they're up to." "Do we have to?" Johnny complained. "We have to. It's what we're supposed to do, even if it terrifies the hell out of us." "You're really going to help me?" The look of gratitude on Aurora's face was enough for Cassandra. They would go into the woods Saturday night. She just wished her stomach would stop churning. "We are," Cassandra decided for them. "As Walter said, that's what we're here for." "I need to be getting home." Aurora got up and put her hand on the door latch. "I hate leaving my mom and kids too long at night, what with the things I've seen." "You're concerned for their safety." Walter was a perceptive man. "Very. I can see those monsters. They don't like that, and I know I'm being followed. Easy to put 2 and 2 together. I'm not safe. My family's not safe." "I'll escort you to your car." Cassandra came to her feet as the cat jumped to the floor and scurried off to sit guard at the window in the kitchen. There was so much more she had to tell Aurora, but not that night. All in good time. They'd help her first, and then tell her everything, if they lived through it. Still grumbling to himself, Johnny got up too. "I'd better go along, seeing as we are so close to the demon encampment and all. 2 women alone need protecting." Cassandra threw him an amused look, as if Johnny could protect them. Huh! But for some reason, he wanted to come, and she wasn't about to turn down the company. "I'll stay here to watch over the others," Walter offered, though she pondered what he'd do if a horde of beasts attacked the bus. She'd have to ask him about that later. Could be he thought the crosses and the holy water would hold them at bay. She and Johnny walked Aurora to her car, arranged to meet her at the bar again the same time tomorrow night, then watched her drive away. A half hour later, Johnny and the others were in bed, but again
She couldn't sleep. She drifted outside for fresh air and to think, which was hard to do inside with Johnny snoring 3 feet away and Sarah and Walter whispering excitedly on the couch about their wedding. She took out a folding chair, propped it against the bus, and filled her eyes with a sky full of twinkling stars. The night had turned cold, so she wore a jacket and stuck her hands into her pockets. Winter was coming. She could smell it. It was October. Halloween wouldn't be far off, which somehow was fitting, though Cassandra had always loved Halloween with its jack-o'-lanterns and candy corn. She could eat a whole bag of this stuff with the chocolate tops at one sitting, piece after piece. She couldn't stop. But would the stores be able to decorate in orange and black crepe paper? Would the kids be able to dress up this Halloween and trick-or-treat? Would the world still be untouched enough to allow those innocent rituals? Cassandra didn't have the answers. Keeping a lookout for unwanted visitors, she felt secure with the others only a metal wall away, and her cross talisman around her neck. She never took it off. It'd protect her. What she didn't know was what was going to happen that night if they discovered an enclave of demons in the woods, preparing to go out on a killing spree, which, she had no doubt, was what they would be there for. "How will we stop them?" she asked the night. It said nothing. Father Manasseh had told her that her vocation was to fight, but she didn't know how to fight those creatures. Who would know? Perhaps there was an instruction manual he could give her. The easy-to-read and follow How to Kill Demons book. Ha ha! The notion made her chuckle. She shut her eyes as a chilly breeze stroked her face. When she opened them, there was a shadow hovering by a tree about 12 feet away. "Who's there?" She slowly stood up and inched towards the door. "Manasseh." Thank God. Her sigh was one of relief. "I've been praying you'd show up." It was one of the reasons she'd been sitting alone outside. "I have questions." "Ask them." "How do we kill them?" She launched into it without pussyfooting around. Manasseh actually laughed. Thinking about Walter's angel, she wondered if angels laughed. "You don't waste time." "There's not much to waste, is there?" "No." "So how do we kill the demons? If I'm to fight them, destroy them, how am I supposed to do that exactly?" "When the time comes, you'll know how." "Don't be so cryptic." "I'm not trying to be. I'm telling you only what you need to know now." Oh, well, she tried. "And Walter? Can I trust him?" "You can. He's what you are, a soldier, an ally. You'll need many for what is ahead." Cassandra rose and moved towards the figure in the dark. "So he isn't just here because he loves Sarah?" "Both. Sarah and the others have their parts to play as well. Love is strength. You'll need as much as you can get." "All right. Let's get back to what's important. I don't care what you say. You need to tell me how to fight these things. I might have to know here real soon. Like tonight." "That soon?" Again, she thought she saw a wan smile. "Yes, that soon." She told him about Aurora and the demons at the lake. After listening, he considered her request, solemnly nodded, and produced a sphere of soft light in his hands that reshaped itself into 3 swords with luminous blades. He laid them against the tree. The metal cooled and faded to dark silver. "Holy water and sacred relics will repel demons," he said. "Walter's blessed bullets will wound the lesser ones and their mounts, yet only these swords will kill the strongest of them." "There are weaker and stronger ones, and they have horses?" "The older the demon, the stronger it is. The ancient ones are very powerful. And yes, they have mounts. Hellish spawns that are nothing like your human mounts. Oh, goody." "And with these swords we can kill these things, right?"
These weapons will destroy them." Cassandra reached out and claimed one of the swords. It was so heavy she could barely lift it. Then it was as light as a feather. The blade was wickedly sharp and fashioned of a metal that didn't look like anything she'd ever seen. Its inner light shone like a rainbow as she waved it. The hilt, in the shape of a plain cross, was etched with a delicate lily pattern. It would kill the beasts, the monsters, the demons. It would protect her and those she loved. Cassandra wasn't much for weapons, but it was the most beautiful thing she'd ever seen. It felt right in her hands, as if she'd held it before. Something began to change inside her. Her fear dwindled. She felt stronger. Wow, a magic sword that gave her magical strength? It's easy to wield, but only by you and those like you, Cassandra. For others, for the beasts, it is too heavy to lift or use. It'll burn them like acid.
Oh, excellent. Custom-made weaponry with hidden bonuses. Father Manasseh smiled, and it occurred to her how handsome he was when he did.
It was made for you. He touched the second sword. This one is for Walter. His fingers slid across the hilt of the third sword. This one is for Aurora. He looked at her.
Aurora?
He nodded. And there will be others. That got her attention.
Swords or warriors?
Both.
How many more?
Many more. An army.
Oh.
She didn't know what else to ask. It was late, she was so tired. Perhaps the sword had put an enchantment on her. Now she could sleep. Her fingers caressed the cross at her neck. Cassandra, it's not merely that silver cross that shields you. It's God.
You mean I can't be wounded or die?
Cassandra felt a rush of hope that fled away at the priest's next words. God's warriors, as any mortals under the right circumstances, can perish.
What are the right circumstances?
When it's your time. They weren't invincible. Father Manasseh's form dimmed. He was going. Too soon.
Wait, you never told me how to actually kill them. Do I stick them with the sword in the heart, or cut their heads off, or...
Use the sword. It'll show you the way.
Wait, I have more questions, she begged. Why did Ellie have to die? Are we supposed to have a life besides helping protect the believers and killing these beasts? Will we always be on the run with no home? How much time is there before the rapture?
It was Ellie's time. Live your life as best you can while you have it. Keep moving. It's safer. And no one knows but God when the rapture will come. But it will be soon. Have faith, Cassandra. Congratulate Walter and Sarah on their wedding. Tell them God is pleased. And tell Walter I am the same being he saw in the stone church. My name is Manasseh. The words floated around her head and swirled away into the night with the angel.
So he was an angel. Doggone, she knew an angel.
With him gone, she picked up the other two swords and carefully carried them into the bus. Like hers, they became as light as hollow plastic when she held them. Walter was lounging in the RV's driver's seat, waiting for her. Everyone else was sleeping. I heard you talking with someone out there. I remember now. His name's Manasseh, right? Walter kept his voice low. He didn't want to wake anyone. Right? I tried peeking out the window, but only saw a bright light a few feet away from you. I couldn't see the angel, so I couldn't tell if he was the same one who'd appeared to me.
He was? Or that's what he told me? Whoa. I still can't believe he's an angel. I mean, I suspected he was, but...
She let out a deep breath.
Anyway, he gave us gifts to fight the beasts with tomorrow night.
She pushed the sword she held in her left hand towards him.
This one's yours, Walter? There's one for Aurora, too.
Walter's sword was similar to hers, except with a blue hilt and a different engraved design. Dragons. Aurora's sword, which she laid between the two seats, had a touch of pink mixed in among the carved roses on the handle. Walter crouched forward in his seat, took the dragon sword reverently from her hand, and gestured her to sit in the seat behind him. The night light's faint glow showed her the awe on his face as he cradled the weapon in his arms. Tell me what our angel had to say. She liked that. Our angel. And she did. He peered over his shoulder at her, a huge grin on his face. Oh, boy. So it begins. What I've been waiting all my life for. You've known that long? Pretty much. I can tell you now. An angel, perhaps the same one we are seeing, perhaps not, visited me in the hospital when I had pneumonia. I was about 6 or 7 years old. I nearly died. He told me I had to live so I could fight beside Christ one day. I thought it was a dream. Walter's smile became humble. I never told anyone I saw that angel, until now. So it begins, she repeated. Sarah didn't wait up with you? She laid her sword in her lap and watched Walter as he examined his, as if it was the most extraordinary thing he'd ever beheld. He kept touching it as if he couldn't believe it was real. She's sleeping. She wants to look pretty for the wedding tomorrow. The wedding tomorrow. The woods by the lake at the end of the night. I'm sorry that we'll have to deal with the demon situation on your wedding night, Walter. She couldn't believe she'd said that. She did sound like Buffy the Vampire Slayer. The strange thing was that she was beginning to accept her new life more each day, as if her old life was becoming the dream. Heaven help her. Don't be. Walter took the words out of her head. This is our life now. We do what we have to do when we have to do it. Sarah understands. She's behind us 100%. I'm so happy you two are getting married, though. She loves you. She's never been happier. We love each other, and love is a strong armor when you go into battle. It is. She didn't know about armor. She'd never been in a battle, and other than that skirmish with the beasts at the circus, she'd wager Walter had never been in one either. Poor them. They were raw recruits, untried and not completely sure of what they were supposed to do. Father Manasseh, the angel Manasseh, sent his congratulations on the wedding. Said God approved. She smiled, her eyes going to the windows. Everything appeared black out there with the moon hiding. Silent. Too silent. That's good to hear. Walter lifted up from the driver's seat, balancing the sword. Now we should put these weapons somewhere safe. Get some sleep. It's going to be a big day tomorrow. Yes, in so many ways. My uncle will be tickled when we say where the swords came from. Wait until I tell him. Cassandra carefully worked her way through the sleeping people to the pantry outside the bathroom and returned with 3 towels. She gave one to Walter, and they wrapped the swords and tucked them away in the tall cabinet in the hallway, the only place they'd fit. Walter went to bed, trying to be as silent as he could. Stepping gingerly around her brother, who somehow had slept like a hibernating bear through her and Walter's conversation, she folded the table up against the wall, quietly made her own bed, and within minutes slept. She forced herself not to brood about what might happen Saturday night in the woods. She trusted God knew what he was doing, because she sure didn't. The next morning, the sun was out and the birds were singing. A perfect day for a wedding. She wouldn't let herself think about anything else. They drove into town, split up to take care of their separate errands, staying in touch with their cell phones like a pack of giddy teenagers, and met at the church at 2:00. A Father Carlos, who they'd run into by chance in the church's garden, had consented to perform a wedding ceremony there. He had the time and didn't seem to mind the short notice. Walter and Sarah had applied for the marriage license in St. Louis before the house fire, and the necessary papers had been tucked away in Walter's truck. It came together so easily. Another little miracle. Sarah, with Cassandra's help, found a simple flowered dress in pale blue and wore her curly hair up off her neck. She made a lovely bride, all smiles and love-filled eyes. After the ceremony, they returned to the motorhome to cook a feast. There had been a bakery in town that in a few hours had whipped them up a 3-tier wedding cake, which they picked up after the ceremony. The townsfolk they dealt with, on hearing they were celebrating a wedding, had been so helpful and kind, though Cassandra had received strange vibes from some of them. They were on edge, unfocused, but they were all humans. She saw no beasts among them. Where were they? Johnny blew the money they'd earned from the bar the night before on thick steaks and all the fixings. Uncle George grilled them with baked potatoes beneath the outside canopy on a barbecue pit they'd found at a Goodwill store. Cassandra tossed the salads. It was a magnificent bridal supper. After they ate, Johnny and Cassandra brought out their guitars, and the 5 of them sang, laughed, and rejoiced until the evening. None of them let themselves worry about the coming night and what might happen. The celebration was an excuse not to think about it. "My wedding present to you two," her uncle professed to the happy couple after supper, "is the bedroom. It's yours for the next week. I'm only one person. I don't need a whole room. I know you wanted me to have it because Ellie died, but she's in heaven and I'm doing fine. Don't need to be alone. In fact, prefer not to be. I can sleep about anywhere, so I'll take the sofa bed." In the same generous spirit, Sarah and Walter thanked him by accepting his gift. At the end of it, they toasted glasses of champagne and waited for the night. It had been an exceptionally happy day. Cassandra stored the good memories in her heart. Some day she'd revisit them when she needed a little joy in her life. At 9:45, she and Johnny entered Jack's place. Sarah, Walter, and Uncle George tagged along to enjoy the performance. It didn't fool her. They were there to keep an eye on them. She hadn't wanted them to because the beasts were unpredictable. Her family hadn't listened, came along anyway to keep the celebration going. But there weren't any beasts in the crowd, just humans. So everyone had a good time. Walter accompanied Uncle George back to the bus around 11. Old people, her uncle reminded them, needed their sleep. Walter trusted that the holy water and crosses on the outside of the bus would protect the occupants. But to be sure, he showed him where the guns with the special bullets were hidden. "Call us if you have to," Walter told him before he left, "and we'll come running. Our numbers, remember, are on speed dial. First one is Cassandra's, second mine." Aurora showed up at 12 o'clock as arranged, dressed in jeans and a worn coat, with her dark hair pulled into a tight ponytail. She looked older, her face lined, and her eyes, if possible, more frightened than the night before. On their last break, she told them, "I'm ready to do what has to be done." Cassandra and Johnny completed their final set and sat down with Aurora, Walter, and Sarah as they waited for their share of the night's take from Jack. The bar was still crowded. People didn't want to go home. Their fame had spread. It was flattering. "I didn't see any beasts in the crowd tonight," Cassandra mentioned to Walter during a break in the noise. "Did you see any?" "Not a one." "They're in the woods," Aurora said. "Tonight's the gathering. The night people will die. I had a dream last night. I saw the monsters burning, torturing lots of people. I saw them setting fire to the town and wiping us all out." Sarah touched Aurora's arm. "One of your dream gifts is foresight." "I guess we're going to have to stop them," Cassandra murmured. "There must be a way. If they're scheming to set fires, then why don't we beat them to the punch? Set the woods on fire or something like that. Flush them out." "I'm not sure we can," Aurora said. "Things are changing. In my dream last night, there were these fiercer monsters coming up from hell to join their army. Some twice as tall as humans. They breathe fire and break a man's back with one swipe of their massive arms, devour flesh, show no mercy. With their thoughts, they force people to do horrible things. They ride these beasts that trample us with hooves, tear at us with sharp poison fangs. I saw them transform into anyone or anything they desired to be. Anything. How can we fight that?
Gasoline might come in handy, Walter tossed in. God's help. We've been given weapons, Aurora. Swords. They're in the motorhome. There's one for you. Aurora's laugh wasn't pretty.
A sword? To fight those monsters? I'm not sure bombs would be able to vanquish them.
Swords, Cassandra whispered, leaning forward in her chair.
Given to us by an angel. An angel?
Aurora's eyes widened.
You haven't met Manasseh yet? I imagine you will eventually. I might have already. Oh my God. So I'm not the only one who's seen the beings of light? I thought they might be angels, but wasn't sure. Oh my.
The woman laughed uneasily, looking around at them dumbstruck.
Saying evil monsters and now angels? Jeez, we're all nutso. Mass hypnosis, ever heard of that? Some mental illnesses make you hear and see things that aren't really there. Maybe we all have the same one.
Don't we wish? Cassandra rubbed her face with cold fingers.
It'd be easier if we were. We wouldn't have to fight anything tonight.
She wanted to tell her what Manasseh had said the night before, but they were interrupted by Ginny sashaying over to their table. She had an envelope of money in one hand and presented it to Johnny as if he'd won first prize at some talent contest.
Here's you kids' money for the night. That's even better than last night. Word is getting round about you two. Jack's doing cartwheels.
Cassandra glanced over at Jack. He was frowning slightly, phone in hand, but he wasn't doing cartwheels.
Can you two play tomorrow night?
Ginny asked. Before Cassandra could respond, Johnny said okay. She wasn't sure where they'd be after tonight, but she let it go. It wasn't as if they had a signed contract. If they didn't show up, Ginny and Jack would be disappointed, but they'd get over it. Ginny turned to Aurora.
Hey, is your name Audrey or Aurora or something like that?
Aurora?
Then there's some crazy woman on the phone for you?
Ginny canted her head towards the bar, where Jack was waving a telephone at them.
Says someone's stolen the children. You better get home pronto.
She left them to do something on the other side of the room. Aurora ran to snatch the phone from Jack's hand. She screamed into the receiver for a minute or two, dropped it, then stumbled back to the table.
The monsters have taken my babies,
she shrieked.
I have to get them back. I've seen what they do to humans. I know where I have to go.
She whirled around to leave, but Walter captured her arm. Aurora nearly fell to her knees at the jolt.
Let me go. I've got to find them, save them. You don't understand. They'll kill them.
Wait, we're going with you. Walter came to his feet. We'll help, but we need to get our weapons from the bus first, so follow us. The dread crept around Cassandra's heart before the anger came. The demons had stolen Aurora's children. It was a trap. Heartsick, she was reminded of the other dead children in her life who already haunted her. If Aurora's kids were still alive, they had to save them. She didn't want the woman to suffer as she had, and she didn't need any more dead children on her conscience.
We'll find them, I promise,
Cassandra swore, right before the other woman broke down in sobs, and Sarah took her into her arms to comfort her. Then, as they all fled the bar, Cassandra prayed she could keep that promise. Chapter 22. Cassandra and Raynor. Cassandra and the others followed as Walter ushered Aurora out of the bar towards the bus. Aurora didn't want to go. She only wanted to run willy-nilly for the woods and save her children. Aurora was strong, but Walter was stronger. He got her to the motorhome. You won't have a chance without us, and we won't have a chance without weapons, and they're in here.
Those creatures don't cotton much to negotiating. They retrieved the swords. Walter offered Johnny the loaded rifle. We were told this could do some damage. It might not kill the strongest of the demons, but it'll wound them. It's some protection anyway, John. Yeah, some protection. These holy bullets better work. Sarah wanted to come along to help, but Walter asked her to stay with Uncle George in the bus. We can't leave the old man by himself. In case we don't come back, wasn't spoken out loud. Sarah agreed to stay. Walter had unhooked the truck from the rear of the RV the first night, outside Jack's, so they could use it that day to go into town. They loaded into it. Aurora gave them directions to the lake. As they were driving to where she was guiding them, Cassandra had the strangest sensation. The narrow country roads were inky, and a spiderweb of mists wreathed the trees. A partial moon above hid its light for minutes at a time as clouds swept across it. One moment the world was moonlit, and the next it was plunged into darkness. It was a strobe light effect that made Cassandra dizzy, but not half as dizzy as the reason they were going into the woods. They were going to walk into a demon's lair and rescue kidnapped children. God, what were they thinking? They should be hightailing it the other way. Sitting beside Walter, with Johnny and Aurora in the cramped rear seat, holding a sword in her lap, Cassandra felt the urge to laugh. The situation was that ludicrous. Who did she think she was? A superhero or something? And heck, comic book heroes weren't real anyway. Her brother's face was frozen, his lips tight. It must be worse for him. She'd been seeing and hearing weird things for years, had known something was changing drastically in the world. She'd accepted she was different. She'd had some time to adjust. Johnny must feel like an ordinary person in a world going mad. Looking over at Walter and Aurora, she saw two others who could see what she could see. They weren't ordinary either, but they were scared. Well, in any case, she wasn't alone anymore. How were they supposed to fight fiends from hell with swords? Magical or not, she'd never used a sword before. Never shot a gun or tried to kill anything either. She wasn't a warrior. She was just a girl who saw strange things. Didn't mean she had to battle them, right? What was she doing? Wasn't it about time to run away? No, they couldn't do that. Oh, she could tell Walter to turn around, say she was sorry to Aurora. There'd been a mistake. They weren't heroes. She could jump out of the car. To keep herself from doing that, she reran the earlier, happier events of the evening over and over in her mind. After supper, they'd eaten cake. Then she and Walter had tried out the weapons behind the bus. It had been comical. All she knew of fighting with swords was what she'd seen on television or in the movies. Hercules, Buffy, sword and dragon movies. Thrusting, parrying, and attacking looked much easier when someone else was doing it on a 32-inch screen. She was horrible at it and kept dropping the sword. She'd swing and, oops, the weapon would slip from her hands and fly away. Walter hadn't been much better, though he'd known a swordsman from the circus who taught him a couple of tricks over the years. He showed them to Cassandra. They'd clomped around with the swords, pretending to be attacking enemies. It felt more like play than a deadly lesson. She found herself giggling until Walter stopped her with a grim smirk. "Pay attention. This could save your life tonight." And oh, she really tried. But none of it felt real. She couldn't stop giggling. Afterwards, when it was time for her and Johnny to get ready to sing at the bar, Walter confirmed, "Boy, we do need lessons." "You're telling me we're pitiful." "Sure Manasseh didn't leave a how-to pamphlet or something?" "Sorry, no. Possibly we'll get better with time and practice." "We ain't got that much time. We can only hope that Manasseh, God, or someone, will supernaturally bestow expertise on us in sword fighting when we need it most." We can only hope. As they drove through the woods, the ambience somehow rekindled a long-buried memory of a Halloween, years past, when her family had been alive. Something about the feel of the spooky woods, the pungent smells of the late fall night, even without the rain, had brought it back to her. That Halloween night, she and Elizabeth, Ben, Ellen, and Johnny had been out trick-or-treating. Jason had been at a friend's party. Aaron, homesick with stomach flu, hadn't been able to eat their mother's Halloween chili and had been heartbroken she couldn't go out to beg for candy, though Cassandra had offered to share hers. Cassandra had been 8 years old. Elizabeth, at 16, had come along to look after Ben, 15, and the 2 little ones, Ellen and Johnny, who'd been 7 and 6. Johnny, dressed as a ghost, kept bumping into buildings and trees because he was clumsy, and their mom hadn't made the eye holes big enough. God, she loved Halloween as a child, being scared by witches, ghosts and goblins, unexplained occurrences in the night. How ironic that someday her life would consist of just those entities. Except now that they were real, it wasn't half as fun. It had been a typical Halloween, one of those drizzly, chilly evenings that got worse as the night wore on. However, that hadn't stopped the Greystone children from going out. In their family, sweets were not easy to come by. Money, rare as it sometimes was, went for clothes, food, and bills, usually not something as frivolous as candy. So on a night where they could go up to any lighted doorway, knock, and for a song or a little dance, collect a chocolate bar or a caramel popcorn ball, nothing but major illness or broken limbs would keep them at home. Not dark, cold, or rain, or invisible beasties in the woods. That's when she and Johnny first discovered they could get attention by singing together. From their mother, they'd learned 2 songs, and every time a door opened, they'd sing, get praise and goodies, and 2 entertainers were born. It worked for them. It still did. Cassandra remembered that particular night well because it had been the last Halloween for them. And it had been the first time she'd sensed something prowling in the night woods. By the middle of the evening, when the heaviest rain began to fall, their candy bags full, they were on their way home, taking a shortcut through the woods behind their house. Johnny had fallen over something, a limb or a rock on the ground. His bag of candy split open. As he wailed in imagined pain and the other children scrambled to pick up his spilled booty, the wind and rain turned wild. Eerie sounds of rustling leaves and bodiless whispering rose all around them. Cassandra, the child, focused her eyes on the woods and had seen fiery eyes glaring back at her. She thought it was forest animals, yet the overwhelming feeling of panic they'd created in her hadn't been normal. Her heart had raced and her skin crawled. She'd hurried her brothers and sisters home, petrified that whatever was following would catch up to them. As it turned out, a year later, it had. This journey through the woods retrieved memories of that long-ago night more than the night out in the forest at the music festival. Only now, she knew what was in the woods, and it wasn't night animals. It was demons. Even back then, it was demons. They'd been stalking her and her family. Why? A shudder rippled up her spine. Don't think about it now. Is your mother okay? Walter was asking Aurora.
Says she is. It's hard to tell with Mom. She heard windows breaking in the girls' room and them crying, but by the time she got out of bed into her wheelchair, down the hall and into their room, they were gone. She's never going to forgive herself.
Aurora's face was pressed against the window, her fingers flattened against the glass, her eyes intent on the night woods around them. Whimpering, low in her throat, she sounded like a wounded animal.
My babies. My poor babies.
Can't you drive any faster?" "How old are your girls?" Walter asked, in an apparent attempt to steer Aurora's fears off the abductions by trying to make normal conversation. It didn't work.
"Mary's 12. Ruth's 8.
Despair filled her words. Her lips quivered with it. Her body was rigid.
They must be so scared. I can't believe this is happening. Oh, God, protect them."
She clasped her hands together in prayer. Her body rocked back and forth. Aurora wept, and Johnny, sitting beside her, soothed her as best he could. "Shh, shh," he murmured softly, stroking her shoulder, patting her back. "There now. It'll be okay. Pat, pat." It didn't take long to get where they were going. They saw the bonfires and heard the blood-curdling yells of the beasts long before they arrived. The woods were swarming with demons. "There's got to be hundreds," Walter rasped in a soft voice. Not that any demon could hear them, with the god-awful racket being made. The moon slipped from behind a cloud and whitened the landscape. It helped Walter maneuver the truck, without headlights, into the trees as far as he could go. He parked it. With wide eyes and open mouth, Cassandra stared at the chaos through the windshield. The demons hadn't spotted them yet. They were too busy boogieing and clumping around the fires and doing whatever else they were doing. She didn't want to know. Up to no good, for sure.
"What are they doing?"
Aurora squinted her eyes, trying to make it out. "I don't know. It looks like they're huddled around something." Walter was holding his hands over his ears, grimacing. "Damn. Their god-awful screeching is so loud it's breaking my eardrums. I wish they'd shut up." In a disbelieving voice, he blurted out, "I see them so clearly tonight, clearer than I ever had before. Man, are they ugly." "I don't see anything," Johnny snapped. "Don't hear nothing, neither." "But you see the fires?" Walter shifted in his seat, leaning up against the steering wheel. "Yeah, I see the fires, but I don't see anyone, or anything ugly dancing around them. Don't hear any ear-splitting noises, neither. What are you guys talking about?" "The demons must cloak themselves, even when they don't think humans are watching," Cassandra said. "Could be second nature, or they're just cautious tonight. But there are demons out there prancing around the fires, Johnny. You can't see or hear them, but they're there, believe us." "As I said, I don't see them now, so how do I fight them? Tonight, unless you absolutely have to, you don't. You remain in the truck," Walter decreed. "Come up front here and hunker down under the steering wheel and keep the rifle close. Be ready to drive us off if we need a speedy getaway when we come hightailing it back with the girls. I'll leave the keys in the ignition. Escape plans are as important as the fighting. We'll be in a hurry, so we'll be counting on you." "I can do that." There was relief in her brother's voice. Cassandra wished they'd made him stay with Sarah and her uncle, but it was too late now. She hadn't thought about him not being able to see what Aurora, Walter, and she could. He was right. He couldn't fight what he couldn't see. Uncle George believes that after the rapture, everyone will be able to see the demons. Johnny talked when he was scared. That'll be fun. Walter's eyes looked towards the fires. "So we've been told." He said Ellie told him. "Then everyone can be scared witless?" "When she was alive, you mean?" Cassandra asked. "No, last night." Johnny said it so matter-of-factly that it made Cassandra turn and stare at him in the dark. There was a sudden lull in the outside commotion. "Ellie's dead. George says she appeared to him, and she's going to help us. He was real happy about it, seeing her again, that is. I was going to tell you about it, but with all this I forgot." Oh, more trouble. Now ghosts were appearing to normal people. If the Ellie her uncle was seeing was really a ghost, she could have been one of the enemy pretending to be Ellie. The noises at the fires were still hushed. Not a good sign. Then
A scream ripped through the air, a human scream. Walter and Aurora climbed from the truck, their swords in their hands, and Cassandra was right behind them. She ran around the truck to join them. Johnny had climbed over the seat to the front and was leaning out the window. Cassandra's legs trembled as she fought to remain standing. She didn't have time to react or say anything because Aurora, tired of waiting, raced ahead through the trees towards the bonfires, dragging her sword behind her, searching for her children. "Gotta go," Cassandra gasped at her brother. "Hold down the fort, we'll be back." She and Walter had to sprint to catch up with the woman. Cassandra grabbed Aurora's arm. "Slow down, be quieter. We don't want them to know we're here until we find out where the girls are." Coming around in front of the frantic woman, Walter whispered, "She's right. We have to be careful. Go in with a plan." Aurora didn't listen. She shrugged off Cassandra's hand and Walter's warning and forged ahead. Cassandra gave her credit for courage, but then it was her children in peril. The moon slid from behind its cloud cover and lit up the night, again bright enough to see by. And Cassandra saw the girl, tiny, crying, most likely the younger one, Ruth. She was kneeling before the fire, hands together as if praying, and demons were throwing rocks and sticks at her, laughing. Cassandra winced. Their laughter, squeals, grunts, and guttural barks, as they tormented the child, filled Cassandra with such despair she fought to keep from giving into it and struggled to keep from fleeing from it. It tainted the night and was sickening to hear. Where was the other girl? The demons, huddled around the human child, were different heights and hues with spiny legs, fat, barreled chests, and oversized heads. Some were as tall as 8 feet, and some as short as 4. Some had shiny, skeletal, ebony wings. Some had none. Some had extra appendages, half of which she couldn't see the reason for. But they were all hideous of limb and features. She could smell them from there, too, a musty, dead odor, akin to rotting meat. Cassandra, as Walter, could see them clearer than she ever had before. It was as if the veil had lifted wholly from her eyes. There was nothing human now about their appearance. They were hurting the child, and she hated them more than she'd ever hated anyone or anything. Deeper in the mist, she saw other creatures on all fours who vaguely resembled monstrous and misshapen horses, lions or elephants. The demon mounts Manasseh had spoken of. Could any of them breathe fire or spit acid as Walter said they could? She guessed she'd find out. Some demons were giving orders, and others were obeying. Obviously, there was a hierarchy among them, and that was startling in itself. They were organized. Aurora, Walter, and she were running now as swiftly as they could, slapping limbs and leaves aside in their rush. They no longer cared if the demons heard them. There was a wrenching and sinking in her stomach. They weren't going to make it in time. One of the larger fiends, dull ebony in color, approached the child. In its claws was a stone that must have weighed hundreds of pounds. It lifted it above the child's head, and no! There wasn't time for strategy. No time for fear. Cassandra and Walter rushed behind Aurora into the horde of demons crowding in around the girl, their swords swinging. Nothing was more important than saving that child. Nothing. Cassandra prayed she knew what she was doing. Her weapon began to glimmer with light. A lightning bolt snaked from the tip of its blade and sliced into first the ebony demon, and then arced around to his nearby cronies. The beasts were sliced into pieces, incinerated, or blown into tiny bits. The rock fell harmlessly to the ground, a foot away from the child. She'd been wrong. Swords did have power. She peeked over her shoulder as Walter waded in behind her, swinging his weapon as she had done. She felt as if she were in one of her dreams, moving in slow motion, wondering if it was real or not. The swords caught fire, and soon she and the other two humans were slaying the enemy as if it were the most natural thing they'd ever done, as if they'd been born to it. Exhilarating and terrifying all at the same time. It wasn't easy. There were only 3 of them against hundreds of the beasts. One slithered through its comrades and knocked Aurora to the ground when she attempted to gather her daughter into her arms. It scratched her across her face before Walter sliced its head clean off. The head flew by Cassandra close enough she could see its ugly sneer. It had 4 eyes. Ugh! Demons encircled her, with more shoving in behind as she stood guard above Aurora and the child. Another lightning bolt streaked from the foggy skies, ran along her sword's blade, and exploded into the demons' midst, frying them into smoking cinders. The demons around them began a mass exodus. Cassandra was astounded with the victory. The creatures couldn't fight the force of the swords, and they scattered, fled, crawled, scuttled, rode, or flew away. The ones who continued to fight were exterminated. Soon there was no one left in the woods around the bonfire but the 3 adults and the little girl, who was bruised and covered with cuts, crying but alive.
Monsters tried to eat me, but I said a prayer to God to protect me like you taught me, Mama, and he did. Mary didn't pray. I told her to. I told her to.
The girl kept saying over and over in between sobs to her mother.
But she was too scared.
The girl sees the demons too? A future soldier? Aurora, kneeling next to her child, sword on the ground by her feet, held her daughter tightly.
"Where's Mary?"
she demanded.
"The monsters killed her. Oh, Mama, so much blood. Mary screaming. I tried to help, but I couldn't. They ate her."
Saying the words pushed the girl past some invisible line after what she'd seen, and traumatized, she collapsed in her mother's embrace, nearly catatonic. Aurora cried out in anguish, cradling her child and weeping for the one she'd lost. Cassandra's heart grieved for the girl and for the dead one. She grieved for Aurora. How many more mothers would lose their children, daughters lose their mothers, or fathers, brothers, and sisters? People lose their friends, fathers lose their families in these demon wars. Millions more. Billions. This was only the beginning. Walter bent down, swept Ruth into his arms. "Let's get out of here before they return with reinforcements." He led the way, crashing through brambles and tree branches. Cassandra yanked Aurora to her feet. She had to help her along. The woman was trying to be brave, but was keening for her lost child. They were still in danger, and they all knew it. By the time they reached the truck, there was a shrieking wall behind them, growing rapidly louder. Reinforcements had arrived. Cassandra thought of running away. She didn't want to fight any more that night. Bone-weary and covered in gore, she ached to rest, hide away, and forget about cutting demons into pieces. She needed time to process everything that had happened to them. What she'd just had to do wasn't normal. The fighting lived in her head and tortured her. Yet, hearing the bloodthirsty army galloping up behind them, she couldn't speed up, run away, or hide. None of them could. In a vision, Aurora had seen the town in flames and people dead. They were there to fight, and fight they must until the fiends in the woods were destroyed. If the creatures behind them were vanquished, the town would be safe. "We'll take the girl back to the truck," she shouted at Walter and Aurora. "And then we'll have to return and keep fighting. We must hurry." "Where do we leave the truck?" Aurora yelled back. "I can't see it." "That way." Cassandra pointed to the flashing lights through the silhouetted trees. Johnny had known they'd needed a lifeline, and was flashing the headlights and beeping the horn. They made it to the vehicle, but no further. The horde caught up with them as Johnny shoved open the door from the inside. Walter dropped the child into the front seat with Johnny, who shut the door, scrunched down in the front with the girl, before a ball of fire hit the windshield. It bounced off, doing minimal damage. The truck, doused earlier with holy water and painted with white crosses by Uncle George, didn't explode or catch fire. But the child wailed within and threw herself against the inside door as if she'd lost what was left of her wits. "Don't let them get me!" she screamed. "Don't let the monsters get me!" She was going to hurt herself, but Johnny seemed to be doing his best to calm her. Cassandra spun around to fend off her demonic foes. She looked over once and saw Aurora fighting with all the self-righteous rage of a mother, defending and avenging her young. Walter, she knew, was fighting for his life and for those he loved, his new wife, his friends, humanity. There were more beasts than before, stronger ones, their faces screwed up into a hellish fury. Their lips bared back, showing gore-spattered fangs. Cassandra felt the call of their minds on hers, a steady, persistent pull, but somehow resisted their subconscious commands. During the skirmish, she'd turn and catch ephemeral glimpses of tall, pale shadows with wings and swords, beside her and her friends, fighting the demons. Angels? Aurora, like Cassandra, was no swordswoman. She clumsily swung the weapon this way and that. But there were so many adversaries coming at them, the blade always hit something. The sword did the rest. One touch, and the demons retreated or burst into flames. Cassandra and the others were crammed against the truck. Fireballs and claws that came their way sometimes made contact, scorching or ripping skin. It never left Cassandra's mind as she fought that she could be wounded, could die, that she wasn't immortal. The fight went on for what felt like forever. The hissing and cursing of the demons, the stench of burning flesh, was a nightmare she couldn't wake from. Demons' blood was blackish with the consistency of tar. She hated the way it clung to her blade and crept down to make her hands sticky. Hated the way her arm and back ached from swinging the sword. The weapon that had once felt so light now weighed a ton. All the countless warriors who'd fought, were wounded, and perished over the centuries were now her brothers and sisters in arms, and the connection made her at once proud and sad. She wondered how many of them had fought demons. This was to be her life from now on. Not music, not love and family, but hiding, warfare, and butchering. Fear, loss, the demons and the killing never seemed to stop. When out of sheer exhaustion, she didn't think she could lift her weapon one more time or dispatch one more beast, her sword glowed brighter than before. Lightning crackled down from heaven around their heads in a fiery lasso and sent out hundreds of tiny threads that found targets. The results were a huge circle of dead demon corpses that vaporized into ash when they hit the ground. The demons that hadn't burst into torches turned, barbed tails between their legs, wings singed, and screeching like banshees vanished into the smoky air. Finally, the night woods were silent. The bonfires had dwindled to embers. Cassandra had no idea how much time had passed. An hour? A week? Eternity? Her wristwatch showed it had only been 60 minutes or so. "We did it!" Walter raised, shook his fist, a triumphant grin on his bleeding, sweaty face. "We did," Cassandra echoed, digging the tip of her sword down into the ground. Slashes and burns covered their bodies. Their clothes were in tatters. They hadn't come out of the fray unscathed, but they'd come out alive. Her eyes swept the woods, hunting for more of the beasts. She saw none. Well, at least now she knew why she was denied that ordinary life in a white frame house, with a husband and a couple of kids she'd so longed for. Why she'd been so restless for so many years. It was her destiny to do this, to fight evil, full-time, forever. Oh, great. Drenched in blood, her body throbbed with pain, yet she still somehow felt cleansed and complete, as if all that had come before had been a rehearsal and her real life had finally begun. Sighing, she knew it wouldn't be an easy one. "You think we got rid of enough of them so the town is out of danger?" She posed to Walter. "I hope so. I lost count of how many we killed. A lot. I'm so tired I can hardly see straight." He exhaled unevenly, crumpling against the hood of his truck. "If there are no more demons to deal with, let's get back to the bus. I have a new bride waiting, and she's probably worried sick over what's become of us." Now that you mention it, I do recall some sort of wedding or something," she replied with a fragile smile, using her sword to prop herself up. "You should call her on your cell soon as we get going, so she doesn't worry any more than she has already." "Good idea. I keep forgetting we have them. I never had a use for one before. It's neat how useful they are. As my new wife said, it's time to move into the 21st century. Wiping her filthy hands on her blue jeans, Cassandra straightened up. "I think we just did." She watched Aurora get into the truck and wrap her arms protectively around her surviving child, still weeping over her older daughter's death. Johnny raised his head from the seat. Her eyes met his as she got in the back of the truck, keeping her weapon close, before he stared out the windshield into the empty, smoking woods. "Wow," he groaned. "I didn't recognize you out there, Cassie. Wielding that sword like a pro at things I couldn't see. You were impressive, all right. All three of you were. It was like watching one of those war flicks in 4 dimensions, only closer. Except you guys were battling thin air. It was beyond creepy. Wish I could have seen them. Wish I could have seen them die. Wish I could have seen something." Was it only her who caught the doubt in his voice? To him, it must have looked as if all of them were insane, waving swords around in the air, yelling and stomping around. No one else there. What must he really think of everything? She was afraid to ask. "Nah, you don't. It was a mess. See that smoking grass there? There? And there?" Johnny grunted, looking where she pointed. "That's where some of them died. No hacked-up bloodied corpses, though. They disintegrate soon as you kill them." "Convenient," her brother snorted. "Kill them and the invisible demons disappear. No evidence left behind, so no one in the whole world would believe you three just slew an army." "Unfortunately, no one would, brother. Yet, believe me, one day you'll see them and wish you couldn't again. Seeing them messes with your mind." She dropped her shoulders. She was so tired. "Let's go home. I don't know about you guys, but I need a shower and clean clothes. I can't stand this demon stink on me another second." Walter joined her and the others in the truck. Aurora and her little girl moved to the back seat, and Johnny stayed up front with Walter. Cassandra wanted to comfort Aurora because, with the fighting over, Mary's death would hit her harder than ever. It must be terrible to lose a child. Cassandra thought about her own mother. It had been a mercy she hadn't survived the fire. Having all but 2 of her children die in it would have shattered her heart, for sure. A soaking rain began to fall, quenching the last of his brethren's fires. The wind rose, howling, as if it were spreading the news of their defeat. There were no demons left, except the one who skulked behind the tree line, 20 yards away from the truck. Raynor had been tailing Cassandra and her friends since the house fire, watching them, keeping out of sight. At Ellie's burial, he'd taken on the pretense of an old man, but had hid from Cassandra behind the parked cars when she'd looked his way, or she would have seen him. He'd never been able to figure out humans' peculiar death rituals. They carried on, lamented, as if death was something unusual, when thousands of humans died all over the planet every hour. Their dying meant nothing. Mortals put on a big show, put dead bodies in boxes and stuck them into the ground. Did they think they'd grow? He'd never understood any of it, probably never would. Why did they grieve so over what could never be changed? Dead was dead. Tonight, he'd viewed the battle from a distance, remaining hidden. He'd been stunned at Cassandra's growing powers, those swords, and now there were 2 more humans like her, which astounded him. Bryn Mawr had spoken true. They were soldiers of their god, and they did have special powers, great powers. He couldn't believe she and her friends had defeated a small army of his kind. Humans and demons were forming the battle line. All-out war was a certainty. He'd seen too much to deny it. Again, Bryn Mawr was right. The end of the world was coming. Yet the humans kept surprising him with their resourcefulness and their emerging abilities. Now he could no longer deny that knowing Cassandra had changed him. He'd seen the gatherings of his brethren, their loathing of humanity, their conviction, and the strength of their numbers. So why was he ambivalent about his part in the uprising? He didn't know. He'd no soft spot for his species, but mortals were supposed to be his sworn enemies. His next meal, he was supposed to despise them. That he didn't anymore confused him. Was he going mad? Was he contaminated, but didn't know it? He was a demon, and according to Bryn Mawr, their master was Satan. They must obey him, yet he didn't remember Satan, and didn't feel any loyalty to him or his army. So what was wrong with him? Stranger still, for the first time in centuries, he wanted to live, and to do that in the coming war. He'd better be on the victor's side. After what he'd seen tonight, he was beginning to doubt that his breed could win as easily as they believed they could. Those swords, those lightning bolts, the power of Cassandra and her friends. They'd easily cut down the ancient ones, as if they'd been nothing stronger than gremlins. He'd seen that for himself. God's soldiers were more powerful. Wouldn't Bryn Mawr like to know that? Well, he wouldn't be the demon to let that imp out of the bag, wasn't going to tattle anything to any of them. He didn't much care for his old buddy anymore. Not just because Bryn Mawr firebombed Cassandra's house, which sent her and her allies running, but also because he didn't like what Bryn Mawr and his groupies were scheming. They wanted to destroy all the humans. How foolish. What would they feed on, and what would they live for? Bryn Mawr and the others wanted to obliterate the earth. Ridiculous. Where would he and the other demons live? There were other reasons he didn't want to fight mortals. After everything he'd seen in recent months, he was beginning to believe there might actually be such things as souls, a heaven, and an all-powerful supreme being leading the other side. A real God. one who could smite down the mightiest of his demon comrades, and possibly overcome the demon king that called himself Satan. Good. Then he'd never have to return to that depressing, dark city of his nightmares. Shaking his head, more at a loss than ever over what to do, he slithered into the night. He didn't want Cassandra to see him and point her sword at him. No, no, that wouldn't do at all. It might turn him into a pile of cinders, as strong as he was. Life was getting far too fascinating for him to end up like that. He wanted to see what happened after this in the world. Like appealing characters in a storybook, he wanted to see what happened next to Cassandra and her band of comrades. Chapter 23. Walter. "Let's go home," Cassandra said. "Yeah, let's go home." Walter had taken Johnny's place behind the wheel and started the truck. The forest around them was seared and stunk of demon extermination, but the rain had come. It was putting out what fires still smoldered in the woods, covering the burn marks of battle. Walter's stomach was queasy. He desired nothing other than to get away from the stench and the recent horrors. Go home to Sarah, who'd make him feel better with her smile and her caresses. The events of the night already were unreal to him, as if he'd watched some spooky movie. Now it was over. Except his arms were sore and his cuts stung. He was drained, sweaty, and hungry. Fingers shaking, he could barely dial his cell phone. The terror of what he'd been through and had witnessed had caught up with him. Seeing his distress, Cassandra took the phone from his hand, keyed in the telephone number, and gave it back. He had trouble making his voice work as he spoke to his wife. "We're okay, honey. Safe. We're coming home." Through the rainy night, they retraced their route down the dark country roads to the motorhome, and, as conquering heroes, received a warm welcome. With her red eyes and puffy face, it was easy to see Sarah had been crying, but she was smiling now as she held him close to her. As they cleaned up and doctored their wounds, Johnny caught George and Sarah up on what had transpired in the woods, and, in a gentler voice, about the death of Aurora's other child. George had them kneel in the living room to say prayers that Mary was at peace in heaven. "She's our first martyr for Jesus, but she won't be the last," George told them. "Now let's thank God for protecting and giving you the victory over evil in your first battle." "I want to take Ruth home," Aurora said after the prayers. "My mom must be half crazy with worry. I don't know how I'm going to tell her about Mary." "Call her," Cassandra offered Aurora her cell phone. "Let her know you're unhurt and on your way. You don't have to say anything about Mary until you get home." "Thank you, but no. She'll know something terrible is wrong the minute she hears my voice. She knows me too well. I can't tell her what's happened over the phone. I'll wait until I get home to do it. It'll break her heart. Oh, my God. Mary's gone." Her head was in her hands, and she cried. When she could speak again, she looked outside. "As much as I want to leave now, it'd be best if I wait to go home until dawn. Is it okay if I stay here a while longer? Sunrise isn't far off. The monsters don't like sunlight much." There was faint light through the window's glass. "It's all right," Cassandra reassured her. "Of course you can stay with us until dawn. You're in no condition right now to drive home anyway. Rest a while, and take some time to calm yourself. How about a cup of hot tea?" Aurora was sobbing again, inconsolable. "Oh, Mary, I let you down. I didn't save you. Oh, my God, how could I have let that happen to her?" Johnny put his arms around her and Ruth and regarded his sister with misery in his face. "It's not your fault, Aurora," Cassandra said. You wanted to save her, but it was too late. You couldn't. But you saved Ruth. She's alive because of you. Don't forget that. And Mary's with God, a little early, but she's out of harm's way forever. She won't be afraid again, or have to suffer. She's at peace. Never forget that. I'm trying. It doesn't help. I loved her. We loved her, and we'll miss her. She was only 12 years old, Cassandra. She was my child. There's not even a body I can decently bury. They ate her. Without one, there won't be a grave, or a headstone in a graveyard where I could go mourn her. We can have a memorial service here for her whenever you want, Cassandra offered. You don't need a grave site to mourn, because you can grieve for her anywhere. She'll live in heaven, and in your heart always, which won't be long, if the end comes as soon as we suspect it will. You will be with Mary soon enough. They let Aurora talk about Mary until dawn brightened the dark. She needed to vent her sorrow, needed time to accept what had happened. The least they could do was give it to her and listen. Walter could almost feel the woman's anguish. In the short time he'd known her, like Cassandra, he'd formed a special bond with her, for in many ways they were alike. They saw the same apparitions, shared the same destiny. The atrocities of the night had been too much for Ruth. She'd fallen into a coma-like sleep, and nothing could rouse her. Maybe I should take her to a doctor, Aurora fretted. No, let her rest. She just might need sleep, was Walter's sincere diagnosis. If you take her to a doctor, they're going to ask questions. How will you answer them? You're right. If Ruth tells them what really happened, they won't believe her. They might want to keep her for observation. Say she's crazy. No, I can't allow that, Aurora sighed. She tucked a blanket around the sleeping girl in the corner of the sofa. She hadn't let her out of her sight for even a moment since they'd come back. What do I do now? Aurora wanted to know when her tears and words had run out. She looked 20 years older than she had when she'd come into Jack's place earlier that night. Her daughter's death and what she'd seen and done in the woods had aged her even more. I can't just go back to Walmart tomorrow morning, in 3 hours actually, and act as if nothing's changed. The world hasn't collapsed yet, hasn't stopped being what it is, and I still have bills to pay, groceries to buy. I still have one child and a sick mother to take care of. But Mary's dead. My child's dead. She's gone and there's no body. People will notice sooner or later she's gone. They'll want to know what happened to her. I should call the police. But what do I tell them? That demons from hell ran off with my 2 kids, murdered one of them? But that's okay because I'm one of God's soldiers, and I spent last night killing the damn monsters that did it. And hey, just wait, that's nothing. It's going to get a lot worse. The end is coming. Then all hell will really break loose. There'll be rioting, slaughtering in the streets in the world. As we know it, we'll be gone forever. I tell them that. They'll put me in a padded cell right next to Ruth. At least we'll be together. Then she thought of something else. Oh, my God. What do I tell people about Mary not being here anymore? Fresh tears gathered in the corner of Aurora's eyes and flowed down her cheeks. What do I do now? She asked urgently. Cassandra was gentle with her, seeing how much she was hurting. You could tell people she's away, visiting for a time at an aunt's house somewhere. In a little while, no one's going to think anything is too strange. Things are going to change here real soon, and no one will care. That'll explain Mary's disappearance, but won't help me. In a few hours, I have to resume my life and act normal. That's impossible now. Lingering tears tracked down Aurora's face. You could come with us, Walter suggested, and got nods from everyone. We'll squeeze you 2 in somehow. Walter noted that Johnny's expression was hopeful, but he knew what Aurora was going to say before she said it. "That's generous of you all, but I can't leave here. My mother's very sick. She can't walk, doesn't remember to take her pills. The doctors say she doesn't have long to live. I can't leave her, and I can't drag Ruth around the country so I can kill demons, putting her in even greater danger every minute. I'm grateful for the offer, but I can't go," Cassandra uttered. "Yet." "Yet?" Aurora didn't understand. Walter explained. "Aurora, the time's coming when it'll be too dangerous for you to be on your own. We'll need to stick together. As Cassie said, the world's going to change sooner than you think." "You know more than me. How soon?" It was George who answered that one. "By the signs, my calculations and what my wife tells me, soon. Civilization will start breaking down quickly in the near future. The world will plunge into chaos. No jobs, no anything, but trying to stay alive. The earthly powers will decide one of the problems is us, the believers, and we'll be hounded, persecuted, hunted. We'll be fugitives who'll have to go into hiding. You know all of this, Aurora, being a Bible teacher and all." "I do. It just sounds worse when you know it's going to become our reality." "It's real, all right. Ellie says it won't be pretty." Aurora looked at George. "I thought your wife was dead." "She is, but that woman loves me. I can't get rid of her." Cassandra put her hands up. "That's another story we'll talk about another time." "So," Aurora went on, her puzzled eyes on George, "we only have what, months until the bottom drops out?" She gazed at her sleeping daughter. There was a swath of blood on the girl's cheek. "Or less." George gave her the bad news. Aurora dropped her head. "I'll take what normal I can get until then. I wish I could come with you today, but I have to stay. You've saved the town, and I'm so grateful, and for any time I have left here in my life. Words aren't enough, I know, but thank you." She lifted her head. Her eyes were dry for the first time since she'd discovered the murder of her child. "You don't need to thank us. We all fought," Cassandra reminded her. "You fought as hard as we did. You're one of us now." Walter felt a stirring of pride. "We're all friends, brothers in arms," he said. Cassandra handed Aurora a piece of paper with their cell numbers on it. "If you need us, or just need to talk, or when it's time, call us. We'll come and get you. All of you. Wherever you are, call, we'll come." Aurora wrote her home telephone number on the bottom of the paper, tore it off, and gave it to Cassandra. "You promise?" "We promise." Cassandra embraced her. "You're one of us. Family. And this isn't goodbye yet. We're going to stick around for a bit, if we can, to be sure the beasts have gone, and as long as we're here, you're always welcome to come by and visit us any time you need company, or to talk. Bring Ruth and your mother, too." "Thanks. Except Mom's usually too shaky to leave the house. She doesn't like going anywhere except to see the doctors. And there's no way a wheelchair could get in this motorhome. No lift, no room to maneuver. Speaking of my mother, I've left her alone too long, not knowing what's happened already. I have to go home." "Don't forget to call us," Cassandra reminded her. "We might even drive over and pay you a visit. Keep in touch." "I will." He and Cassandra walked Aurora to her car. Johnny put a sleeping Ruth in the seat beside her mother. "Take care," Walter spoke to Aurora through the open car window. Morning had come, but as in the last few weeks, the light had the paleness of a dying sun. The air was humming, full of dire secrets, as if it knew something apocalyptic was on its way. "Don't forget. Call us if you need to. We'll be here, as Cassie says, for a bit longer." "I will. I think, Walter, as you so generously offered, I should have some fencing lessons." Without another word, Aurora cranked up her window and drove away. She was crying so hard he wondered how she could even see the road. The rest of them returned to the bus to get some sleep. It would be a long day, and following night, waiting to see if they'd chased away all the beasts or not, waiting to see if it was safe. Cassandra was bone-tired, but had trouble sleeping anyway, though Walter pulled all the curtains in the bus over the windows so it'd be dark. She moped over the dead child and how Aurora and her mother must be feeling. Thinking about Mary and Ruth, she let her eyes close and listened to the soft breathing of those sleeping around her. How many of these loved ones would she lose before this was over? She thought about the rapture and envied the ones who would go then. Right now, escaping to heaven sounded real good to her. Shame she wouldn't be one of them. "Ellie," she whispered from her pillow, "are you here somewhere?" No answer. Being fickle, as she'd been in life, Cassandra decided. She'd answer in her own time, if her aunt's ghost were even with them. How could Cassandra trust what her uncle was seeing? It could be a demon posing as Ellie. Her uncle hadn't seen Raynor for what he was, so he could be fooled. That would be very bad. Best not to think about that. It could just be her uncle's grief, his wishful longing. She didn't want to think about that either. Instead, she thought about how good it would be to speak to her aunt. Aunt Ellie always could make sense of things when no one else could, or she could before her illness anyway. As a spirit, Ellie wouldn't have Alzheimer's anymore. For Cassandra to see her healthy and herself again would be like Christmas morning. She prayed for her aunt, prayed for Ruth, Mary, and Aurora, prayed for all of them. "Manasseh, are you listening? What do we do now?" Nothing. Silence. Well, she'd tried. Neither Ellie nor Manasseh was hanging around. She was on the verge of sleep when she got her answer. "Cassandra, you cannot remain where you are. Your enemies are coming for you. You have 3 days, perhaps less, and their army will be here. There will be too many to battle this time, for you have not come into your full powers. You haven't allied with enough soldiers to be able to win. You must flee." Cassandra asked in her mind, "What about Aurora, her child and mother?" "Don't worry. I'll guard over them. You'll see them again, though her mother will not live long. Now rest. You fought well tonight, and God is proud of all of you. So sleep. You'll need strength for the days to come." And she slept peacefully with no nightmares or worries. Lord knew she needed it. Chapter 24. Cassandra. When she woke, it was after 6 o'clock in the evening. Most of the others had been up for hours. Sarah was in the kitchen making scrambled eggs. The aroma of coffee filled the bus, everything so normal it made her smile. Snowball was curled around her neck, the way the cat always slept with her, and Cassandra uncurled her before she sat up. Cassandra was refreshed, but stiff. Amazingly, her cuts and burns were healed. It must be another side effect of what she was becoming. It would come in handy with all the fighting ahead of them. She should have been happy about that, but it only made her sad. Manasseh's message returned to her and her smile faded. They didn't have a lot of time. She reluctantly got up from the bed. Over a supper that was really more of a breakfast, she let the others in on what Manasseh had revealed to her. "So, they're coming after us again in numbers we can't beat right now, huh?" Walter buttered his toast casually, as if the information didn't upset him. His wounds had mended, disappeared too, and he was feeling pretty good, he said. His sunny nature had been restored. "I think we have 3 days to get out of here. Something like that. Understanding the message is a little tricky. Manasseh was ambiguous.
Angels don't have to be clear, Uncle George smiled. Mysterious, but not clear.
So we try to outrun them?
Sarah met her husband's eyes as they took each other's hands. We should fight. That's what we're supposed to do. Walter's mouth frowned, yet there was nothing but love in his face for the woman holding his hand. He pulled Sarah closer and laid a soft kiss on her lips.
But we won't fight, Cassandra said firmly, because Manasseh said we shouldn't. Not yet. We must listen to him. We retreat until we're ready, until we're stronger.
Always listen to an angel. George was bobbing his head. They know best. What if we're attacked? Do we fight back then? Walter wanted to know.
I would say so. Cassandra bent down to pet Snowball, who was wanting attention and food. Mostly food. If we have no choice.
Talking about fighting, he said. Would you want to practice with the swords after our meal? Since we have time before we have to bug out?
It couldn't hurt, she agreed. We need the practice. Last night we got cut up too much for my liking.
As if more practice was actually going to help. What they needed was instructions from an expert. Walter said he hadn't learned enough from his friend to make a real difference.
She cringed every time she thought of them out there in the woods, swinging those swords around, pretending to know what they were doing.
Oh well, they were still alive. That was something. Johnny gobbled down 2 plates of eggs and was on his 3rd piece of toast. Here's a question, sis. We still singing at Jack's tonight? It's Sunday and Ginny says we should have a good crowd. If we have the time, we could use the money. Especially if we only have months or weeks left to stock up supplies before the bottom drops out. It was a legitimate concern, so Cassandra didn't think about it long.
I guess we can play at Jack's tonight?
As long as we're here, we might as well.
You are right about gathering supplies when they're still available. But Walter, she nodded at him, should stay here with Sarah and Uncle George. All of you keep your heads down, and your ears and eyes open in case our enemies get here sooner than 3 days. We can't take any chances.
I can do that, Walter affirmed. It'll give me time with my lovely wife here. He kissed Sarah again in front of everyone, a long kiss, amidst their good-natured teasing.
After the meal, Cassandra put a telephone call into Aurora. No one picked up. She left a message. Aurora, more troubles on the way. Tell you about it when you return this call. Johnny and I are singing at Jack's tonight, so if you don't call back by the time we get off work, I'll try again. She was worried about the woman and ended up calling 2 more times before they began singing that night at 10. Still, no answer. Jack's bar was packed. It was as if the community somehow knew the beasts in the woods were gone and no one else was going to die. The turnout was gratifying and helped her to forget the world falling apart outside the smoky windows. Best of all, there wasn't one demon in the crowd. Cassandra had about forgotten what it was like to have their singing and playing appreciated by a fully human audience. It could have been a night like any other night before the beasts had come into their lives, so the applause was twice as sweet. Their tip jar overflowed. The take from the house was the largest yet. After the past night they'd had, making music helped to cure her ragged nerves. She caught Johnny smiling, almost like in the old days. Those days that now felt as if they were from another life. She wanted to cling to the carefree moments as long as she could. At the end of their final set, Jack and Ginny asked Johnny and Cassandra to stay on at the bar. Every night if they wanted, except Monday because they were closed on Mondays. Jack offered them 15% of the take and all the pickle jars they could fill. It was tempting, but she knew they couldn't stay. Thank you for asking, but we have to be moving on. We have other commitments. Sorry, Cassandra regretfully said. Tonight's got to be our last night.
Oh, what a shame. Everyone in town's been talking about you two. Ginny had tried flattering them. Saying how good you are, how beautiful your voices and original songs are. Our business has been booming. You think you might come back this way again someday?
We might. We'll call you if we do. It had been nice having cash in her pocket again, but at the end of the night, Cassandra and Johnny went out the door without a look behind them. Goodbye, Jack's place. Hello, road. After they got off, everyone but her Uncle George sat around and talked later into the night, jumped every time they heard a noise outside. Cassandra called Aurora to leave a fourth message because they hadn't heard from her. If she doesn't call us by morning, Cassandra said, we need to go looking for her. I'm getting really worried, just a feeling I have. All right. See you in the daylight then. You know it's still my honeymoon. Walter moved towards the bedroom where Sarah was waiting for him. They were really quiet, though. Cassandra didn't hear a peep from their room all night. Good insulation. She lay in bed trying to ignore her uncle's snoring and thinking that not sleeping was getting to be a habit. Was that another side effect of her new identity? Perhaps. She slipped on a jacket and ventured outside into the darkness, her sword in hand, and Snowball trailing behind. If she'd learned one thing the last few days, it was to be prepared and to be armed at all times. She'd better get used to it. If she wanted to survive, this was the way it had to be from now on. And she did want to survive. If she couldn't go in the rapture, she wanted to be around to fight beside Christ in his army during Armageddon. Now that would be something. The October night was dwindling away, and its pre-dawn breezes had a biting coldness. A heavy fog, at least 4 feet thick, swirled on the ground like thick cotton candy. She watched it for a long time as it shifted and crept about, a living thing. Perched on the bottom step leading into the motorhome, she listened to the night and tried to pull solace from it. The air felt so sweet on her face, smelled so clean. Snowball jumped into her lap, purring, enjoying the night and the fresh air, too. The cat stuck close to her, not wandering off as she would have done in the old days. It was content to sit in its mistress's lap and be petted. Cassandra wanted so badly to go pray for guidance in a church somewhere. But now, of all times, she couldn't leave the others. They had to stick together. She had to protect them. Sensing something nearby, Snowball hissed and threw itself at the door behind her. Cassandra reached a hand back to let the cat back in. So when the figure came out of the mist towards her, she wasn't taken completely by surprise. Snowball had alerted her. Her sword came up as she came to her feet. "Who's there?" "Raynor." There was a compliant tone in his voice. Her shoulders relaxed, but not her attention. If the demon had wanted to harm her, he wouldn't have announced himself. "What are you doing here? You've been following us again. What in the hell do you want?" He laughed, which took her off guard because it sounded so human. She couldn't make out the details of his appearance, but he no longer looked like a man to her. He was taller and darker, and his eyes gleamed like tiny red moons in his face under what looked like horns. Either he'd dropped his human pretense, or her vision had become truer as the war came closer. "Now, what sort of greeting is that, Cassie?" He tisk-tisked. "Don't call me that," she mouthed sharply. "You're no friend of mine." "You're so thankless after what I've done for you, Cassie." He stressed her name again, softly, frowning. "But truth is, I only came to warn you that a great force is gathering, larger than the one you fought last night, and will come for you soon. Some of the oldest and strongest of my kindred from below have been summoned to kill you and your friends. You're the talk of the demon world." He chuckled wickedly. "Oh, great. We're finally famous. Not the way we wanted to be, but hey, beggars can't be choosers." Something her mother used to say all the time. A flick of a tail. A tail? She thought she saw thin wings unfolding behind his body, and then folding back. He was more imposing as a demon than as a man. "I know about the force gathering and coming for us." "Oh, how do you—" She cut him off. "My angel told me." She wanted to let him know she wasn't unprotected. He could go back to his brothers and tell them, make them think twice about attacking again. "You have an angel?" There was unexpected awe in his voice that took her off guard again. "You've seen a real angel? They actually exist? Oh my, the players are in place all right." Of course angels exist. She hadn't believed in them herself until recently, but she wasn't about to let him know that. "He's my guardian, stands by my side and guards over me." "Is he here now?" "Well, not at the moment, but he'd come lickety-split if I call him." "Oh my." "I imagine," she said, "there'll be millions of them fighting with us in the coming war with your kind, and of course, then we'll win." "Oh my." Raynor didn't speak for a minute or two, and then his words were somber. "I really came to give you another warning. There is this ancient demon. You'll know him by his crimson skin, and all the diamond rings and necklaces he wears. Loves the shiny. Has a tendency towards the dramatic. He's 7 feet tall, and has a wingspan of 15. His name is Brynmore. Remember that. To own his name gives you power over him. Not much, but some. If you meet him in battle, you must be very careful. He'll lie, do whatever he can to deceive, trick you. Don't believe a word he says. He has vast powers, the like you haven't seen yet. I hear he's vowed to kill you. Oh, and keep to his left, for he is his weakest from that direction, and strike him on that side. Lastly, and most importantly, if you can, you must take his head with that splendid sword you have there. It's the only way to defeat him." Cassandra glared at him. Her weapon, when she moved, pulsated with a low-level shimmer, as if it were whispering to her, "I'm ready, any time you are. Nice sword, by the way. It's all glowy and everything. It must have special powers, huh?" Sighing out loud, she gave up. "How did you find us?" "As you guessed, I've been following you." "Why?" "I told you." "Oh, I see. Why am I obsessed with you? You intrigue me, and—" "And what?" she interrupted, unable to keep the anger out of her voice. After last night, she knew who her enemy was, and it was Raynor and his demon cronies. Every last one of them, no exceptions. They were all evil. He was evil. She didn't trust him any further than she would have trusted an intelligent scorpion nestled at her feet. "I don't know." A moan. "I have this need to see, to be around you. A need I've never had before. Ever. It mystifies me. I've questions that I think only you can answer. That's for another time. You must believe a great army is coming now. You're in grave danger." "Again, why are you warning me?" "I'm concerned about you and your friends. When I heard about this new assault against you, I had to come. I saw you sitting out here alone, and, well, what can I say? I'm babbling everything I know to you. Some enemy, huh?" "For crying out loud," she muttered to herself in disgust. "How do I get rid of this pet demon of mine?" He didn't react, but paused, watching her like a lovesick wretch. "You were magnificent last night, Cassie, when you and your comrades were annihilating my brethren. Magnificent. I have never seen anything like it in all my centuries on Earth, and I'm very old." "You don't hate me for obliterating your demon friends?" "They aren't my friends. I've told you that.
I don't know them. I don't care to know them. Besides, you were only trying to stay alive."
Cassandra stared at the demon before her. Was he for real, or was he trying to mislead her? Were there other demons behind him, creeping around in the dark? She didn't think so. On the other hand, how could she believe he admired her and was worried about her? What was that about? She almost felt sorry for him. Poor confused beast. Then, the memory of the confrontation of the night before, Aurora's grief over the murdering of her child, and what was to come, chased that weakness away. She raised her sword, stepping towards the intruder. He stood his ground, which, for some strange reason, made her think more of him. What did he want from her, anyway? He was a demon, for Christ's sake. They couldn't be boyfriend and girlfriend. Just the thought made her sick to her stomach. He'd been lurking around them since before the house fire and could have murdered her or her family any time. She didn't want him to see her confusion. "You were spying on us last night in the woods, weren't you?" "I was." "I should cut you down here, now, where you stand," she spat. "No matter what you do or say, you're a demon, and I'm a human, enemies." The sword had a life of its own. Just being near him made her want to thrust it into his hell-grown flesh. He was up to something. What if he were a spy for the other side? She should kill him. The world would be a better place without him, and they'd be safer without him chasing them all over the country. She was sick of his games. His voice, filled with desolation, stopped her. "Have I not redeemed myself in your eyes? After I saved your furry little animal and your friend, you would kill me? After I only wanted to help you and those you love, you would kill me? After I've risked great harm to myself to warn you, you'd kill me?" Pawing the ground with one of his hooves, he snorted scornfully. His claw-like hands spread to the sky. "Go ahead. You'd be doing me a favor. I've long been weary of this life. Now, the great war between my kind and your kind is beginning, and I have no appetite for the slaughter. I don't care if my side wins or not, or if I survive. I don't care. I only came to warn you." Suppressing her anger and mistrust, she conceded. "And you have—" "One last thing. I just wanted to ask you." "What?" Dismissive. She wanted him to go, leave her alone, or she'd take his head. "You say there are angels, and you've seen them. Have you ever seen a human soul?" His question floored her. "No." "Do they truly exist? I need to know." "Souls exist." "How do you know?" Her voice was softer. "I know. It's called faith." He was rattling her. What was he up to? "You know there are souls, then. And some will go to this place you humans call heaven, which is a place of beauty, peace, and love. No bloodletting or suffering, no loneliness or unhappiness, where your God is. And souls live there in contentment for eternity." "Without doubt," she said flatly. "That's why we will fight so hard in the upcoming battle against your kind and Satan. That's why we'll win. Believe it." "Do demons have souls?" His voice came out meek as he leaned in closer to her. She'd seen lots of demons in many stances, but never one like his. "No way in hell. Demons are evil. Evil doesn't have a soul." "Never?" "Never." "So, no matter what a demon does to redeem himself, save humans' lives, repent, or denounce this Satan, he'll never go to heaven and be with your God and all of you, or be happy and at peace?" She stared at him, and for a brief second she truly felt sorry for him. He wanted the truth, and she gave him what she thought it was. "No, sorry, I don't think so." He was waiting for her to say something else, but when she didn't, Raynor simply pivoted on his hooves and strode back into the night. Cassandra let him go. She didn't know why, but she did, and hoped she hadn't made a fatal mistake by allowing him to live. "Damn that demon," she complained beneath her breath. "Why doesn't he just leave me alone? And what the heck was all that about souls and heaven and God?" Come to think of it, Raynor had been interested in those very same topics that night in the kitchen with her aunt and uncle, before all the troubles really began, so long ago now. She shook her head. What was his problem anyway? God help her, a demon that wanted to be a believer? What next? "Could be," a voice came from behind her. "There's a tiny spark of good deep down inside Raynor somewhere. Imagine, a touch of virtue in a denizen from hell. And now that would be a miracle." It was her Uncle George. He'd come outside as she'd been talking to Raynor, quietly eavesdropping. She hadn't known he was there until he spoke. He sat down on the top step. "Still, lately we've begun to see miraculous things, so why not this? Even a black heart might have shades of gray in it. This is supposed to be a time of miracles. Huh. But it won't be nothing compared to what we'll see here real soon, Cassie." "You couldn't sleep either, huh?" she said, and settled down cross-legged on the ground at his feet. Her eyes inspected the landscape around them, in case that crazy Raynor or any of his cronies came back. Her sword was ready. "No, I couldn't. I heard you yakking to someone out here, so I came to investigate. Stepped on your cat doing it, too, sorry. Wonder you didn't hear her yowling. Oh, she's okay. She's sulking under your bed covers, a lump under the blanket." It had been a while since the two of them had had time to speak alone. "Uncle George, why do you think Raynor can change? Why do you trust him? You know he's a demon." "I know, I heard. But he's never given us cause not to trust him, has he? He helped Ellie that one night out in the rain, and was so nice to her. He saved your cat and saved Sarah's life in the fire, remember?" "I remember." "If he wanted to harm us, seems to me he would have done it already." Cassandra rubbed her eyes. The slice of moon was bright as it shone down through the mist around them. There were no clouds in sight. "You should have a coat on, Uncle. It's cold out here." All he was wearing was a shirt and pants. "Nah, I'm not cold. Truth was, it's kind of stuffy inside, and I was craving a breath of fresh air. It helps clear my lungs, my head. You know, when Ellie was still well, she used to insist on sleeping each night with the window wide open. No matter how cold, she'd lay with her face towards the open window, bundled up in covers, and sleep that way all night. A quirk of hers. She loved fresh air." They were quiet until Cassandra said, "You seen Ellie lately? And has she told you anything of, interest?" Her uncle chuckled. "So, you are finally getting around to asking me about her, huh? That I've been seeing her since she passed?" "Yep. I was pretty shocked the first time it happened, I won't lie to you. Her being a ghost and all. I couldn't believe it. She looked so young, beautiful, really, with that old light in her eyes that tells me she's herself again. All smart and feisty. I'm getting used to it. It's lifted my spirits considerably." He chuckled again. She'd seen too many strange things herself to contradict him, though she wasn't completely comfortable with the whole thing because Manasseh had told her there were no ghosts. Did that go for spirits as well? Or was it because in the end times anything was possible? She didn't know. "Actually, I was chatting to her earlier this evening," her uncle stated proudly, "if you want to know, while you guys were singing at the bar. She's fine.
Says heaven's busy right now getting ready for Armageddon and all. She gets a kick out of the angels, thinks they're wondrous but strange and exotic creatures, with their beautiful wings and sparkling whiteness. She says that when they laugh, it makes her feel happier than she's ever felt. She also says I'm not to pine for her because we'll be together soon. Soon. Oh no, he couldn't leave her too. Yet it only made sense that he'd go during the rapture. He was a believer, and always had been. But the thought of losing him so soon after losing her aunt made her feel hopeless again. I don't want anything to happen to you. I want you to stay right here with us. We need you. It won't be my choice. Our fates are fixed, Cassie. You younger ones will stay behind to fight, and me, I'm looking forward to being with my Ellie up in heaven, healthy and loving the way she used to be. By then, the world will be a real mess, and I'll be glad to leave it behind. Except I'll miss you and Johnny, and it'll be hard leaving Sarah and Walter, too. I've grown fond of them both. His hands smoothed her hair as if she were a child again. She let him. It felt good to be loved. Oh, Uncle George, I'll miss you so, too. You've been the best father Johnny and I could have ever wanted. The best family. We love you dearly. She wished she had told him that more often, and was glad she was telling him now. You know that, don't you? I know that. Shh, shh. He placed a kiss on top of her head. Ellie and I have loved you both as well. We've been proud to raise two such fine young people. He put his arm around her and gave her a fatherly hug, his scratchy face rough against her skin. Especially now. Don't worry, child. You'll both do fine without me. I know you will. Cassandra didn't want to think any more about what it would be like if he were gone. It hurt too much. It was too soon after Ellie's death. She shook the thought away. We ought to go in. I agree. You need your sleep. You don't know what'll happen next or when. But I'd like to linger out here a few more minutes if you don't mind. Cold as it is, the night sure is pretty. Look at that moon. It's grinning at me. Ah, Ellie would have loved that moon. Then I'll stay out here with you. She wouldn't have left him alone outside anyway, not with Rayner and possibly his buddies creeping around. Too risky. You sure? You and the others had a heck of a night. I'm sure. She took his old gnarled hand in hers. I can afford to spend a little more time out here with my favorite uncle. He laughed softly. You know, she remarked, peering into the dark and the fog, I'd like to see Ellie. I miss her so much. I imagine you will sooner or later. She always asks about you and Johnny. They didn't speak of the future then, but of the old days. They reminisced about their family and the love that had been in that house on the hill so many years ago, something they hadn't done in a long time. They smiled over some of the poignant memories, and it felt good to remember without tears or sadness, now that they knew they'd see them again soon. About 20 minutes later, she helped her uncle up into the motorhome where their beds waited. He was right. They all had to get their sleep so they'd be ready for whatever tomorrow would bring. The next day, Cassandra was uneasy and didn't wander far from the RV. None of them did, though their enemies were yet days away. We have to leave within 2 days. It was after supper. Walter was sitting at the table, an arm around his wife, and cleaning his sword. More like just staring at and admiring its shine, Cassandra thought, with his free hand. Not much time to plan. That's what Manasseh said. We had 3 days since yesterday. Now 2. Cassandra was gazing out the window at the backside of Jack's bar, checking for any movement or prowling beasts as twilight seeped in. I wish we could hide Uncle George, Sarah, and Johnny someplace safer for the next week or so. For the duration of the war, really. She was terrified of losing them. Here with us is about the safest place they can be. I doused the bus with more holy water and painted more crosses on it. We can't forget God's protection either. I know you're right,
but I'd still feel better if they were somewhere else.
Cassie, stop worrying so much. It's going to turn your hair gray.
She shot him an annoyed look, and he changed the subject. Sarah got up and went into the kitchen for something.
This is the most beautiful sword I've ever seen, and not just because it came from an angel. I wonder if it was forged by them.
It's a fairly good bet. Every so often, the blade glowed for no reason at all.
It's reminding us, Walter said, what it is and who we are.
He smiled, totally bewitched by a piece of metal. Finished cleaning it, he rewrapped it in the towel. Sarah came up behind her. You try phoning Aurora again lately? Yeah, left another message. About the 10th? Earlier, she and Johnny had borrowed Walter's truck, looked up Aurora's address and drove to her house. No one had been home. No mother in a wheelchair, no child, and no Aurora. They'd gone by Walmart, only to discover Aurora had taken a week off with no explanation. Where are they, and why hasn't she called us? We have to warn her about the coming invasion before we go. It's not the sort of news I can leave on a message machine. I have to be absolutely sure she gets it. I hope she's okay. Sarah sat back down as Uncle George dealt her another rummy hand. They'd been passing the time with cards. Well, some of them had.
Aurora can take care of herself,
Walter placated her.
Most likely she's busy doing something and can't get to a phone. We should have given her one of ours.
They hadn't thought about that at the time, and now it was too late. They were just getting used to carrying cell phones themselves. Uncle George was always forgetting where he put his. Even in a space as small as the RV, there were nooks and crannies for it to hide. Once, Walter had found it in the refrigerator. I'm concerned about her family. Cassandra slid in the seat adjacent to her uncle's and indifferently studied the cards he'd dealt her. None of them made sense. Her mind wasn't on the game, so she folded. No more for me. Where was Aurora? Less than 2 days left before the demon horde came. Cassandra had a hunch they should go before that, though she couldn't bring herself to leave town until they'd heard from Aurora and made sure she was okay. What happened if she was in trouble, needed them, and returned to the parking lot to find them gone? She couldn't do that to her, so they'd wait as long as they could. Last resort, they could leave a note for Aurora on her door, or at Jack's when they did go. That was better than nothing. Around 8 o'clock, there was a knock on the door and everyone just looked at each other. Cassandra got up to answer it. Aurora! Thank God! She welcomed her with a warm embrace. I'm so glad to see you. We've been trying to find you all day. I knew you'd be worried. I had a premonition after leaving the other night that a massive influx of demons were coming. Don't know when, but soon. More than the 3 of us could ever hope to fight off. I took my mom and daughter out of town to stay with one of my mom's old friends, Dana, until this is over. That's where I've been. I just got back. And truth is, I've been trying to call you. Any of the 5 numbers you gave me since last night, all I get is white noise. Either your phones aren't working or something's interfering. Something's interfering, Cassandra said. They work between us. I think I'm being watched. When I returned home, I snuck out, left the car in the garage, and walked over, so those monsters wouldn't see me leaving my car. With the shortcuts I know through people's yards, I don't live that far away. As long as you're okay. I'm as good as can be expected after the kidnappings and Mary's murder. I'm ready to fight. Aurora put a hand on the hilt of her sword. She'd fashioned a cloth strap over her shoulder, across her chest, and had tied the sword's hilt from it. She's somehow changed, Cassandra thought, from the last time she'd seen her. Stronger, more decisive. The tears were gone. Determination had replaced them. And she'd chopped her long raven hair off like a boy's. It looked good on her. The shorter cut made her amethyst eyes seem darker somehow, and her face sharper. She caught Cassandra looking at her hair, brushed her hand up against the ends of it, and explained, "It'll make it easier to take care of, easier to fight. When I was in the woods the other night, it kept falling in my face, Nearly got me killed, so I cut it all off." "It suits you, it really does. Thanks."
"You eatin' yet?" Uncle George asked the new arrival. "We got plenty of stew left from supper, and biscuits I made myself from scratch."
"No, I haven't eaten." For the first time since Cassandra had met her, Aurora smiled. "Stew and biscuits sounds yummy. Fighting monsters and being on the run hasn't given me much of a chance to eat. Nothing homemade for sure. I'll take a bowl with thanks." Aurora ate, while Walter caught her up on what was coming down the pike. Outside the window, nightfall had come. Cassandra knew they had time to make their escape, yet the darkness made her nervous. By this time tomorrow, they'd be on the run in some other town again. "You want to go for a ride with us?" she invited Aurora. "When?" "Tomorrow, first light. It won't be safe here after tomorrow for any of us. Aurora, you should come with us." "Nothing to keep me here now." The woman's head tilted to one side. "Then I should be getting back home to pack up some things. We can drop you off and wait for you." They weren't given time to get an answer. Cassandra heard the shouts first from far away. Everyone stopped talking. She cracked the door, listened, and shut it just as fast, then tucked her cell phone into her jacket pocket. "Uh-oh, a lot of somethings are coming our way." "What is it?" Johnny whispered. "More of those invisible demons?" "I'd put my money on that assumption." "Whatever it is getting closer." Walter exhaled between clenched teeth, rapidly. Already behind the wheel, he didn't get a chance to turn the key before the bus began to bounce. The ground shook. "Demons!" Sarah cried. "They're already here." She turned to Cassandra. "I thought you said they weren't coming until tomorrow night." So even Manasseh could be wrong. "They weren't supposed to." "Hold on tight to something, people," Walter shouted. "We're moving." Cassandra grabbed her sword and scurried up front with him. She belted herself into the passenger's seat as the RV spun wheels and lurched forward. Walter's eyes were on the night beyond the headlights. "We're not going to outrun them. By the sounds of it, their army will be here any second. I can't see them yet, but they're mighty close. I can feel them." Cassandra didn't want the demons to attack the bus, not with her uncle, Sarah, and Johnny in it. "Damn, we should have left this morning. Too late now." There were flickers of movement in the headlights, and snarling creatures were blocking their path. "They're here!" Walter attempted to ram the first wave of demons with the RV, but a blanket of what looked like mud and tree branches smashed into the windshield, and he couldn't see. "Please, don't let it be tar or something like it." "How many of them are there?" Aurora breathed, still at the table, sitting close to the window, staring outside and holding on for dear life. "It doesn't matter. They're not going to let us get away." All Cassandra could think was she couldn't let them get Uncle George, Sarah, or Johnny. They weren't going to do to them what they'd done to Mary. The RV came to a jarring halt, as if it had hit a concrete wall. Then the violent rocking began. "We have to fight them," Walter yelled. "Let's go." He was out of his seat and had his sword in his hands before the bus swayed again. Cassandra was behind him. "Wait," Aurora pleaded. "Let's say a quick prayer before we face them." "We don't have time." Cassandra glanced at Aurora, but the woman had already begun. Everyone stopped moving, grasped hands, and hung their heads. The prayer was the fastest one she'd ever said, because the noise outside had evolved into a roar, and a mysterious red iridescence now filled the windows. The bus bucked. Demons threw themselves against it, but couldn't get in. Not yet, anyway. They finished the prayer. "Now, let's go get them." Cassandra lifted her weapon, took the lead, and shoved at the door. Walter and Aurora behind her. "Johnny," Cassandra ordered him on the way out, "drive the bus out of here. Go to that church Sarah and Walter got married at. You'll be safe there. We'll meet up when we're done." The last thing she heard before the door closed was her brother. "Cassandra, be careful." He dove behind the wheel, ran the wipers to clear off the windshield, and the bus rumbled to life. She worried over his lack of RV driving skills. He hadn't had much practice on the trip to Ash Hill, but there was no way out of it. Her uncle couldn't handle a small vehicle, much less the larger one. Sarah was too frightened to be trusted. The motorhome, with Walter's truck bouncing behind it, jerked towards the road, picking up speed, leaving the three of them on the parking lot in the dark with their enemy. Fear overwhelmed Cassandra, but she didn't have time to deal with it. She'd tumbled into a crowd of hissing demons, trying to eat her and her friends, and all she could do was react. Swing the sword, cut them down, fight. It was beginning to feel almost natural. The blades did their work. The lightning came. The demons had overrun Jack's bar, had set fire to it. The flames burst into the sooty sky and illuminated the woods around them. Thank God, being Monday, it was Jenny and Jack's night off, and the bar was closed. No one was there. If the fire had been set the night before, it could have been a disaster. This time, the three of them crowded together and forged a path into the throng. They charged and attacked whatever got in their way. There were so many more than the last time, an endless sea of growling, clawing, and biting demons that wouldn't stop advancing. Some were on 4 hooves, some were on 2. Some rode high above them on hellish-looking mounts, and all were trying to annihilate them. The demons, a hardier breed than the previous ones they'd encountered, were different and not as easy to slay. These were larger, faster, and stronger. It didn't take long for her to see they weren't going to win this time. Manasseh had been right about that. The beasts kept coming. The three of them swung their weapons and disintegrated the enemy. There were no beings of light with heavenly wings alongside them in the fray. No help came this time. She, Aurora, and Walter were beaten back and hit with a fresh wave of aggressors. The only thing saving them was the respect the demons had for the swords. They held back, circling around them, waiting for a chance to sneak in. When they did, they were slaughtered. Now, not only Jack's bar was ablaze, but also the trees and the land around it. A gigantic, scarlet-skinned creature towered behind Aurora. Before she could get out of its way, it had pinned her to the ground with a huge hoof. Aurora's sword came up, but the demon swept it aside, and it flew from her hand and clattered to the ground. Knife-sharp talons rose and fell. Blood soaked through Aurora's sleeve in at least 3 places, and she shrieked in agony. Another heartbeat, and the demon, its claws moving upwards, would have torn her throat out. Cassandra saw Aurora's plight and rushed to her side. The first time she thrust her sword at the red demon, it dissolved and rematerialized behind her. 2 times more she attacked, yet she couldn't touch it. It was that fast. Her sword glimmered, lightning dazzled along its blade, but the wily demon was never where the lightning touched down. The creature glittered in the firelight, its hands and neck covered in jewels. Was this the demon Raynor had warned her of? She tried to recall what he'd said would kill it. Stay to its left side, take its head, use its name. What was its name? Raynor had told her, but in her fright, she'd forgotten. If she could get close enough to the damned thing. Walter kept the others away as she fought the red demon, but she couldn't get the best of the creature bearing down on her. Her sword couldn't make contact with it. Demons were throwing themselves at Aurora's sword as it lay on the ground, frenetically attempting to steal it, but the metal burnt to ashes any of them that touched it. Cassandra and her friends were overrun, outnumbered. "There's too many, Cassie. Retreat!" Walter railed over the howling of the beasts. "We can't!" she shouted as the demon she thought Raynor had warned her of once more lunged at her. She barely got out of his way in time. "We're surrounded!" Aurora rose to her feet, retrieved her sword, and, injured or not, was struggling to help her. But the Crimson Demon threw one of his arms out and whacked Aurora to the ground. "You can!" Walter bellowed again. "Run!" The RV came careening back onto the parking lot, heading straight for them. Johnny, bless his soul, had come to their rescue. The bus dispersed the demons, knocked the Red Giant aside, screeched to a halt next to Cassandra and Aurora, and the door yawned open. "Get in!" Sarah screamed from inside. "There's another surge of them coming after this one. Miles and miles of them. You can't win, and we're getting you out of here." They didn't need to be told twice. Walter scooped Aurora up from the ground, and the three scrambled into the bus, with the demons nipping at their shadows. As they skedaddled into the night, the world aflame and full of yowling hellspawn on their tail, Cassandra breathlessly asked Sarah, "How did you and Johnny know more were coming and we needed you to return for us? You seeing them now too?" Johnny was busy driving, his hair flying all around his head, his strained face reflected in the dash lights. "No." Sarah was hanging on to anything she could grab as the RV thumped down the road. Walter's old truck following behind it, sometimes swerving side to side, but always snapping back just in time before it crossed the center lines. "George said Ellie told him we should come back and rescue you three or else you'd die. We couldn't have that, so here we are." Ellie again. "I'm so glad she did. Aurora's wounded." Cassandra didn't mention anything about the angels not coming to help them when they needed them the most. Why upset them? Yet she was still in shock. They'd nearly died out there. She couldn't get that out of her mind. Why had they been forsaken? And now, too late, she remembered the demon name Raynor had given her. Damn, it was Bryn Mawr. She'd remember it next time, if there was a next time. "Cassie?" Uncle George called to her from further back in the bus. "I think we need to get this girl to a hospital. She's lost a lot of blood." Cassandra put her sword down on the table and examined Aurora's arm. It was slashed to the bone, and blood was everywhere, pools of it on the floor. Walter had about gotten the bleeding stopped. The wound was slowly beginning to heal as they looked on. Not fast enough. The woman was in terrible pain. "Cassandra," Walter looked at her, "we need your magic touch. It's really bad, and we don't have the time to wait for her to heal herself. She'll bleed to death first. We might not be able to outrun these uglies." "All right." Cassandra laid her fingers on the skin surrounding the gash. In moments, the injury was gone. "I don't think we need to go to the hospital." Cassandra sagged in her chair. "She'll be okay now. Her recuperative powers should take over from here." The bus was racing down the highway, the truck tagging along. The windows were blank squares of gloom. There were no signs of anything following them, yet. The outside darkness made it hard to see much of anything. The moon hid behind clouds as it had since dusk. Johnny was grinning up front, behind the wheel, enjoying the chase. "See, I can be useful, too. I saved your butts back there," he crowed. "I really did." Cassandra sat in the passenger seat and clicked on her seatbelt so she wouldn't go flying into a wall or anything. "Yeah, brother, you did. Thanks." Ellie helped. Her uncle crouched behind them, holding on to the back of Cassandra's seat. "She said her angel told her to get us back there and pick you up. So we did." So all the angels hadn't forsaken them. Good to know. "What else did Ellie say?" "That was about it," Uncle George said. Cassandra's eyes were on the outside scenery as they hit a bump, and the bus flew up into the air and down again, jostling everyone. It was a rough ride, the top-heavy motorhome tipping precariously to the right or left at times. Still, There were no beasts running or flying alongside of them. There were none clamoring, breaking windows, or clinging on top of the bus, whining to get in. She was sure the beasts would follow them. If they'd catch up was another story. Walter must have come to the same conclusion. Let's park at the church overnight. It'll give us some protection until we decide what to do. You have my vote. She kept seeing the torrent of demons they'd left behind, kept seeing Jack's place in the woods in flames. Jack and Jenny weren't going to be happy. She hoped they had insurance. Then, remembering Aurora's dream, a terrible thought came to her. What else was burning? Other houses? The town? She checked on Aurora's wound. It was healed. Only the sticky blood remained. I feel better now, Aurora confessed to her. Thank you for saving my life, healing my wound. But now, I need to go check on my family. I have this awful feeling. I'm afraid for them. Can you drop me off at my house on the way so I can get my car? You should spend a few more hours with us first. Let's be sure you're all right and that we've shaken the demons. Cassandra didn't like the way Aurora looked. Her arm had mended, but the woman's face was flushed. Her eyes were glazed. She could barely stand. She wasn't acting like herself. You're unsteady. You won't be any help to your family if you're too sick to fight. And you might lead the enemy to them if you go now. Don't fool yourself. They're out there waiting. We'll drop you off once it gets light. The beasts will be in hiding, and then you can go to your family. I see the sense in that. I'll stay. I'm too weak to argue. They slowed down as they entered the town's limits. Small towns shut down early during the week, and Ash Hill was no exception. The houses and shops were closed and shuttered, but untouched. They found the church and pulled up behind it, turned off the headlights and waited. No demons showed up. It was quiet. The only sounds were the gentle winds and sighing of the trees around them. The church was dimly lit from inside, but comforting as it stood sentry before them. We're out of danger, I think, for tonight anyway. Aurora was the first one to say it. I don't sense they followed us. We lost them. They don't know where we are. How can you be so sure? Johnny switched on the bulb above the driver's seat. The bus was filled with soft light. I saw it. Like in a vision or something? Yes. Oh, why didn't they follow us? Cassandra was curious. I don't know. I only know we're okay for now. It could be they're regrouping or they have another target they're after. The town? Since the bus came to a stop, Walter, who seemed to never forget his EMT training, wiped blood from Aurora's skin, examined the healed wound, and took her pulse. I don't know. Sarah was the one to answer. The town looked peaceful as we drove through. It did. Cassandra wiped her face with the wet rag Sarah had given her. It came away dirty and red. What are they up to, then? They wouldn't give up this easy. There are hours of dark yet. They haven't given up. Aurora closed her eyes. They'll be trying again sooner or later, after they regroup and get their new orders. They're in no hurry. They think they're unbeatable. Uncle George made a pot of coffee. We'll need some if we're going to stay awake. After an hour went by and no sign of the enemy, Cassandra turned to Walter. You know, there were no angels tonight fighting with us. Why do you think they weren't there? I can't say. He looked sideways at her. Who can say why God does what he does, or his angels? There must have been a reason. We aren't privy to it. Do you think God was angry with us for fighting and not obeying when we were told not to? Could that have been why? I don't know, Cassie. We're all here in one piece. That's what counts. God protected us. Uh-huh. Now what do we do? Smelling of smoke and blood, Walter rubbed his eyes. You tell me, boss. I have no idea what to do next. Then I'll take a stab at it. Pray for dawn to come. Walter mouthed, yawning. Get some sleep. One of us stands guard in case our foes find us again. I'll volunteer first. It had to be someone who could see the demons. "And I'll let you. Wake me up if you need a break." Walter took his wife's hand, and they made their way to the bedroom. "I will." Everyone but Cassandra settled down to rest. They'd put Aurora on the bed that came out from under the table. Cassandra would sleep later on the narrow air mattress on the kitchen floor. Johnny was bunking with George. None of them slept well. They listened for the sounds of demons closing in around them, though they believed the church's nearness would keep them safe. The night continued to be quiet, except for the sirens going to the fires they'd left behind. No, Jack and Ginny weren't going to be happy that their bar had been torched. Cassandra wanted to call them, give them her regrets on their loss. But then she'd have to tell them what she knew about it, and how she knew. They might even think they'd said it, since they'd been parked so close, but were now gone. That would be bad. It was better to lay low behind the church and make their escape in the morning. That is, if the demons didn't find them before then. Chapter 25. Cassandra. Dawn oozed into the rooms of the motorhome, and there was a strange buzzing in the air. Cassandra looked out the window. The church was nestled against the forest that encircled the town, and the woods were filled with glittering, ruby eyes. The demons had found them. She woke everyone, but by that time full light had come, and the eyes were gone. Afraid for the others, Cassandra, Walter, and Aurora put on their coats, combed the woods, but there was nothing there. Daylight had chased the monsters away. "They didn't bother us. They're gone now. Let's get back to the bus," Cassandra said. It had grown steadily colder, and now it took her breath away. "Geez, it feels more like January, not October." She wrapped her arms around her upper body. "It wasn't only daylight that made them go, but us being on holy ground." Walter watched the woods, a thoughtful look on his face. "They'll return at dark." Aurora stood there shivering. Her jacket wasn't warm enough for the sudden cold. She had no gloves or hat. None of them did. They'd have to get some. "And we'll be long gone." Cassandra led them through the woods back to the RV. A strange mist was spreading around them, hiding the base of the trees, crawling upwards. She wanted to get back to the bus while they could still see what was ahead of them. On the way, they tried to enter the church, but no one answered when they banged on the doors. It was Tuesday, so there might not have been early masses, but it was unusual that it was locked up. Father Carlos was nowhere in sight. They searched the grounds. No one. In the bus, over breakfast, they thrashed out what they were going to do next. "I'll hang around for a while," Aurora surprised them by saying. "I had that dream again last night. Demons burnt down the town. I don't know when it happens, but it does, so I need to stay. It's my town full of people I know, people I care about. I can't abandon them, can't leave here yet." "We were told to go," Walter reminded her. "That's you, not me. I wouldn't have been given the dream if I weren't supposed to act on it. My mother and daughter are out of danger for now. That was in the dream, too. I'd know it if they weren't." She touched the place above her heart. "I have to stay. We can't leave Aurora to fight alone. It's our job to protect our own as well as to fight those beasts." Cassandra was eating an English muffin with strawberry jam on it. There were 5 other muffins on the plate. Johnny grabbed one. "We have to help her." "We do." Walter finished his coffee, and disturbing Sarah, who'd been snuggled in the crook of his arm, got up to pour another cup. Inside the bus, it was warm and cozy. Outside, the windows had frosted up. The mist had frozen. It didn't look like daytime at all. Sarah reclaimed her place, nestled in her husband's arms. "I'm for staying and helping." "Me too," though Johnny's voice was unsure. Cassandra shut her eyes and exhaled. "Please don't be mad at us, Manasseh. We can't abandon Aurora." So they stayed, planning what to do next, though they should have gone. At times, from the haze-shrouded forest, they could hear hissing, thrashing, as if some force were tearing up the woods. "Those demons are up to no good," Walter commented to Cassandra. "We better come up with a plan soon." "I'm thinking," she said. What has me concerned, though, is that fog. We won't be able to see a thing if it's as thick out there as it is here."
"It'll lift sooner or later."
Walter went to the windows and gazed out.
"That's when we'll make our move."
Cassandra didn't disagree. He'd said what she'd been thinking. She didn't know what was worse, though, waiting for the demons to strike or watching the horrendous news on the television. The world's swift changing, as George and Ellie had predicted, had come to pass.
"There's been an enormous oceanic earthquake," her uncle reported, his old eyes on the flickering screen. "And a huge tsunami devastated the Asian coast. Hundreds of thousands of people were swept away to sea, and thousands more injured. The financial damage in the billions. Worst devastation recorded in history. Worse even than that tsunami in 2005. Widespread floods in California. An early winter storm is raging across the West and has plunged 4 states into an early night. There are car accidents and looting everywhere. People get crazy when they're scared. The death toll is rising. It's begun."
He turned to meet her eyes, looking older than she'd ever seen him. Sarah was watching the flickering screen, too. "Here's the clincher. I heard earlier that people are giving accounts of being assaulted by persons with hideous masks and deformed bodies. There are stories of gangs of scary beings rampaging in the cities and towns, burning homes and buildings, killing mercilessly."
"The uglies," Walter affirmed morosely. "I mean, demons."
"And of course, those who are witnessing these attacks aren't being believed."
"No shock there."
Walter took one of Cassandra's muffins from the plate. "Either others like us are seeing them," Cassandra concluded, "or the demons are getting bolder.
Or the veil between our worlds is evaporating." Uncle George stated the worst scenario.
Cassandra stared at the television screen with dismayed eyes. The events unfolding were hard to watch, yet she couldn't turn away. She ran her fingers along the scars on the side of her face as she felt sad for the world that had once been and was no longer. "Worse is coming," she whispered to herself. She didn't have the heart to see it, didn't know how she was going to bear it. Studying the faces of the others, they probably felt the same way. Her heart ached for all of them. "It's begun all right," she echoed her uncle. "The beginning before the end."
"It's been going on for a long time, Cassie. Only more people are being dragged into it. Such foul, fearsome beasts will walk the earth in the end times, that humans will tremble, and many will die merely at the sight of them. That's what Ellie told me. We haven't seen anything yet."
That's what she was afraid of. By lunchtime, the racket outside the RV was ear-splitting. The fog, a gray cover of wispy cotton, had settled on the town, and through it they heard pitiful screams and the crackling of fire.
"I can't stand it any more,"
Aurora finally exclaimed and jumped up.
"I have to go help. Anyone I can find, anyway."
"Then we'll go with you,"
Walter announced. They braved the fog, unable to see 10 feet ahead, and foraged into town, but only found burning buildings. No demons, no people, just devastation. They returned to their metal sanctuary.
"Our enemy is hiding in the woods, sneaking out, abducting and killing people and setting fires,"
Aurora ranted.
"Laughing at us, tormenting us. God, I hate them."
Back in the motorhome, Cassandra told her, "We can't save anyone if we are holed up here. So what are we supposed to do? The town looked abandoned. The fog was so thick we couldn't see anything out there. The woods were just as bad. We bumped into the trees before we even saw them. We can't destroy the enemy if we can't find them."
"There must be survivors, and we have to help them."
Aurora was pacing the cramped area between the table and the driver's seat.
"I feel awful. I'd hoped we'd saved the town, but now there doesn't seem to be townsfolk left to save."
"What bothers me," Cassandra studied the frosty mist through the front windows, "is that now the demons are out in the daylight. Foggy, but still daylight." George had been reading Ellie's Bible on the sofa, He looked up at her.
They aren't hiding anymore. The tide's shifted. It's open war. So get ready for it. The old rules are no more.
I should get back to my family.
Aurora, as Cassandra, was trying to see what was outside the bus windows. There was only the fog. It's hopeless. Johnny stood by the woman. Though Aurora was older than him, Cassandra could see he'd formed an attachment to her. Discovering Aurora liked to sing that morning before breakfast, the two had jammed together as Johnny strummed his guitar. It turned out Aurora had a sweet voice, true pitch, which was rare. Johnny said it reminded him of her voice, and Cassandra had looked on, relieved to see Aurora smiling for once instead of weeping, seeing her brother happy. It hadn't lasted long enough. By mid-afternoon, Aurora was pacing again.
I can't wait any longer for this pea soup to thin out. I'll get back to the house somehow. The fog will hide me as well as the monsters. I have to be sure my daughter and mother are safe.
She put her coat on. We can drive her, Cassie, can't we? Johnny couldn't take his eyes off Aurora. He reached out a hand and laid it on the woman's shoulder tenderly. To her house? Or that friend of her mother's house?
Dana?
Aurora supplied the name.
No. The monsters know this RV and would follow. Might as well put up a neon sign on my destination. I'll sneak home, get my car, and drive to Dana's. I'll need it because I never know when Mom's going to go to the doctor or hospital. It's best if I go alone. I've lived here all my life, know the area well. I can find my house in the dark. The fog shouldn't stop me.
You sure? I don't like the idea of you leaving alone, Johnny said.
I'll make it. I know shortcuts from here, too. It's a little further than from Jack's bar, but I can do it. For the last hour, I've had this feeling I should be with them. They're in danger. Got to go now.
Let me take you to your house in the truck, then. Walter made another proposal.
The demons know the truck, too. They've probably got roadblocks out for it in the RV. You're probably right, Sarah remarked. And you can hear the truck's noisy motor from miles away. It'd be safer, like you say, if you hiked it home.
We'll pray for you, was all George said. Cassandra wasn't happy with the idea of Aurora going by herself either, but understood why she had to. If the beasts got her mother and her other daughter, Aurora wouldn't be able to go on. She hadn't grieved enough or forgiven herself for Mary yet. Aurora's hand was on the doorknob.
Before I go, I want to thank you for your help, all of you. We tried. It wasn't your fault we couldn't save the town and its people. I'm afraid it wasn't meant to be. And don't be frightened for me. I have my sword. Your telephone number's on speed dial. I'll call if I can, I promise.
They'd given her a cell phone this time to stay in contact.
But I know I'll see y'all again, so I won't say goodbye. I'll just say, see you soon.
The door slammed behind her, and she became part of the mist. They knew she had to go, but it didn't make it any easier. Certainly, Johnny would miss and worry about her. Looking at the expression on her brother's face, Cassandra knew he was already in love with the woman. Strangely enough, she wasn't surprised at all that the man who had never cared about love before was suddenly in it. It made sense somehow. We should leave, too, Walter recommended a short time after Aurora left. Make a run for it before dusk, when there could be a full-scale attack. We were told to leave, and there's nothing we can do here as long as that fog's out there anyway. We can't see a thing. It'll be tricky enough driving out, but I'll manage it one way or another. I've experience driving in adverse weather conditions. He grinned. I'll just follow the road and the white lines.
All right, we'll go now, Cassandra only had time to say before a horrific yell came from outside somewhere. Human. There was another and another yell, along with the crashing noises of something substantial, collapsing. A building? Cassandra didn't have to say anything to Walter. He put his coat on and picked up his sword. They couldn't ignore cries for help. They stepped outside and moved cautiously through the fog towards the tormented cries. The mist eddied in thick patches around them, hiding everything. But they tracked the sounds. The noise and bright flames showing through the fog led them. The screaming stopped abruptly. A portion of the fog lifted from the town. Cassandra didn't like what she saw when it did. A house was on fire, reduced to a wooden skeleton, but there were no demons anywhere. No fire trucks, not one person either. No one. They ran to a smoldering discount dollar store that had burned to the ground. Again, there was no one around. They moved on to the bridal store where they'd bought Sarah's dress, to the bakery where they'd had the cake made. All burnt to the ground. For Cassandra, the reek of seared wood and burning flesh brought back horrible memories. Lord, was she to be forever plagued by the horrors of arson? Of what they could see of the ravaged town, it was abandoned, and nothing human survived anywhere. Only the church had been left untouched. Where is everyone? Cassandra stood in the street, the dying flames warming her face. We heard the screams. They were human. They're gone or dead, poor souls. Walter strode across the road, and she fell in behind him, treading through a layer of ashy powder and debris. You know, demons can mimic humans so well, you'd think they were humans. The cries could have been one of their tricks, trying to get us out in the open. If they can't kill us, they sure as hell can torment us and mess with our minds. Well, it worked. She swiped at her dirty face, trying not to cry. The calls for help from tortured people had shaken her that badly. The entire main street, the shops and places they'd visited a few days before on the morning of Walter's marriage, were now ruined shells. Damn destructive, sadistic demons. Walter's eyes inspected the neighborhood around them. I don't trust them. We should get out of town, too, don't you feel it, Cassie? They're coming, and this time we might not be so lucky to escape alive. I feel it. Let's go. Cassandra's frustration was heavy. Where had all the people gone? She wanted to fight, not flee. She couldn't believe they hadn't saved even one person. Not one. What good were they if they couldn't help anyone? She swallowed. Nothing else we can do but head down the highway. Try to outrun them? There was a huge explosion in a 2-story house behind them. Chunks of concrete and wood rained down. Walter grabbed her and yanked her down the street, or she would have been hit with shrapnel. A hard rain sliced through what was left of the smoky haze as they sprinted to the RV. The temperature had dropped further, and within minutes the rain turned into an icy, snowy mess that stung her skin. She was glad to get back in the bus. Inside, Walter dried off as she called 911 for the 10th time. Again, all she heard was a busy signal. The town was in shambles. The citizens were nowhere to be seen, and no one cared. No one was around. Probably dead. It was a horrifying thought that the demons had slaughtered, decimated a whole town. This was what they had to look forward to from now on. Nothing but death and desolation. Tears filled her eyes, and this time she let them fall. The rain and sleet will put out the remainder of the fires. That's something. Walter was drinking a cup of coffee Sarah had given him. His hands trembled. After being updated on the town's fate, the others sat around with long faces. Where are the townspeople, the firefighters, the police, the media? Johnny posed the same questions she had. Gone, her uncle mouthed dismally, or run off in hiding. They're dead. Walter was blunt. It's just like what happened at the circus. Some of them must have escaped. It's easier thinking that than the alternative, Sarah muttered, bringing her husband a dry shirt that she helped him put on. The fighting of the night before, their little trek into the frozen woods, and seeing the burning town had drained him. None of them were sleeping well since Mary's murder, especially Walter, who'd taken on the responsibility of protecting them all. He slept fitfully, waking at every unusual noise. Walter, Sarah had finally told Cassandra, had a secret only she knew. He had type 2 diabetes and had to check his blood sugar regularly, watch his diet and weight. He had to make sure he didn't get too fatigued. His new lifestyle wasn't conducive to his illness. The ringing of Cassandra's cell phone startled them.
"Yes?"
She shushed the others and whispered,
"It's Aurora. Are you okay?"
She was silent for seconds, then said,
"I'll tell them. Yes, Walter and I went out and saw it. I'm so sorry. There was nothing we could do. The town's gone. No, we saw no one either. No demons, no humans."
She gave a nod and a pause. More talking, more listening, consoling. Tears gleamed in her eyes.
"Aurora, don't take it so hard. Stop crying, stop blaming yourself. It's not your fault, remember that. You didn't know. There was nothing you could have done, believe that."
At the end of their exchange, Cassandra finished,
"You be careful too, Aurora. And if you need anything, call us. We'll come."
She hung up. "What happened?" Walter asked.
"Aurora got home, but the demons had burnt down her mother's house like the rest of the town. The only building still standing is the church. She was smart to get her family out of there, smart to hide the car in the woods behind and away from the house."
"Where is she now?"
Johnny wanted to know. "She's on her way to Dana's house. She called to let us know about her place and what she'd seen on her way home. She didn't come across or see one person anywhere. I told her we already knew that Ash Hill has been leveled by fire, told her we wanted to help, but didn't see any people anywhere either. There were demons in the woods behind us when she left," she said. "She hid from them and got home undetected. They were out there, waiting for something, possibly more of their kind to arrive. She says we should be extra careful."
"I was afraid she'd find her house burned after what happened to us in the town," Walter remarked. "She's lucky she's got her car." "She's lucky to be alive," Johnny exclaimed. "What's she going to do now with their house destroyed?"
"She said after they leave Dana's, they'd rent a place for a while. Not in Ash Hill or anywhere close, though. Somewhere else. She also thinks we should get as far away from here as fast as we can because so many demons are amassing in the woods. Thousands."
"Jeez,"
Johnny groaned, and she could almost tell what he was thinking. How can we fight that many?
Heck if she knew. "I hope her mother has insurance on that house," her uncle spoke, frowning.
"Unfortunately, she'd let it lapse. Not enough money."
Cassandra wiped cold fingers across her grimy face.
The journey through the woods had caked her in muck, and she needed a shower. Soon as she got a chance, she'd grab a quick one. Later. Not that having insurance will make any difference. By the time she could rebuild the house, I'm afraid nowhere will be safe. The demons will be on the warpath everywhere, and she'll have to be on the run like us.
I feel bad for them, her anyway.
I wish we could do something to help.
Aurora's had so much heartbreak already."
Johnny's guitar lay in his lap, but he wasn't strumming it. He was staring out the window at the sleet that had turned into icy snow.
It slapped the outside of the RV, playing it like a drum. "I'm going to call her. I'll give her time to get where she's going first, though. I wouldn't want to distract her, not when there are so many demons running around."
He really cares about her, she thought. Poor Johnny. She glanced at Sarah and Walter. It wasn't a great time to fall in love. But the heart never followed rules. It wanted what it wanted when it wanted it. She sighed tiredly and wandered over to a window, looked out. Somewhere beyond the church grounds, the town smoked, but Cassandra couldn't see it. "Darn queer weather," she said, "for October. All I can see is solid white." "Yep, queer weather." Sarah was staring out the window, too. Pausing, she tacked on, "Aurora knows she can come to us. We'll help with money, anything. She knows that." "I have the strongest suspicion," Cassandra put it out for the others to consider, "that there are demon spies out there stalking us for a reason."
"Keeping an eye on us for their bosses?" Walter presented his conclusion. "We should get out of here. But it's an ice storm. I don't know if it's possible to drive out now. The roads must be skating rinks beneath the snow. I can't see 5 feet ahead of us. And you all insist we have the angels and God on our side?" Johnny mocked sarcastically. "Well, they're not helping us much, are they? Even the weather's against us."
No one said anything to that. What could they say? Uncle George had been scribbling in his notebook, acting calm about the situation.
He'd been quieter than normal all day.
"Will they rush us at nightfall, you think, if we're still here?"
he asked Walter. I don't know. The church could be protecting us, or the demons could be waiting for reinforcements before they make a move. I hadn't planned on us being here this long. Right now, Cassie's right. Nothing's moving out there I can see, but the snow. But, Cassie, I can try to get us out if you want me to. Say the word and we go. Her head canted to the side as she thought about it. Then, let's give it a while longer. It won't be true night yet for hours. Maybe they don't like the snow. Sarah, as most of them, was watching the snowfall too. It's too white? Too cold? A nervous chuckle. Too wet? Johnny added in his chuckle. We wouldn't be that lucky. Cassandra smirked as her eyes followed Walter's to what was happening outside. It looked as if the windows were covered in thick white paper. If they come for us, we'll fight, but I'd hate to try to do it out in that frozen mush. Walter seconded that. With the ice, we'd spend more time on our butts than on our feet, if we could even see what we were fighting. Can you imagine wielding and swinging our swords out in that? It was his turn to chuckle this time, but no one joined him. Let's hope the demons, Sarah spoke, don't want to fight in it either. I don't think they feel cold, Cassandra put in her opinion. We're not even sure they're afraid of holy ground. We only think they are. Whatever, we'd better be ready if they attack. They should be leaving Ash Hill. They should have left that morning. Instead, they were trapped by the weather, trapped like tiny bugs in white amber. By nightfall, the snow had slowed down and a blanket of solid ice and white glittered and covered the ground, the charred buildings around them, and glazed the trees. Brittle, a touch might crack the limbs into a million pieces. Cassandra wiped off a circle of condensation on one of the windows. The church looked like one of those sparkling miniature buildings from a Christmas village. She had to admit, it was beautiful. A shame the white world hid only danger. The motorhome swayed as the winds picked up and the storm roared into a full-blown blizzard. Walter warmed up the vehicle, inched, and maneuvered it in as close as he could get to the church, and the swaying ceased. They were edgy about still being there, but didn't speak about it. They made supper and ate without saying much, watched the windows, listened to the angry winds. Johnny tried telephoning Aurora later that evening to see if she'd gotten to her destination. The cell phone wouldn't work. All I get, he told them, is noisy fuzz again. I hope she's okay. Cassandra dialed the number an hour later and had no better luck. We'll try after this storm passes. Could be the towers are out or down or something. She hoped the or something wasn't demon mischief and that Aurora was safe. If anything happened to that woman, Johnny would be devastated. At least we still have television reception. His eyes, as they'd been for hours, were glued to the flickering screen that was now showing a special on Hawaiian vacations. Sun, beaches, hot sand, no demons in sight. At 10 o'clock, the television news reported nothing about the burning of Ash Hill. The local channels were only interested in the unseasonable blizzard. It didn't surprise her. In this storm, no one could see the damage anyway. Johnny made excuses. He was in his lounging outfit, the one with John Lennon's bespectacled young face on the front, sipping a cup of hot chocolate as the snow drifted past the kitchen window. His face was shadowed with weariness. I hope we don't have any uninvited guests tonight. My money's on the holy ground staving them off. Sarah had lingered at the table. It's puzzling no one said anything about the town being burned down or the missing people, don't you think? Being the loving wife, she'd tucked Walter in bed hours earlier. He'd been unable to keep his eyes open, and fearing there might be trouble later, he'd gone to bed while he could grab some sleep. That no one got away to call? The demons must have hit swiftly and in great numbers, overpowered the townspeople. Cassandra was as tired as Walter and Johnny, but she didn't dare sleep. Something was going on in the woods. Something was about to happen, soon. Let Walter sleep, and the others rest and enjoy their time together. They'd need that energy. Go to bed too, Cassie, Johnny gently urged her. You're exhausted. Sarah and I will stay up and keep watch until dawn, and then someone else can take over. I shouldn't. With Walter asleep, I should remain awake. Only me and Walter will know when the demons are out there again. Only we can see or hear them. Cassie, they're not coming back tonight. The storm's still raging out there, Sarah chimed in. You need rest. Get some. We depend on you and Walter. You're the ones with the magic swords. She smiled, and there was the old carefree Sarah, her friend, her sister. Go to bed. Johnny and I will turn down the lights, promise to be quiet and watch for the enemy. You know, I might not be able to see them, but I'm sure I feel when they're out there. I'll feel when we're in danger. I'll get you and Walter up immediately, I promise. Cassandra yawned, stretched. She was so tired, her eyesight was blurred. You talked me into it? It wouldn't take much for her to sleep this night. Her body was already dozing, her mind was numb. Wake me if you hear anything strange outside, or if Aurora calls, would you? She handed Johnny her cell phone. We'll do that, he replied bravely. Looking at his familiar face, she had to smile. He was trying so hard to be courageous, and she'd never loved him more than at that moment. In the soft light from the snow-filtered windows in the middle of a demon war. She made her bed and crawled into it. It didn't make any difference that Sarah and Johnny were whispering and making noise a few feet away. She was out of it as soon as her head touched the pillow. She dreamed of Manasseh, not the human Father Manasseh she knew, but his true angel form, in a radiant white robe and glorious gleaming wings that reached towards the sky. He was so beautiful, her soul cried, and seeing him gave her the peace that had been eluding her. Tomorrow, Cassandra, when you wake, go to the church and to the people you find there. Testify about what you have seen and done, what is to come. Tell them God loves them and is waiting to see them in heaven. Tell them to go forth, spread the truth and the word that rapture is coming, the second coming of the Messiah and Armageddon. Bear witness, be patient. Then leave this place and travel south into Arkansas. You have an appointment there. In the dream, Cassandra asked, What of the demons in the woods? They will follow you wherever you go. They are everywhere. Be vigilant, for the war has been declared. From now on, they will openly hunt you and try to kill you and others like you. Why did you forsake us in the battle last night? Where were you? Dream Cassandra had to know. Fear not. We were there and guarding over all of you. You were wise to retreat. That was why I told you to flee. The time is not right for you to face the legions. Soon, when your strength has grown. But for now, you must live to fight other battles. Cassandra asked, How many of the people of Ashhill are dead? Most. You will meet survivors in the church tomorrow. In the dream, she posed one last question. Is this the way it's going to be, Manasseh? Knowing so many will die and not be able to save them? Watching the world tear itself apart as evil runs free? It is God's will, and foretold, for these are the end times. Save those you can, and destroy the enemy when you find them. Yet remember, these are not your only tasks. Bring the word of God to the unbelievers. Bring them to Christ. Guide those who seek the light. Protect those who would be of the light. Now go, Cassandra, south into Arkansas. You will be guided when the time comes to what you must do next. When Cassandra got up the next morning, the storm had stopped. There were cars parked around them, and people quietly trudging through the deep snow of the parking lot to the open doors of the church. You see all those people? Sarah asked as Cassandra passed her on the way to the bathroom. In her hands, a bundle of blue jeans, underwear, and a shirt. I see them. Her voice was loud so her roommates could hear. "Everyone, time to get up, we're going to church." She entered the tiny bathroom and shut the door. "What about the demons?" Johnny demanded, and waited for an answer from her. "We're not to worry about them this morning," Cassandra said through the bathroom door. When she got out, fully dressed, she explained. "We're supposed to go to church and testify." "Testify?" Emerging from the bridal suite in street clothes, Walter made his way into the living area. Sarah, rubbing her sleepy face and still in her robe, padded in behind him. In the kitchenette, she plugged in the coffee pot she'd had ready to go from the night before. Cassandra encapsulated her dream for everyone and what Manasseh had relayed. "Besides the fighting, this is something we have to begin doing right now. We have to tell people what's happening and what's to come." Uncle George was sitting up in bed, stretching. He'd aged 20 years in the last month and had lost a lot of weight. Physically, she wasn't sure how much more of their new bizarre life he could take. She hugged him and wished him a good morning. The cat that had been sleeping under the covers with him popped out, and Sarah let it out the door to do its business. It'd scratch on the outside when it wanted back in. It never stayed out too long. It was a smart cat. "Testify? Fantastic." Her uncle seemed truly delighted to hear it. "I've been waiting for this, and have been secretly preparing sermons and answers to the questions they'll probably ask. I've always had a hankering to be a preacher. Did you know that, Cassie?" "Ellie mentioned it once or twice, that you were headed in that direction when you met her, but falling in love with her was the end of that." "It sure was. But I've loved the Lord all my life. Just being able to tell people that soon we're going to be with him and in heaven gives me great joy, even under the circumstances." "Then get up and get dressed. Church is starting shortly, and you're going to get your chance to preach." Cassandra brushed her hair, grabbed a quick cup of coffee as the others got ready. Slogging their way through the white stuff, slipping and sliding on the ice, they made their way to the church. Inside, the people knelt in the pews, heads bowed, as Father Carlos, with hands folded in front of him, led them in prayer. Cassandra was happy to see Father Carlos had survived. Good. She liked him the first time she'd met him and when he'd married Sarah and Walter. A short man with wiry hair and large brown glasses, and today, unshaven, he lifted his face. She registered the confused shock in his eyes when he saw the swords at their sides. It was a look that was mirrored in many of the faces of the congregation. There had to be 60 people in various stages of undress, in robes under their coats, and some with no coats on at all. Hands were bandaged, and hair was singed. Skin blackened and smudged. Some had cuts and bruises on their arms or faces. All were frightened. The priest spoke trance-like about the townspeople, the friends they'd lost, and about the fires and the alien monstrosities that some of his congregation swore they'd seen and that had assaulted them. He kept looking around as if he expected the imagined creatures to appear out of nowhere and fall upon them. "We don't know why this cataclysm has come on us. We don't know who and what these creatures are, some of you say, have invaded our town and murdered our friends and neighbors. The phone lines have been cut, and until this morning, none of our cell phones worked, we think because of the storm. Most of the town's buildings were set afire yesterday. We don't know by whom, really, and razed to the ground. I know a lot of you have spent the night in your cars or in hiding, and I'm offering the church as sanctuary. I'm sure help is on its way. Should be soon. It's the storm that's kept us inaccessible, and aid from arriving, I'm sure." He faltered, appeared as if he was going to pass out on the podium, then rallied and forged on. "I'm at a loss to explain what's occurred here, my friends. I don't have the answers you've come to me for." His hands motioned unsure in the air. "I'm sorry." Cassandra, with George and Walter behind her, made their way to the front. "Father Carlos, we have answers. We know what's going on, and we're here to tell you what it is." The congregation hushed as the priest turned his attention to Walter. Spying Sarah standing at the entrance, he said, "I remember you. I married you two in the garden a few days ago. Other than that one meeting, you're strangers here. Who are you that you know what we don't?" Uncle George stepped up. Then, seeing the fear in the faces around him, his nervousness appeared to subside. He told them what they'd been afraid to hear, but needed to all the same, and some accepted his words, not all. He told them that the monstrosities that some of them had seen were demons, and let them know about the war and the coming end of the world. "A warning. The demons can pass themselves off as humans, or they can be invisible. Some of you have seen their true form. They're here now among us to begin the final war against mankind. It's demons that have besieged your town, set it ablaze, and butchered all your neighbors and friends. I'm sorry. That's the truth." She'd never forget the looks of disbelieving horror on some faces, or, on the ones who'd seen the demons, the looks of pure joy. The worshippers were riotous with questions. They mobbed her uncle, wanting to know what was going to happen now, and how he, an old man, knew these things. Many wept, and many prayed. Many glared at her and her friends with undisguised antagonism. Cassandra mused on how many were unbelievers, who'd been pretending to believe, and if they'd make it to heaven. There was still time. Walter shushed the congregation, moving his hands up and down. "Let the man finish," he shouted. The crowd quieted a little. "He has more to tell you. Ask him or us questions. We'll answer as best we can. Believe us if you want, don't believe if you dare. But I swear to you, these are the end times, and you must pay attention to what we tell you. Hear our warnings, consider them. Then it's up to you." Her Uncle George and Walter tried to convince the parishioners of the truth, but most of them refused to believe, for they hadn't seen the demons yet. Shadows, yes. Shapes in the dark, nothing clearly. Some of them thought a fire had gutted the town. Mass insanity and panic had made everyone flee, and the storm had kept the missing ones from communicating. They argued there weren't devils' legions ravaging the earth, or that the world was ending. They couldn't accept it, and nearly came to blows defending it. But Father Carlos stepped in and stopped his flock from punishing the messengers. But some went down on their knees, their heads bent in supplication. "It's the end days come to pass, as Revelations foretold. No, only insane people would believe that. We must prepare for the hard days to come. We must not be made fools of. Since the beginning of time people have predicted the end, and yet here we still are. Will you believe these strangers? Never. Look what has happened to our town. I saw something in the streets last night. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't human. It had fangs and was as tall as a giant. Wings as large as a glider." "Your damn imagination, get real." "Hallucinations. We all know you drink." Someone threw a hymnal at her uncle's head. He ducked, and the book hit the edge of the altar. Cassandra was ready to go after the person, a man in a dirty blue coat with wild hair. But her uncle waved her back. He finished his speech. In the end, unsure whether to trust what he'd been told, Father Carlos said he'd pray to God for guidance and would follow his heart. Many of his congregation echoed that sentiment. An hour later, the 5 messengers exited the church. "It's up to them to believe it or not." Cassandra stood outside beneath a cloudy sky. The air was heavy with moisture. More snow was on the way. "We've done what we were supposed to do. Soon enough, they'll have more proof than even they can ignore, when they can all see the demons." "Except then it'll be too late to catch the first bus out, so to speak," Uncle George snorted, shivering on the front steps of the church. From inside, they could hear boisterous quarreling going on. "Ellie warned me," he whispered. "This was how they'd react in the beginning, and not to take it to heart too much. The early days are still here. We did our best. It'll get easier." "You think anyone believed us?" Cassandra cautiously placed her feet so she wouldn't fall as they descended the ice-covered steps. Walter helped her uncle down them and through the snow. The ground was so icy he'd almost fallen a couple of times on the way over to the church. "I think more believed than you know," the old man said as Walter and Sarah helped him into the RV. "They're just plumb scared. Need time to take it all in. As you all did, remember?" "I remember," she grumbled. After they'd climbed into the bus, Cassandra turned aside to Walter. "We need to leave here." "And go where?" "South, down the highway into Arkansas is all I know. More instructions to come later." Her eyes inspected the wood line through the window. There were no fiends skulking around. Where were they, and who were they torturing or butchering now? "Don't think about it," she brooded. "Move on." "Then down the highway we go." "At least the weather should be better heading south," Walter said. "Wagons onward." They left what remained of Ash Hill. There'd been no snowplows out, so it wasn't easy getting to the main highway, yet somehow Walter managed it. When they got a ways down the road, they pulled off in a neighboring town and stopped at the local police station. She and Walter went in and reported what they'd seen in Ash Hill. The fires, missing people, phones not working because the lines were down. Everything but the fact that demons from hell had done it. That way, there'd be some assistance for the survivors. The officer on duty, Joe Baden, took the information without any emotion, good or bad, on his face. "Yep, whole town burned down. No people anywhere. Nobody knows about it. Okie dokie, we'll look into it," he rattled off brusquely. "We'll send a squad car to check it out. Thanks, folks, for the heads up." When they walked out, they heard him and his cohorts laughing. Wait until they get to Ash Hill. They won't be laughing anymore, she thought grimly. They slid back on the road, and Walter kept driving, slowly. Days later, Cassandra lounged in the passenger seat, appreciating the scenery. Snowball, curled in her lap, was purring. There was snow everywhere. The blizzard had lasted far longer than anyone could have foreseen and blanketed 5 states. They'd spent more time stuck in snowdrifts and ditches than they had traveling because of it. A tediously slow journey, it was taking a long time to get where they were going, wherever that was. Manasseh had been mute since Ash Hill. The others at the table were playing Scrabble. She enjoyed listening to their conversation. It made her feel like they were on vacation. Snowball jumped from her lap, and a minute later she heard it meow for table scraps in the back somewhere, and then the meow stopped. Someone must have given the cat something to eat. Things almost seemed normal. Almost. It was late in the day. Dusk was seeping in. They'd listened attentively to the news the last 3 days. Ash Hill and what had taken place there hadn't been mentioned once. Strange. It was as if a cloud had descended and hidden the town from the world's eyes. "I bet that's the demons doing somehow," Walter conjectured. They'd finally heard from Aurora that morning. She let them know she was with her mother and daughter. They were snowed in, but doing fine. Aurora had talked about her home and Ash Hill. Before her troubles, she'd had a lot of friends there. "It was my town, though it'd seen better days. I can't bear to think of all my friends and neighbors that are now dead." She swore to be careful, keep in touch, and wish them good fortune on the road. "If God wishes it, I'll see you soon." Eventually, Aurora would be with them, and Cassandra already thought of her as another friend who'd protect her back in the coming war. She was going to need as many of those as she could get. "You miss the circus, Walter?" Cassandra lifted her eyes from the whiteness out the window to rest on Walter's face. When he drove, the worry lines smoothed out, and his gentle brown eyes smiled. Driving relaxed him. He liked traveling. "I do. They were my family. I pray what's left of them are still alive." He looked back at her, and his gaze brushed over her face, then returned to the road. The stretch of highway ahead of them had been cleared, and they were making good time for once. They crossed over into Arkansas, and the snow on the ground and trees began to melt. Once, when she glanced out the window, she saw demons on the side of the road doing something to the telephone lines. They looked human, but they weren't. "Should we pull over and go after them?" Walter asked. He'd seen them too. She didn't have time to say yes before she looked again, and the demons had hoofed it into the woods as if they'd known they'd been seen. "No, they're already gone, and I don't want us to walk into a trap of some sort when we're supposed to be somewhere. Manasseh never said a word about us stopping anywhere and engaging the enemy. Best we keep going." Anyway, she'd been seeing demons everywhere all day. Driving in the cars going by, hurrying along the roads in and out of houses they'd passed, and hiding behind trees along the highway as they glared fiercely out at the traffic. If they stopped to fight everyone, they'd never get where they were going. They were searching for her in Walter and others like them. She always looked away as quickly as she could and kept her mind blank so they wouldn't realize she'd recognize them. So far it worked. They weren't chased. Walter's voice went down in volume so only she could hear. "I'm never going to see any of my circus friends again, and I miss the ones that died that night. It breaks my heart, since I know there's also not going to be another season. The circus is through. For me, that life is over." "I'm sorry. We're going to keep losing people we care about, and we'll have to learn to deal with it." "That's just it. I don't want to learn to deal with it." "I don't either. But we don't have any choice. Now, tell me some more stories of the Big Top, about Big Nose and Big Feet and the animals." She never grew tired of hearing Walter weave stories about the circus life he'd loved. It kept her mind off what was ahead of them. An hour later, Walter took them through Little Rock. "Do you know where we're going and who we're looking for?" "No, but I'm sure we'll be enlightened when we get there." "Uh-huh." Walter twisted the wheel. Sarah joined them. "Anyone want a ham sandwich? Just made them fresh myself." Both took a sandwich from the plate. They were eating them when Walter asked his next question. "Cassie, you see that demon, Rayner, lately? Is he still stalking us?" She about choked. "I don't know. I haven't seen him since the night he cautioned us about the demon army. I told him to leave us alone or else." "Or else you'd kill him?" "Something like that. I have the sneaking suspicion he's creeping around here somewhere, and will pop up when we least expect him." Disgust in her voice. "He seems to do that a lot." "He's a strange demon, all right. I still can't understand why he saved Sarah that night in the fire. But because of it, I owe him something. Don't know what, but I do." She sighed. She'd been thinking the same thing. "That's why I didn't cut his head off the last time I saw him. Yet I still don't trust him." "Could be he took your advice and we won't see him again." "We can only pray." Walter laughed. They talked about what they could do to improve their fighting abilities after they crossed the Arkansas state line. There was nothing falling from the skies, and the streets were only lightly flecked in snow. But the sun flared cold and distant. The air was freezing and dull. The world didn't feel like the world Cassandra had always known. It felt treacherous, alien. Even the colors of the sky, a dull mauve, and the smell of the air seemed strange. On the outskirts of a large town near Arkadelphia, she heard a whisper in her ear. "Turn off on 53, Wheelan Springs. Go to the Applebee's there on Main Street." Cassandra gave Walter directions. It was around 5 o'clock. "If it's within our budget, do you think we could swing a meal at a real restaurant? We might as well eat if we're there." Walter had turned out to be very good with money, and he'd unanimously been elected their treasurer. "I think we can if none of us are gluttons. And no booze." "No booze is a good rule anyway. Though I don't drink myself, I see enough weird stuff without it." She grinned. "It wouldn't do to be tipsy when the next demon attack occurs." "No, it wouldn't." "I'll split a meal with my uncle. He doesn't eat much." "You can have your own meal, Cassie. I was teasing you. We can afford to splurge a little, and truth is, we'd better take advantage of the luxuries like restaurants now while we can. Me?
I'm going to have a big fat prime rib, maybe even dessert."
"I'll pitch in, I have money,"
Sarah suddenly said, and Cassandra laughed as the RV turned off on Highway 53. They saw the sign for Wheeling Springs next to the billboard for Applebee's. Chapter 26. Cassandra and Obadiah. It was growing dark as they entered Applebee's. They never went anywhere without the swords. After Ash Hill, along the way to Arkansas, they'd picked up long coats at a thrift shop to hide their weapons under. Nice warm coats, too. Walter had fashioned leather belts with a loop to tie the sword's handles on. For being makeshift, they worked well enough. It made Cassandra feel a whole lot safer with the sword at her side. The restaurant was decorated for Halloween in hanging witches and cardboard cats with their backs raised. Ceramic pumpkins with candles flickering inside squatted in the middle of the tables among the napkins and utensils. Most of the waiters and waitresses were in costume. She thought the costumes were cute, especially the greeter outfitted as a pink rabbit. Cute little bunny nose, cute big puffy white bunny paws, whiskers that twitched when the girl smiled.
"I'd forgotten Halloween is just days away,"
Sarah said as they slid into chairs at a large table in the rear of the room, so the swords could stay hidden under their coats.
"It used to be my hottest season for reading fortunes. I'd make a wallet full of dough. Wow, that seems like a lifetime ago now."
Smiling at the memories, she opened the menu and snuggled beside Walter. They held hands and kissed every chance they got. Johnny made silent faces at them, but Cassandra thought it was sweet. It must be difficult, she thought, observing them, trying to be happy while the world was going to hell. She didn't begrudge them that. More power to them. Let them be happy for as long as they had left. Having the newlyweds with them and seeing their cheery faces every day reminded all of them that there were still loving people in the world. Still joy. Still hope. "You ever going to get those new tarot cards?" Cassandra asked Sarah. It surprised her when Sarah looked up from the menu and shook her head.
"Nah, that's over. I don't need cards to tell me what's coming next. For once, I don't want to know. Don't want no demons getting to us that way either. Better I stay away from the cards and the Ouija board. Lately it seems to me it's Halloween all the time."
"I don't blame you. It is for the best. And heck, don't feel bad. I've been living Halloween for years," Cassandra cracked humorlessly as she perused the menu, and then the other people around them. Beneath the excitement of eating out ran a rippling unease. She was intensely sensitive that there were demons nearby, outside somewhere, and wondered if they were hunting for them or just passing through. Since the battle in Ash Hill, her power to sense demons had grown so much stronger. If they were around, she knew it, a sort of uncomfortable itch, and she was itching like hell all over. She covertly caressed her blade steel beneath the coat with her fingers and felt secure. It was strange how quickly she'd adapted to being a weapon-toting demon killer. Now she felt undressed without it. "Walter," she said softly, "it's good we have our weapons with us. I think we're going to need them." Walter flinched. "Now?" "Not long." "Great. I'll eat fast." A teenage boy with spiky ebony hair and wearing a Superman costume strode up to their table. "Can I take your orders?" "Weird hairdo for Superman," Sarah gawked at the boy. "Superman needs to stay up with the styles too," he crowed, gingerly touching a spike. "I guess." Sarah couldn't take her eyes off the hair. Cassandra had to hide her smile. They picked out and recited what they each desired for supper and eagerly ate it, as Cassandra continued to scrutinize the other patrons around them. There were about 20 people in the restaurant, and none of them clicked with her as being the reason they were there. It crossed her mind that 1, they were there to fight demons, or 2, they were there to meet others like her, Walter and Aurora. It could be something else, but she didn't think so. When she'd first met Aurora, a sort of electrical current had tingled through her, and when she looked at Walter, even now, there was a rainbow aura pulsating around him. No one else in the restaurant gave her a shock or had an aura, so
If they were there to collect another soldier, the person wasn't there yet. On the other hand, the demons she sensed were nearby hadn't caused any trouble so far, which suited her just fine. It'd be nice not to be bothered while they were eating. She finished her barbecued ribs and was enjoying a slice of lemon meringue pie when she saw a middle-aged man walk into the restaurant. He was dressed like someone who didn't care what he looked like. His clothes, plaid coat, and gray sock cap were worn and stained. He had a straggly beard, long gray streaked hair, and eyes that were feverish with melancholy. He had a bright, multicolored aura dancing fiercely around his body. Bingo! The man wandered towards their table. As he passed them, his eyes met Cassandra's. He halted briefly, stared at her as if he recognized her, and then moved on. His eyes hadn't lingered on her scars, as a lot of people's did, and it was points in his favor in her book. He seated himself at the table behind them. She caught him stealing looks at her, and she smiled, waved, and he put his nose into the menu. He was shy. Oh, that was so sweet. Or he didn't know yet what he was. He doesn't know yet. The truth came to her. That's when she sensed the demon come in. Her attention shifted from the stranger behind her to the door. It was Raynor, in all his demon glory, that only she and Walter and perhaps the guy behind them could see. For heaven's sake, what on earth did he want now? He sauntered up to her. Walter had his hand on his sword and was coming to his feet, but she grabbed his wrist and shook her head. Wait a minute, it's Raynor. Let's hear what he has to say before you cut his head off.
Hello again, Cassie.
Raynor didn't get too near her, doubtlessly recollecting what she'd said she'd do to him if they met again.
Miss me?
He flaunted a teasing smile. You didn't cross my mind once. What do you want? She stood up. No one else around them was watching. Then Cassandra heard,
God, no, not another one,
growled by the bearded man behind them. She twisted her head and caught him gaping at Raynor, pure terror on his face. She faced the demon and leaned towards him. Raynor, in a second, I'm going to rid the world of you unless you tell me what you're doing here. Make it quick. Why are you still following us?
When are you going to understand that I'm not out to hurt you or your friends, Cassie? I'm your devoted servant, your friend who's come to notify you that a carload of my associates has been tracking you since you left Ash Hill. They're in the parking lot now, plotting how to invade this restaurant and eradicate everyone in here, including you and your, gang. There are 6 of them. They were commanded to wait for reinforcements, but want to impress their superiors, so they're not waiting for the others. I had to warn you. Oh, yeah, and there's something else. Behind them are phalanxes of fresh battle troops led by Bryn Mawr, that one I warned you of. A demon army larger than has ever been raised. He won't stop until you and your friends are all dead. He's been considered now, so he must succeed.
Considered? Raynor edged closer, and Walter tensed up. The man behind them was muttering to himself, huddled as far into the corner as he could go. He was staring at Raynor.
For promotion to commander, at least. They're bringing up the highest levels of demons from the realm below to lead us. Ancients with immense powers, the like of which no human on earth has ever seen before. 2 of you.
Raynor cocked his head at Walter.
And your enchanted swords won't be able to conquer them.
Raynor actually tried to look concerned, but it was hard to tell. His visage was so ugly.
I came to beg you to run. You're not prepared to fight the power of those coming for you.
Why are you doing this, Raynor? This is war, and for the life of me, I can't understand why you're betraying your own side. Unless, as Walter here suggested, you're a spy. The demon threw his head up, snarled, his eyes narrowed.
"We've spoken of this before. There's no time to go into it again. The army is right behind me. I only came to warn you again, and now I must be going."
And in a puff of smoke, he was gone. No subtlety any more. Walter was looking at the place Raynor had been. He must be afraid of being caught by his comrades. The coward. I still don't trust him, but I don't know why he's doing what he's doing either. According to you and your uncle so far, he hasn't steered us wrong. Her uncle made himself heard.
"I believe him. Let's stampede out of here."
"Uncle, you, Sarah, and Johnny go back to the bus, now," Cassandra said, gobbling the rest of her dessert in rapid bites, grabbing her purse and pushing it into Sarah's waiting hands. Everyone else was done eating. Walter gestured Superman over so he could pay the check. A wave of nausea hit her, and she knew it was too late.
"Never mind. They're here."
Desperation made her voice quake.
"You three hide under the table now."
"Don't put your heads up until Walter and I say it's clear." "I want to help this time," Johnny demanded, as her uncle and Sarah slid under the table. "I'll go get the gun." Some of the restaurant's patrons giggled at Sarah and Uncle George under the table. "No, Johnny." She reached out and grabbed his wrist. "There's no time, and you can't see the demons anyway, so get under the table too. Please. Don't make me worry about you more than I already do." Her brother obeyed in the nick of time. The demons, not even in human disguises, but invisible, swept into the restaurant. Yet instead of heading for her and Walter, they sprang at the nearest table of humans. Armed with hatchets, long-bladed knives, and spiky metal sticks that must have weighed hundreds of pounds, they fell on the humans. She'd never seen weapons like those before. They looked so real, so lethal. Being cut up by invisible weapons, blood and gore flying everywhere, the customers screamed and charged for the exits. It was bedlam. Cassandra and Walter threw themselves at the intruders, swords drawn. There was no sense in hiding what they were or what they had to do with lives at stake. The clash was short. They kept away from the demons' weapons, and every time they used their own swords, the blades' power grew. Their enemies' weapons bounced off the silver blades and shattered into pieces as if made of tin. The first 3 demons went into oblivion, howling and spitting. The next 2, seeing their weapons couldn't kill the humans, split for the doors. Walter ran them down and cut their heads off as they clambered to get out. The final demon turned around and launched itself at her, and she brought her blade down on its back. The sword blazed, and the carcass disintegrated, as the others had, bit by bit, until there was nothing left in the room but wafting, ashy smoke. The restaurant was empty. The mortals had vacated the premises. The demons sent back to hell, or wherever they went after they were destroyed. Even the restaurant's employees, Superman included, had fled the premises. Johnny crawled out from beneath the table, blinking like he'd been in a cave. "Wow, we could steal these uneaten dinners and take them along," he joked. "No one would know. We'd have tasty leftovers for days." "Don't you dare," she scolded, and pushed him, Sarah, and her uncle out the door. There were people hiding behind cars on the parking lot, grumbling in groups. Some were bleeding or bawling into cell phones, trying to make sense of what they'd gone through. They'd seen people hurt from no apparent cause, and 2 humans fighting thin air with swords. But there'd been no one there. But they'd heard strange noises and seen the destruction. There were cars on fire, with their owners nowhere to be seen. In the distance, the wail of police cars squealed their way. Ambulance sirens were coming nearer. Someone had called 911. "We have to go," she said, "before the cops arrive and ask questions we can't answer, and before the rest of the demon army gets here." As they fled to the RV, her uncle yelled at the people outside.
"These are the end days. What you've seen here were God's soldiers killing invisible demons from hell. It's true. Time is short. So go to church, unburden your soul, and make peace with God. If you have no church, pastor, or priest, find one. Give your heart and soul to God before it's too late."
More of the restaurant's customers left the area.
"Guess they didn't believe me,"
her uncle said indignantly. Guess they didn't. She clutched his arm, dragging him along as he yelled out one last thing to the remaining stragglers.
"The rapture is near. Now get out of here, because there are more demons on the way."
They must have thought he was a religious fanatic or an insane old man. The last of the people on the parking lot jumped in their cars and drove wildly away. Maybe they were afraid she and Walter would come after them with their swords. "Let's go," she shouted to her friends. "If Raynor was telling the truth, we have a legion of demons behind us." They climbed onto the bus, and Walter slid behind the wheel. There was a loud pounding on the closed door.
"Let me in. I have to talk to you."
"Wait a minute, Walter." Cassandra opened the door. Outside stood the man in the plaid coat and the rainbow aura that had been staring at her in the restaurant. She pulled him inside the bus, and they drove off. "Come on in and sit down. Who are you?" Cassandra directed the man to a chair at the table as the bus shifted gears and crunched rock getting out of the parking lot.
"My name's Obadiah Manning, and heaven help me if I'm not going stark raving mad. I can see those creatures you were fighting. I don't think those other people could, but I did."
"Well, then, you're the one we're looking for. The reason we were in Applebee's in the first place, and have we got a lot to tell you?" Walter looked over his shoulder, studied the man, and nodded at Cassandra.
"I agree. He's why we were there."
His eyes went back to the road. His hands on the wheel were clenched.
"Now, where are we going, boss?"
"Just get to the main highway." She swung around to Obadiah. "Where do you live?"
"Not too far away."
"Please give the guy at the wheel directions on how to get there." Obadiah did.
"It'd be about the only way I'd get home. My car's back there in flames."
"Head towards his place," she said to Walter as Obadiah collapsed in a chair. "We'll leave from there." They were speeding. The bus knocked around on the road, the truck bouncing along behind it, a constant shadow.
"So, I'm not off my rocker?"
was the first thing Obadiah blurted out.
"I am seeing beast-like ogres and other human-shaped horrors, and they're after us?" "Demons,"
Uncle George corrected him before she could.
"They're demons sent from hell to begin the final war of good versus evil, sent to persecute and annihilate us."
He, as Sarah and Johnny, were sitting at the table, holding on through the rough ride, watching the stranger.
"For freaking God's sake, I was so afraid of that."
Obadiah pushed back in his chair. The bus rocked, and he almost fell over. The chair came quickly back to the table. His eyes blinked as he groaned softly.
"So, there are demons among us. I'm not just seeing and hearing things. And the end of the world is near, is what you're saying?"
"You got it." Uncle George opened Ellie's Bible. His fingers held his place on the page.
"Good grief."
Obadiah slightly rocked his head.
"I'm not dreaming? Not crazy?"
"Don't you wish?" Johnny snorted cynically.
"Obadiah,"
her uncle queried the newcomer.
"is an unusual name, isn't it?"
The man had taken his coat and wool cap off. His hair was long, unkempt, and his manner distracted. He never stopped looking out the windows.
"My mother was religious. Obadiah was a prophet in the Old Testament. The name is Hebrew and means servant of God." "Appropriate," Uncle George clucked, "'cause that's what you are."
"I'm what?" Obadiah's head swung around, and his mouth dropped open. "How long have you been seeing demons, Obadiah?" Cassandra unstrapped her sword and laid it on the floor by her feet within easy reach. She sat down at the table, or else the motion of the speeding bus would have knocked her on her butt. The man took his attention off her uncle and focused on her. He had the saddest eyes she'd ever seen, pale blue-gray, the color of icy water.
"For months, though I've been feeling something's wrong in the world since my wife died last year, I began hallucinating, seeing things I couldn't explain. About the time I closed my shop 3 months ago, I thought it was just unwell. After tonight, with what I saw in that restaurant, I know it's far worse than that."
"It is. Demons are hiding everywhere, gathering their growing ranks when they're not attacking us, and the world's going bonkers." Johnny put his hand out for the man to shake. "Hi, I'm Johnny Greystone, and these two sword-wielders are my sister, Cassandra Greystone, and Walter Garafini there behind the wheel. The old man is our Uncle George, our Bible expert, and the other young lady is Walter's wife, Sarah, our resident clairvoyant." "Nice to meet you all, I think," the man said, clasping everyone's hand when they were held out to him. "Though I should thank you for saving everyone's skin back there, including mine. I couldn't believe it when you two started swinging at those creatures with those swords of yours. You sent them packing. Exterminated them." "You're welcome, but get used to it. Whether you're conscious of it or not, you're one of us, Obadiah." She smiled encouragingly. Since the minute she'd first seen him in the restaurant, she'd felt strangely drawn to him. Without her consent, her hand reached out and touched his. Embarrassed, she drew it back. He looked at her hand and then her face. "And, what's one of us?" His smile was bemused. On second look, the man wasn't as old as she'd thought. He carried the weight of an unhappy life, and that was what made him look older than he was. He could be in his early 40s, or younger. "We've been told that God calls us his soldiers." She then delicately enlightened him on what being a soldier of God meant, about the powers and the responsibilities. Obadiah wilted in his chair, and she couldn't help but pity him, as disbelief and shock took turns flickering across his face. She was pleased they'd found him, but after the conflict in the restaurant, she was sapped. Forming words and thoughts was such an effort. It was as if the sword siphoned off her energy every time she used it. Perhaps it did. "You a person of faith, Obadiah?" "Not really. Oh, my mother was, and I attended church as a kid. I'm familiar with the myths about the end of the world." He smiled again, his lips hidden by the beard. "She used to say these were the end times, too. She dragged me to church, made me pray for hours on my knees. I believed when I was a kid. Then I grew up, and bad things happened to me, and my faith dribbled away." "Bad things?" "My son, Benjamin, was kidnapped 18 years ago, when he was 6 years old. It broke my wife Martha's heart, and mine, and changed our lives forever. We never found him. He was our only child." He hesitated, as if revealing this was hard for him. 3 years ago, he went on, a stricken look shadowing his face, Martha developed a heart condition. She was sick a long time, and died in a lot of pain last year. She was the love of my life, my reason for living. Since she's been gone, nothing matters anymore. Top it all off, her medical bills, her care, bankrupted me. I had to sell the gift shop that's been in my family for 50 years. I lost the house Martha and I built together. Everything's gone now. I'm alone, broke, plus I start seeing these horrid creatures everywhere. Obadiah met Cassandra's gaze unflinchingly. God had forsaken me, or so I thought. And I was losing my sanity as well. God hasn't forsaken you, Obadiah. He's had plans for you all along. Your tragedies and self-doubts are part of where he's been leading you. What you've gone through is what all of us have gone through. We've all, she indicated the others with a jab of her thumb, lost people, and things we've loved along the way. My Uncle George here says it's to prepare us for what's to come. All of us have this in common. We've also come to suspect that some of these misfortunes, if not all, were caused by demons through the years trying to hurt us, tear down our mental health, or get rid of us early on in our lives, before we grew up and ended up here. And demons probably had something to do with his young son's disappearance as well, she'd bet. But she couldn't tell him that. He was in enough pain. Here? Obadiah looked around, amused disbelief taking the place of fright on his face. Bouncing down the road in an RV, with a bunch of strangers I've just met who could be,
Or could not be as delusional as I am? A bus full of nuts?
Not here in that respect, but here, full-grown, alive, and ready to battle demons for God in the final battles. In case you don't know it yet, and you'll find out soon enough, we have powers that other humans don't have. Me, for instance, I can see when people are going to die. I can heal with my hands, and I can fight demons because, like you, I can see them. We're a force to be reckoned with, and the demons know it. That's why they've been following us, attacked us in that restaurant. They want us dead. They want you dead. Walter and I are soldiers, so are you.
Let me get this straight. I'm a little confused. I'm one of these soldiers for God, and now I have to start fighting demons too? My old life is over, and I have to snatch up a sword to kill these creatures only we can see, and that until only a few minutes ago, I thought I was hallucinating.
You got it. Cassandra's lips curved upwards. She couldn't help it. The expression on his face was humorous. He was questioning if he were batty or if the rest of them were. Oh, she could sympathize. He was most likely thinking of how he could get off the bus and far away from them. Most likely he was thinking that he didn't want anything to do with any of it. She'd been there. You're not insane. You're not delusional, believe me. You've been seeing evil, bestial creatures that exist. They hide behind human faces and bodies, and other people can't see them. Yet, in time, you'll understand this better. We'll help you. Go ahead, take a moment and a deep breath. Here, have a cup of coffee. I don't think you ever got one at that restaurant. Sarah poured a cup, added the sugar and a little milk that he said he wanted in it, and put it in their guest's hands. The motorhome was jumping too much for her to put the cup on the table. Don't worry, Cassandra promised. It'll make sense in time.
How much time? I think I'm going to need a lot of it.
Well, in fact, you don't have much time at all. None of us do. The world doesn't. You're going to have to accept things and take your place in line real quick, like now. There is a huge army of demons behind us. You said you lost your house, so where are we going?
To a dingy apartment I've been renting about 30 miles away from the Applebee's we were at. It's not a home, but it's a place to stay in out of the rain.
You go 30 miles out of your way often to eat supper out?
Not generally. But tonight I had this irresistible urge to go to that Applebee's. God sent you a message, son, her uncle said. He wanted you to join up with us.
Walter turned in his seat and tapped a finger on his wristwatch. Cassandra got the message. Since time's short, Obadiah, and if you don't have ties here anymore, you should come with us. We've been living and traveling in this motorhome for a while. There's room for you. There's much we could show, teach you. So much you have to know. But we can't stay in one place long. We're being pursued. We have to keep moving. Come with us?
That's generous of you. But I need to think about it. I've lived here all my life.
Don't think about it too long. Now that you're with us, the demons know about you. You're a target, and won't stand a chance alone. Do you really have anything holding you here?
Who am I fooling?
He whispered to himself. He looked as old as Uncle George. His body slumped and his shoulders sagged.
No, there's nothing, and no one anymore to keep me here. All my friends have either moved away or disappeared. The town's not what it used to be. There's been a lot of trouble lately. Drive-by shootings, unprovoked fights, and domestic violence have increased far beyond the norm. It's gotten to a point people are afraid to go outside, especially at night. There have been so many murders, and they're not the usual kind. They're especially sadistic, brutal. It's incomprehensible to me how one human can do those acts to another.
Not humans, demons, Walter said, from up front.
And it's going to get worse. It's going to get so bad there'll be no place to hide.
He told Obadiah what had happened in Ash Hill.
Well, new guy, you coming with us? Johnny cut in. It's not all fleeing and demon killing, you know. That's not all we do. He grinned. We play cards. We have fun. Cassandra and I are musicians. We play music. And Walter and Sarah just got married, and we had a heck of a party afterwards. Worst thing is, you'd have to sleep on the air mattress in the kitchen every few nights. We'll be taking turns getting the bedroom. I don't mind sleeping on the floor. Or on the ground, under the sky for that matter. I love to camp, hunt, and fish. I like those air mattresses, they're comfy." Cassandra could see they were persuading him. She could also see he'd be a handy man to have around. "Come with us, friend." Her uncle put his hand out and clasped the other man's hand, shook it hard. "It's the safest place you'll find, and among others like yourself." "Like me?" Obadiah was watching her. He breathed in deeply. "I know I should be more cautious. Shouldn't be going off with strangers like this at the drop of a hat. But what you've told me feels like the truth. I sense, though I don't know any of you well, that I can trust you. And I've been searching for something in my life to give me a reason for living. I'd lost mine. This could be it." He shut his eyes, and when he opened them, he gave in. "Oh boy, what the heck? I'll come with you. I'm ready for a big change." "Well then, welcome. We need all the allies we can get." Cassandra didn't know why she did it. She wasn't a spontaneous person, but she threw her arms around Obadiah and gave him a hug that surprised even her. His body was solid. A fragrant whiff of the outdoors filled her nose. When he'd walked past her in the restaurant, she'd seen he was taller than her, not by much, and nowhere as tall as Walter. The beard kept her from seeing if he had a nice face or not, but his smile was warm, and the tiny wrinkles at the corners of his strange eyes made him somehow handsome to her. Wrinkles showed age, and age showed wisdom. He moved his body like a dancer, and she noticed his hands were delicately long-fingered. He had such small wrists. How would he ever wield a sword? Yet there was intelligence and strength in the eyes that saw the demons. If she didn't know better, she'd think she was falling for him. Already? So soon? Impossible. What, was she 15? "One last thing. I have a dog," he confessed timidly. "A little mixed breed, partly fox terrier, named Mutt. He's a good dog, hardly barks at all. He comes with me." "I have a cat named Snowball," she said. "We'll be one happy family." They reached Obadiah's apartment and picked up his clothes and personal items. He hadn't lied. The apartment was small, shabby. He didn't have much. "I sold everything I had to pay the convalescent home that cared for Martha the last 6 months of her life, when she'd been too ill to keep at home." Again Cassandra's heart softened to him. He'd really loved his wife. He seemed like a good man. "How much time do we have?" Obadiah asked as he was stuffing a second suitcase. "A little." Walter picked up Obadiah's first suitcase. "I didn't see anyone tailing us." "Good. I have several quick telephone calls to make. It'll only take a few minutes." He phoned his landlord, said he was moving out immediately, called the utilities and the phone and canceled his services. It took 11 minutes. Their new recruit was a conscientious man who didn't like loose ends. Considerate, too. "Well, I'm ready." Obadiah took a last look around. "Just have to be sure I have everything." He wasn't taking much, because there wasn't a lot of extra room in the bus. He brought along a suitcase of clothes, another suitcase full of toiletries and pictures, a tiny television, his dog Mutt, and a bag of dog food. "I travel light. None of this stuff means anything anyway. The only thing that matters anymore to me are the memories of a lifetime in my head, and my dog." They drove away from the apartment, and he only looked back once. "Goodbye, old life. Hello, new." He didn't say much, but she thought he'd open up when he got to know them better. It was hard leaving an old life behind, no matter how imperfect it had been. She should know. "Well, here's something you're going to need in this new life of yours." Her uncle handed the newcomer a sword. It was similar to the ones she, Walter, and Aurora had, but with an obsidian-hued handle and blade. Obadiah held it up in his hands and rotated it in the light to get a better look as the bus swept down the highway. Where did that come from? She had her sword, Walter had his, and Aurora had hers, wherever she was. "It was here on the table when we returned from Obadiah's apartment," her uncle claimed. "I think it's a present from that angel friend of yours, Cassie." "What angel friend?" Obadiah stopped, admiring his sword in the passing streetlights.
"Oh, yes," she said. "As there are demons on earth in these end times, there are also angels."
"You better tell me about this angel of yours. Tell me everything."
She gave him the story of Manasseh and Walter, who was driving, spoke of his encounter with his angel, who they now knew had also been Manasseh. Then, sitting around the table for Obadiah's benefit, they took turns relaying their adventures from the beginning. Mostly, Obadiah listened. As they spent time together, Obadiah warmed to them, and they to him. He opened up a little more about his life, yet Cassandra could tell he wasn't telling them everything. There must be subjects too painful yet to share. Give him time. She liked him. He didn't have the gentle way about him that Walter had, Aurora's strength, nor Johnny's sense of humor, or even Uncle George's wisdom. But he had this air of authority that everyone could sense. He was a born leader. He was one of them. His dog fit in, too. Mutt and Snowball faced off, Snowball hissing and flexing her claws at the dog from a safe distance. For 5 minutes or so. The two sniffed at each other and became friends. Mutt must have thought Snowball was a dog like him. They were the same size. By the end of the night, the two animals were playing and chasing each other around the motorhome, their antics making everyone laugh. "I think I've about had enough driving for one day," Walter decided sometime after 9 o'clock. "I've been driving all day. I don't think anyone's following us right now. So I'm pulling off the highway and parking this bus somewhere protected for the night, so we can all get some sleep." "Fine with me," Sarah agreed. "It's been a long, tiring day." She yawned, and there were echoes of her sentiment. They were all tired. Walter found a church with a roomy parking lot. They shut down for the night. Cassandra and Obadiah, as the others slept, remained at the table discussing the world's current crises, their pasts and their futures, demons and angels, their mission as she perceived it. Obadiah couldn't get enough of any of it, as if he'd been starved for explanations or just for human interaction for a long time, as if he'd been lonely and knew he no longer had to be. He'd found a place where he belonged. He was one of them now. Chapter 27. Cassandra. Halloween came and went. They spent it fighting demons in a small town in the middle of Arkansas, escorting and protecting the trick-or-treaters that wandered too close to the dark places where demons lurked. Heaven knew how other places fared. But the night after Halloween, the news reported extremely high numbers of disappearances. The other side had been busy. Manasseh paid a visit to Cassandra the day before All Hallows' Eve. The main demon host was no longer chasing them.
"They've been sent elsewhere. For what reason, I don't know. You have a reprieve to acquire and learn about your growing abilities. By uniting with Obadiah, your band has become stronger. You're ready to challenge the evil that confronts you. So now, no more running. It's time to fight."
So they fought, whether it was one demon or a crowd of them. Wherever they uncovered demons, they went after and vanquished them. Obadiah learned quickly with each clash and became a staunch ally and friend. It was as if he'd always been with them. They continued to search for others like themselves. After October, the weather never got any better. Across the country, it was nothing but snow, ice, and record-freezing temperatures. Humanity hid inside behind ice-covered windows and solid walls. But not the demons. They didn't mind the cold. They only wanted to keep killing. Slowly, the three who wielded the swords learned how to fight, when not to, protect each other's backs, and when to run. There were times they were victorious, and none of them got hurt. There were times they dragged back to the RV dripping blood and covered with wounds. Each time they became stronger, more expert at seeking out and destroying their enemy. Between fighting and spreading the word, when things weren't too hectic, Cassandra and Johnny found places to perform a night or two at a time. It wasn't simply for the cash, which they needed, that they went on working, but it gave them something to look forward to and relieved their stress. Their friends would sit in the audience, applaud and smile, and for a short time, everyone would forget there were demons to battle and a world outside going to hell. The good times never lasted long. One snowy night, they packed up to leave a tavern they'd done a 3-nighter at, and she confided to her brother, "This is getting harder and harder for me. You know I love playing guitar and singing your songs, but I can't stomach looking out in the crowd anymore and seeing so many people with targets on their faces. More demon victims." "At least our audience is all human, sis." The demons had stopped mingling with humans. Now, when the two species met, there was only killing. "That's true, yet it still depresses me. I think our performing days are over, Johnny. Time left is too precious to waste singing out in bars. There's only time for finding and slaying demons, saving the people we can save and looking for others like us, preparing for what's to come." "You sure?" "I'm sure. All the signs are there. Sarah had a dream, and I have this feeling." He didn't argue with her about it. Silent tears ran down her cheeks as she closed her guitar case. They walked out of the bar into the frigid night. It was hard letting go of that last vestige of their old life, the part that had made them happy. Manasseh hadn't asked her to do it. She'd just known it was time. Johnny wasn't usually the optimistic one, but he put on a valiant face. "This doesn't mean the music has to die. We can still play whenever we want for our family and friends. We'll save it for gatherings, celebrations, or just when we're blue and need to be cheered up." "You can count on it. We'll still sing and play whenever we want. And someday," she didn't finish her thought, because she knew as well as her brother there probably wouldn't be a someday for them. It was the beginning of December, and demons were everywhere. Locating, eradicating, or evading the large gatherings took all their time. Traveling and preaching took up what was left. Their money ran out. Just in time, her uncle's insurance check for the house came through. He had it sent to his bank's local branch in the town they were in at the time. Of course, it was supposed to be for rebuilding, but their need was more pressing. They cashed it and hid the money in the bus. Better if they had it on them. They were going to need it. Demon hunting paid nothing. Obadiah turned out to be a strong fighter and a crack shot with the guns. He became expert at card games, but didn't have much of a singing voice. He left that to her and Johnny. Mutt gradually became Uncle George's dog more than Obadiah's. It slept with him, tailed him everywhere, and though he rarely barked in general, barked when demons were around. An authentic watchdog for the end days. After his first battle, Obadiah humbly petitioned her uncle to teach him more about revelations, and Uncle George gladly obliged. Aurora telephoned one freezing, snowy morning. "My mother's dying in the hospital. That's unbearable enough, but there are monsters tormenting the town we're living in, and their murderous raids have intensified. They're kidnapping people openly now. It's happening everywhere every day. They don't wait until dark. They don't care if they're caught. It's been difficult trying to protect people when Mom's so sick," she divulged in a weary voice. "But my day job's gone, so that's made it easier in some ways, harder in others. I'm broke, but they've closed the stores anyway and the schools. People are holed up in their homes, afraid to go out. Once Mom passes, there's no good reason for Ruth and I to stay. So we could be joining you very soon? You still want us? You still have room for us?" "We'll make room," she promised Aurora over the cell phone. "Call us when you're ready. We'll come and fetch both of you." "I'll do that," she said in her sad voice. "See y'all before long." After the phone conversation, her uncle had an idea.
We should trade this bus in for a bigger one. I have the money and can't think of a better way to spend it. We're going to need more space, more beds."
They found another RV, one that was roomier and slept 8 people if they crammed them in. It could have been the old one's twin, just a little bigger. With the trade-in, they still had money left over to live on for months. They took possession of their new home not a day too soon. The news media unrelentingly made excuses for the ever-worsening global disasters, uprisings, vanishings, and brutal deaths. The crime rate continued to escalate, and so too did the number of devastated towns. Bizarre phenomena befell people and were seen by witnesses. There were roaming gangs of thugs that some people said weren't human beings at all, but some sort of monsters. The stories were as endless as the denials. Humanity. People sure could be dense. What they couldn't explain away, they covered up. Yet, little by little, the believers were organizing. The demons prowled and killed openly. Weeks went by. George had gotten good at preaching to people. Wherever they stopped in a new town or city, he'd get out, walk among them, and preach. Some even listened as the times grew more precarious. Cassandra was constantly dismayed at how many people didn't believe in God. They were chased away from so many places. Unbelievers took them for a busload of wandering religious fanatics, spreading fear and lies. Some threw eggs or rocks at them. Her uncle particularly relished testifying in parking lots, lobbies of corporate businesses, or in the malls, anywhere he could find a large gathering. The men and women in their expensive suits zigzagged around them as if they had the plague. The spoiled mall teenagers dressed in skimpy clothes and bedecked with piercings and jewels snickered at them. There weren't many spontaneous converts. Sometimes, to help gather people, she and Johnny played their music. It got them attention, sometimes not the kind they wanted. Demons heard their voices and flocked to them. Cassandra lost count of how many of those meetings ended in bloodshed. One night, up guarding the others and keeping each other company after a long day of fighting demons, she bemoaned that so many people still couldn't see what was happening, and her uncle predicted, "That'll change when everyone sees the demons and the world plunges into full-out war. We're only killing time, waiting for that day." "Some killing time? I thought we were killing demons."
"That too."
He grabbed and hugged her as she sat beside him.
"Don't wish your days away, sweetheart. Armageddon will come soon enough. Enjoy these days, because what's coming will be hell."
So she tried, hard, and more weeks passed. Chapter 28. Ellie's Ghost. The night she saw Ellie's ghost was the night she learned Bryn Mawr was coming for them with an army far greater than the one he'd had before. He was very close. It was the end of December. They joyously celebrated Christmas with a home-cooked turkey dinner and practical presents, socks, gloves, and warmer wool hats, under a tiny evergreen decorated in popcorn strands Obadiah had cut from the woods. They'd all sang Christmas carols late into the night, with her and Johnny accompanying on guitars. It was a bittersweet holiday. They'd been tortured by inclement weather as they journeyed through Mississippi, Alabama, and down into Florida, obeying Manasseh's cryptic directives. They camped by the ocean in a place called Marco on the Gulf of Mexico, having gone as far south as they could go. Cassandra wasn't sure what to do next. The cryptic directives had ceased. That night she sat up late alone at the kitchen table and waited for guidance. The world had overnight plummeted into desperate confusion, worse than ever before. No one could view the news any longer and say something strange wasn't going on. Not that people believed what was right in front of their eyes. It was bizarre to watch news anchors reporting macabre happenings, but never acknowledging what they were. She laughed, but it wasn't funny. Obadiah would watch the evening news, shake his head,
Don't they see what's going on?"
"They see," she'd sigh. "They're just too afraid to say they see." She got to where she couldn't watch television news anymore. The charities couldn't keep up with the money that was needed to assist the injured, homeless, and the destitute in the world. That winter, except for working and necessary trips, people never left their houses. There'd been a deep freeze across the United States since before Halloween. If it wasn't snowing, it was sleeting or so cold, being outside for long was dangerous without proper clothing. Even Florida experienced the lowest temperatures ever recorded. The rest of the world wasn't much better. It was chilly in the Amazon, snowing in the Sahara, icy in Egypt. By January, the ranks of the missing swelled to outrageous proportions, and as Uncle George had said many months before, everyone noticed. Another reason for people to isolate themselves. She was worn out from a scuffle that morning at a Kmart with a couple of particularly nasty demons. She and Obadiah had been shopping and came across them on the parking lot. They'd been blowing up cars. Obadiah waylaid one with drawn sword, dispatched it, as Cassandra had dealt with the other one. Problem was, then the beast's companions showed up. A flood of them. She and Obadiah had barely escaped with their limbs intact, but he'd suffered a couple of deep wounds and was sleeping, healing, in the bedroom. So far, she'd been lucky. Wounded often, she'd always healed. Usually, she was covered in bruises, scrapes, and cuts. That was her life. She prayed, waiting for a sign to tell her what to do next. She hadn't heard from Manasseh in days, so she and the others had done their best on autopilot. Something big was about to go down. A quaking in her bones. She could feel it. Her eyes looked around the new RV they call home. It was nice having more room and privacy. The kitchen area was smaller, but no one had to sleep on the floor anymore. Obadiah bunked with Johnny, Sarah and Walter together, and her uncle in one of the smaller separate bunks. She'd sleep on the double bed that the sofa made into, closest to the door, so she could get out quickly if she had to, until Aurora and Ruth joined them. After that, they'd have to rearrange sleeping quarters. She liked looking out the window above her bed at night, keeping guard over the others as they slept. God, where do we go now? Outside, she could hear the ocean whispering. Walter had parked for the night behind a small church and its cemetery not far from the water's edge. The ocean was outside their door. It had been warmer the day they'd arrived than it had been in weeks. The snow had lulled, enough so that all of them, Uncle George included, explored the beach along the water line. They'd tumbled out of the motor bus, stretched their legs, and filled their lungs with fresh sea air. Carefree for once. They'd enjoyed a day at the beach, laughing, cavorting like young children, forgetting the calamitous state of the planet for a while. Obadiah loved the ocean. The last one to come back inside the day before, he dawdled along the beach, sticking near to the RV, in case demons showed up, until it had grown dark, chilly, and the snowflakes had resumed. It was snowing in Florida. Imagine that. They had grown fond of Obadiah. He was funny, clever, and becoming a splendid fighter. She'd been right that first day. He was a good man. Being with them, believing in what they were doing, had revitalized him. His eyes were no longer haunted with melancholy. He'd shaved his beard, let Sarah trim his hair, and he'd bought new clothes, which made him look younger. She'd learned he was only 38 one night. Over a rummy hand she was, for once, winning. Obadiah had the most luck at cards she'd ever seen. He always won. What endeared him to her the most, as time went by, besides his prowess in battle, at her side, and the way he devoured books, was that he loved to listen to her and Johnny play and sing. When they'd been entertaining in the taverns, he'd come to listen to them every night. He particularly appreciated Johnny's original music. Johnny thought he was sweet on her. She might have felt something for Obadiah, older or not, but fondness was only what the times and her heart would allow her. Survival took up her days and her stamina. This was no time to get involved with anyone, and above all not another one of God's warriors. Their lifespans could be short. After rapture, how long would any of them have? Years? Weeks? Or days? That reality was never far from her mind. Even now, Walter was recuperating from a to-the-bone gash, and today Obadiah had almost died. Seeing him in pain had hurt her much more than she could have thought. No, she had to shield her heart. This was no time for a soldier on the battlefield to fall in love. She dipped her head and massaged her neck. Her whole body was sore tonight. "What are we supposed to do now?" she whispered to the quiet space around her. And there was Aunt Ellie, sitting across from her. The woman looked young, the way she remembered her when Cassandra had first come to live with her over 20 years ago. She was happy, healed. She looked so pretty in a pearl-pink dress and a rose in her shiny hair. She sparkled softly. "No," Ellie assured her. "I'm no demon pretending to be your aunt. I'm me, all right." The spirit brushed her hand, and Cassandra was sure. They smiled at each other. "I was only wondering," Cassandra explained, "because Manasseh once told me there were no ghosts, only demons in disguise." "That's true. But I'm no ghost. I'm a visitation from God. It's different." "Oh, God can do anything, right?" "Right." "Aunt Ellie, I've missed you so. I'd begun to think you were a figment of your husband's imagination. But here you are." "Here I am." "Because—" Cassandra couldn't stop smiling. Seeing her aunt after the long months without her gave her the most joy she'd had in a long time. "God sent me to give you a message." "Oh, and don't miss me, sweetie. I'm not really gone." Ellie pursed her lips, gazing around. "I like your new digs. Shame about our old home, but this RV thing is comfy looking, and it goes everywhere you go. That's got to be right handy." Her eyes gravitated towards the bunk further down where George was sleeping. Mutt was curled up next to him, but his eyes were open and fixed on Ellie. The dog could see her, but it didn't bark. It laid its head on its paws and just watched. "Do you want me to get Uncle George up for you?" "Nah, I'll see him soon enough. I'm to tell you that you have to leave this place tonight. A terrible hurricane's going to hit this part of Florida in a day or so. You and the others have to be far, far away. Do you hear me? It's no longer hurricane season, Aunt Ellie, and I haven't heard anything on the news about one coming. There'd been so many hurricanes in the last year, they'd become commonplace. What's so different about this one?" "Other than you're here on the beach where it's going to hit?" Ellie grinned. Cassandra waited, an expectant expression on her face. "Zelda is what they're going to call it. It'll show up off the coast out of nowhere. Worst one ever, you'll see. So get going. You'll need to stock up on groceries and supplies on the way, though, as much as you can stuff into this metal box. You're going to need them. And those demons, led by that awful Bryn Mawr, the ones you've been warned about, have found you again and are preparing to bushwhack you. If you don't move your butt now, they'll catch up with you in a few hours." Ellie's face was serious as she went on. "The enemy's army has grown so strong, and they will grow even more so after the rapture, when the portals to hell are going to open all over the world, and evil's going to pour out." Her words filled Cassandra with dread, though she hid it. "If you go tonight, you will leave the demon pack behind," Ellie finished, "for a bit. I thought we were supposed to stand and fight and not run anymore. After you meet up with Aurora. She's sort of a link that forges the final chain. And something else is going to happen that'll make you all incredibly stronger. You'll see. So you need to head back up to Missouri, a town called Malden, where she and her daughter have been living. They'll be joining you. You can fight Bryn Mawr. You'll be ready then." "You'll be ready then? What do you mean?" "Oh, you'll understand." Ellie hunched over to whisper. "Cassie, the rapture will come very soon. You need to be with Aurora when it comes. That's very important." Cassandra's heart jumped. "When?" "Oh, I can't tell you that. I don't know." "Only God knows?" "Yep." "And afterwards, all humans will see the demons?" "That's the plan." "That's when the real fun will start." Ellie winked. Perhaps, seeing the terror in her face, her aunt extended a hand and caressed her cheek where the scars were. "Fear not, my child. God and his angels will be with you every step of the way. You're friends. You won't be alone." Cassandra shuddered. Ellie got up, came around, and put her arms around her. The woman was as solid as she'd been in life and smelled of lilacs in springtime. There. It'll be okay. You and the others are tough. You can do what God asks of you. I know it. Trust in him. He'll watch over you." Her aunt's embrace was warm, as when she'd been alive. How powerful God was, Cassandra thought. He could raise the dead and give them life again. He'd sent Ellie to comfort her. She let the tears flow. It felt good to have someone hold her, console her. It was magical having Ellie there like that. She didn't want to let go of her ever. "Aunt Ellie, what's being dead like?" Ellie's laugh was soft and musical. It brought back sweeter days when her aunt had been a vibrant, life-loving woman who could do about anything she'd set her mind to, before she'd gotten sick. Ellie had been a good friend and surrogate mother. Heaven's beautiful. I'm so happy I can't put it into words. I'll tell you, it's not like anything you think it is. Time means nothing there. Everyone I ever loved, except you, George, and Johnny, are there. My family, my son, oh, he's a sweetheart. I see him every day. I feel no fear, worry, or pain. I'm not sick anymore. I know that soon God and you will win his war, and we'll all be together again, blissfully happy. You'll see." As her aunt moved away, Cassandra wiped tears from her face. "When will we fight Bryn Mawr?" "Soon." "When?" Ellie's laughter was so faint, Cassandra wasn't sure she'd heard it. The woman who had been Ellie had walked, floated to the door, and it magically opened. The spirit admired the night and the gently murmuring ocean. The light covering of snow made the line between water and land visible. The earth was lit up, as if by a million tiny twinkling lights. The sea was calm. "I always wanted to go see an ocean. Never got a chance when I was alive. It's beautiful. But not as beautiful as the ocean outside my new home up there." She gestured at the sky. The spirit turned to look at her. "Now I live in a lovely house next to one. The water's always blue and warm. I have animals, a dog named Ralphie and 3 fat cats." She waved 3 fingers in front of Cassandra's eyes. "A huge swimming pool, lush gardens, friends, old and new. My son lives with me. We play cards, go on trips, hike in the woods. I go swimming every day. Eat anything I want. Oh, the chocolate's heavenly up there. I'm so happy. Oh, just wait, Cassie, until you see it." "I can't wait, Aunt Ellie. Now, when do we fight Bryn Mawr?"
When the sky is crimson and the angels' swords glow a rainbow, it will be a decisive battle, the beginning of the end. Cassandra wanted to ask what that meant, because they'd been fighting battles for months now. What made this one different? But Ellie wanted to talk about other things. For a while they did. She wanted to hear about George, Aurora, Obadiah, and the wedding. Cassandra had answered everything Ellie wanted to know and was in the middle of the story about meeting Obadiah when Ellie put her hand up. "I have to go now, child, and so do you. You must wake everyone and leave within the hour." "We will. Thank you for coming, Aunt Ellie. It's been so good to see you again."
"Ah, I'll be back before you know it. I haven't abandoned any of you. I'm watching over you. I have since my death. Never forget, I love you, all of you. Tell George I love him, though he knows that. Johnny, too. And Obadiah, I like him. You can trust him. He reminds me of your Ronnie, who, by the way, I've seen, and he told me to say he still loves you." Stunned, Cassandra could only blink. "You've seen Ronnie?" "I have. Don't worry, he's so contented. He paints the most wonderful oil canvases of the heavenly landscapes and gardens. He did one of my cats last week. Stunning. He has the touch. He watches you down here. He's proud of you. Says hi." Cassandra wiped the tears from her cheeks. She couldn't bear to think about Ronnie at that moment. The life she was living was too horrible. "You all watch us down here?" "Sometimes. It made me so happy when Walter and Sarah got married." Ellie stopped, acted as if she were going to say something else, but changed her mind and grasped Cassandra's hands instead. The other woman's flesh was warm. "Goodbye, Cassie. Godspeed. Now go on. Get out of here. That hurricane's coming. So are those demons." "Goodbye, Aunt Ellie." The spirit evaporated into the air, waving goodbye as she went. If only she could have visited longer. It had been lovely having her to talk to again. Expelling a groan, knowing what she had to do, she got up to wake the others. They weren't going to like rushing off in the middle of the night much, but it was time to hit the road. Goodbye, ocean. Goodbye, Florida. Goodbye, hurricane, wherever it was. Alarmed that Bryn Mawr and a tempest were closing in on them, Cassandra didn't have to cajole much to get everyone out of bed, dressed and on the road. They knew eventually they'd have to fight Bryn Mawr, but preferred not to in the middle of a hurricane. So they battened down the hatches. Walter, their best driver, got behind the wheel and drove. Everyone wanted to hear what Ellie had to say, and as Cassandra recapped it, they kept their eyes on the world outside the windows for the enemy. They watched the news. It was all about the new hurricane. By the time they reached Arkansas, people as far up as Missouri and Kentucky were fleeing north to outrun the coming storm that had materialized out of thin air in the Gulf of Mexico. "Cassie, you should look at this." Johnny's attention was on the 12-inch television screen. "They're saying Zelda will be the most devastating hurricane Florida or the United States has ever seen since they began reporting them. 3 times as bad as Katrina was. Winds unbelievably over 400 miles an hour. Whoa. They've made a new category for it. Category 7. It's coming ashore now along the coast, flooding Florida like it was a swimming pool. In the next day or so, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama, up to Missouri and Kentucky, could see flooding as well. They predict millions will die or become homeless in the storm surge and high winds. They can't figure out what's fueling it, though. Hurricanes are fed with warm water, and the water's freezing. It's still snowing most of the way down to Florida. So if the flooding doesn't get you, the icy water will. This is awful." He put his head in his hands, hiding his eyes, gently swaying back and forth. "So awful. Darn good thing we're in Arkansas." Uncle George huffed. "We got out of Florida just in the nick of time." "We sure did. Walter said as he squinted to see through the heavy snow. "Thank you, Ellie." He'd been driving straight through the night. They were 6 hours away from Malden. They'd called Aurora, and she was expecting them. It was cold, too, in Arkansas, icy and slick, which didn't help the driving. They hit a bump. Walter struggled with the wheel to keep the bus on the road. Something beneath the vehicle scraped the undercarriage. Too much weight, too many provisions packed in every nook and cranny. They'd purchased clothes, groceries, and canned goods, cleaning products and personal hygiene items on the way. Everything they'd need if there were no stores open any longer. They'd depleted all their cash. Cassandra said, "I know. Sorry. We're going to need every last thing we jammed in. Would have bought more if we had more money. The country's going bonkers. I'm glad we got what we got. Shortages are going to do nothing but increase." The stores they'd stopped at had been nearly cleaned out. They'd had to go to 3 places before they'd gotten what they'd needed. With the storms and the frozen roads, stores weren't being stocked properly to begin with, and with the shortages, it had become only worse. Cassandra noticed Johnny staring out the window at the passing whiteness, a sullen look on his face. He had his guitar in his hand, and he had been trying to play, strumming it softly, some song he'd been writing for Aurora. But the rocking bus kept him from finishing. Now, he just cradled the instrument in his arms. "What do we do when our supplies are gone and the stores are empty? Learn to forage, or live off the land, I guess." Obadiah was the one to answer him. "I spent time in the army when I was young, and I'll teach you all how to trap and hunt. We'll get by. Well, for as long as we'll need to." Everyone knew what he meant by that remark. They hit another bump, and a cabinet door above the table sprung open. A stream of cans popped out and rained down on the tabletop, smashed a coffee cup that had already been saved twice from committing suicide by launching itself off the table. "Yeah, we could have bought more stuff and put it where?" Sarah groused good-naturedly and collected canned peas and beans to stuff back in the cabinet. She cleaned up the broken cup. "There's space in the bathroom, in the toilet bowl." Cassandra couldn't take her eyes off the devastation Zelda was creating on the television as it forged closer to land. She was frightened, no matter what Ellie had said about trusting in God. There was a strange feeling in the air and strange sounds, like a million whispers ebbing and flowing around them. It made her skin clammy. Something was about to happen. But what? Her eyes met Sarah's. No words were needed. Everyone had stayed up through the night as Walter or Johnny or Obadiah, taking turns, had driven, talking about what would happen next and what to expect when they had to face Bryn Mawr. Some of them, perhaps all of them, would die. Cassandra studied the faces around her. She loved every one and couldn't imagine any of them not being there. She wanted to stop, find a church, kneel and pray so badly. But they were on a timetable and couldn't stop the big bus, as Sarah had started calling their new home. "Time for praying afterwards," Walter promised. "When we get to where Aurora is, we'll go to church if we can. Light candles. Pray for the human race and for the courage to face what's coming." They huddled close to each other in their metal home and silently counted the passing hours as Walter drove on through the second snowy night. They took turns sleeping because they had to be rested for whatever followed. She thought she was forgetting to do something vital, but couldn't for the life of her remember what it could be. They were tired of watching the anticipated horrific damages the hurricane would soon inflict, and were discussing the rapture again. One of her Uncle George's favorite subjects. "It'll be an awe-inspiring miracle," he gushed to Sarah. "We know it's close. It's going to prove God's existence once and for all to so many unbelievers." "Some will see God in it," Walter said. "Some won't. There'll still be people we'll have to bring to our side. There'll be some we'll never convince. As I see it, I'm being realistic." "You really believe the rapture won't convince people that the end days are here?" Cassandra had her eyes on Johnny's fingers as they returned to the guitar's strings. His new song was haunting, and she wanted him to play more of it.
Not all of them. People who don't believe in it won't accept it's happened. With all the truly good people around the planet gone, overnight, the world will become a treacherous place. Too many demons and not enough godly people. It'll be like purgatory on Earth.
Promise me, Sarah spoke aside in a whisper to Obadiah, to keep an eye on my husband if something happens to me. It'd be hard on him, especially in the beginning.
I will.
There wasn't anything else Obadiah could have said. They'd talked about how God's warrior's destiny was to be left behind to continue the fight. But Sarah, George, and Johnny weren't warriors. They could die any time. Something none of them liked to speak of.
I keep thinking that if I wasn't one of these soldiers, or if I'd been more religious, I could be seeing my wife Martha here shortly. She was a true believer, like my mother was. Martha had the most beautiful white leather Bible trimmed in gold. I buried it with her.
There was a yearning in the man's eyes. In his hand was Ellie's Bible. Obadiah had been reading passages from it the last 2 days, some aloud so everyone could hear. You miss your wife, don't you? Cassandra asked.
More every day, Cassie. But I'm glad she's out of this. Glad she doesn't have to go through what's ahead. She's in heaven. I miss her companionship. A selfish thing, actually. She was one of those people who looked at the bright side of everything. She could make me smile through my tears and make me see how trivial my fears were. I could use that now.
Cassandra feared he might see his wife soon anyway. Bryn Mawr had an endless army behind him this time. You'll see her again, Obadiah, one way or another. She laid a hand on his shoulder, then as quickly moved it away. She was mad at herself. It was like her body wouldn't listen to her. She kept touching him. A touch here, a hug there, a shoulder tap. She couldn't stop herself.
Oh, I know I will.
His eyes were laughing up at her, like he knew what she'd been thinking. He patted the seat beside him.
Sit down by me. Tell me what's on your mind.
She sat at his side. Distract him, she thought, by talking about her lost love as well. I miss Ronnie, even after all this time, too. I turn around and expect him to be there. I talk to him sometimes as if he were here. I miss him. But it does get better, it does. Obadiah avoided her eyes, but his hand took hers. It was large and warm, and a sensitive man, she knew he'd heard her, understood her heartache. Sarah went up front to sit by Walter. Everyone was conscious of how short time might be for them, and they were making the most of it. At 9:30 that night, they arrived in Malden and drove to Aurora's rented house. It was an old place, plain, the inside in need of paint, but yet spacious, with a fireplace in the living room, which was cozy, with the snow falling outside and the temperature below 10 degrees. The reunion was joyful. Cassandra introduced Obadiah to Aurora, and they all sat down to a pot of her homemade chili. Worn down from fending off demons on her own, living with little money, and her mother in the final stages of her illness in the hospital, where she and her daughter spent half their time, Aurora was so happy to have them there. Obadiah liked Aurora immediately. He knew the circumstances of Mary's death, and treated both her and her daughter Ruth with kindness and love as the evening progressed. He played Monopoly with them and Uncle George, card games. Ruth laughed and seemed content, a far cry from the child they'd last seen. Cassandra and Johnny, and sometimes Aurora, sang old Beatles songs before the fire, and for a few hours they were merely a group of friends taking pleasure in each other's company. It grew late.
We'd better get some sleep, Walter recommended. We're going to need it.
Wanting to keep them all together, Aurora offered her house for the night. I have cots, a sofa bed, and with Mom in the hospital, an extra bedroom. Ruth and I can double up in mine. Both animals are welcome, too. They made their beds wherever they could and settled in for the night with the snow and wind blowing outside. Snowball ended up sleeping with Ruth, who the cat had taken an instant fondness to, and Mutt, as usual, with George. Cassandra took the living room sofa. She could feel the evil approaching. Somewhere beyond the windows, the demons lurked. It made her skin itch, something terrible, her stomach queasy, her sleep restless. Around 3 in the morning, she woke for the second time since she'd laid down to the sound of Mutt barking, startled to see someone hovering over her in the darkness. "Cassie," someone whispered hoarsely, "wake up. It's important." She switched on the light on the nearby end table, her eyes adjusted, and took in the repulsive visage of a demon. She couldn't believe it. Raynor! It had been weeks since she'd seen him in Applebee's, and here he was, a demon in Aurora's living room. He could have done anything to her, killed all of them in their beds. He'd snuck in, and not one of them had even sensed it, and that upset her as much as him being there. These days, she always knew when demons were around. "What are you doing here? And what do you want?" She'd instinctually grabbed her sword, tucked beneath the sofa, and bolted into a sitting position. The blade was inches from his neck. "Well, I'm not here to harm you or any of your pals, if that's what you're thinking, silly girl. I came to warn you. Again." Raynor went on, stepping back to put his hands up in a capitulating gesture. His voice dropped to a gruff whisper. "I'm sure you do know about Bryn Mawr's massive army, don't you? That he's sworn to kill you and your gang." "Of course I know." "Well, he's found you. They'll surround the house in minutes. Strike before dawn. You can't win. There are too many of them. You must run away." Before dawn. So that's what she'd been sensing. So many demons so near. "We can't run away anymore, Raynor. God wants us to fight him this time." "Then you and your God are fools. Bryn Mawr is among the oldest, mightiest of us, and he has called forth others from hell as ancient or more so than he is. You cannot conquer him." "Why haven't I taken your head?" she scolded herself as she dropped the sword away from his demon neck. "Because I'm no threat to you, and you know it. I'm your friend." If a demon could look friendly, as ugly as it was, Raynor tried. He contritely hung his head and wrung his claw-like hands. "I only want to help you." Cassandra grunted. "I can't seem to get rid of you, can I? I thought you were with your comrades, or were dead." "No, I'm not dead, as you can see. Yet. I told you, I don't fight with the others of my race. I don't believe in what they believe in. I no longer want to eradicate all the humans and send their souls to hell. Truth is, these days, I prefer human company to demon. This brand new world they're planning, a world for and run by demons, with some king demon reigning over us and torturing humans for his delight, doesn't appeal to me. I'm no one's puppet. I didn't always much care for the world the way it was before, but this new one would be a catastrophe." He shook himself like a wet dog, his version of a shudder. Mutt had stopped barking, but she caught the dog out of the corner of her eye, hiding in the shadows beyond the living room door, growling softly, staring at Raynor with big shiny dog eyes. "On that we agree." She listened to hear if anyone else was up in the house. Someone was moving somewhere. A shuffling was coming towards them. Obadiah was in the doorway, sword in hand. He saw Raynor and charged. Cassandra jumped out of bed and threw herself between them. "No, it's Raynor. Remember I told you about him? The crazy demon that thinks he's my protector? He came to warn us again." Obadiah reluctantly lowered his weapon. There was still a look of horrified shock on his face. "Warn us about what?" In his blue jeans and T-shirt, he visibly shivered, seeing one of their enemies standing in front of him. He was used to killing one when he saw it, not standing and chatting with it. Cassandra related to Obadiah what Raynor had told her. Raynor was fidgeting towards the door, his ruby eyes never leaving Obadiah's sword. "You don't have any time to waste. You must all leave this house immediately. Bryn Mawr's plan is to firebomb and drive you from it so he can kill you. Get out now." "You can't trust him. He's a demon." Obadiah's voice was a snarl. He raised his sword and moved forward as if preparing to smite the creature. "He's probably a spy. We should kill him." Raynor, taking the hint, vaporized. Where he'd been standing there was nothing but air. With one last growl, Mutt retreated to where he'd come from. The house was quiet again. "A coward demon," Obadiah snapped disdainfully, relaxing, his sword lowering as he leaned back against the wall. "Not really. He was brave enough to come and warn us. An enigma, that's what he is. I don't trust him." "You and Walter both." "Well, as Uncle George says, he hasn't done us any harm. In fact, he's helped us 5 times now." She collapsed on the sofa, and Obadiah joined her. Raynor's admonition was sinking in. They were being hit before dawn. The clock's hands on the wall showed it was 4 a.m. They'd had 5 hours of sleep. "We can't run. Ellie said we must fight Bryn Mawr's army. Raynor said he'll attack at dawn, 2 hours from now." "Not much time to get ready," he murmured, sitting close beside her. "We've fought the demons before, and we'll defeat these too." Her moan was softer than his voice. "There's going to be a huge gathering of them this time. Biggest we've ever had to face. Bigger than that time I told you about before you were with us. It isn't just that has me worried. Ellie told Uncle George the demons are getting stronger every day as we get closer to the rapture. That after it, their numbers will increase 1,000-fold, and they'll be the most powerful that hell has to send. Now, Raynor tells me the ancient demons have come forth from hell to fight. They're already here. It's begun. The stakes keep going up. I'm frightened. Even if we defeat or get away from them this time, how will we ever overpower them in the months or years ahead? There are only 4 of us." "We will." Obadiah put an arm around her shoulder. She was very aware of how near he was, how strong his body felt next to hers, how soft, warm. He made her feel safe, if that was possible. "We'll find more soldiers, and God will give us the strength when we need it." "Now you sound like Uncle George." "I should, since he's the one who keeps telling me that." "You going to be okay?" "I think so. They'll be here soon. We need to get the others up, put a guard outside. A big day ahead. A battle with the largest demon force they've ever faced. And this time, there would be no retreating and no way out. Either victory or death." Obadiah came to his feet. His hand lingered on her shoulder and then withdrew. For a moment, she thought he was going to lean down and kiss her, but he didn't. "I'll wake the others." "I'll help." As she went in one direction and he in another, she thought that what she'd really like to do was go back to bed and not wake up for a few years, or wake up and find the last 7 months had been a horrible nightmare, not real at all. Yeah, that's what she wanted. She sure didn't want to face the next 12 hours. She might not survive. Wasn't sure any of them would. She was so scared her body was shaking as if it had a will of its own. She didn't want to die. Not since she'd met Obadiah. Move, do, action. Don't think, just do it. God will protect you, Cassie. Ellie had said the same thing Manasseh always did, wherever he was these days. She hadn't heard from him in weeks. Cassandra prayed it was true. In 20 minutes, they were all dressed and sneaking out of the house. They left on some of the lights and the television, stuffed pillows under the covers to resemble sleeping people, so it'd look as if they were there. Old trick, but she hoped it would work. Making sure no demons were skulking around directly outside, they snuck everyone to the motorhome, animals included. After Walter and Johnny doused the exterior with fresh holy water, which froze into an instant glaze, Walter moved the big bus away from the building. He parked it at the end of the yard, near enough so they could see the house from its windows. Cassandra wanted Johnny to drive Sarah, Ruth, and Uncle George away so they'd be safe, but Sarah refused to leave her husband. She wanted to fight, and Johnny, another shock, wanted the same thing. Her uncle would have taken Ruth and hid somewhere, but there was nowhere to hide and no time left to do it in. No one was going anywhere. They would fight together, live or die together. So they readied their weapons, prayed, and waited for the assault. They hugged and kissed each other, cried and said their goodbyes. It was all they could do. Chapter 29. Cassandra and Raynor. They didn't have to wait long. Within 15 minutes after they'd moved the bus, Mutt ran to the door and began to bark furiously. Snowball, meowing as if someone had stepped hard on its tail, ran under a bed. Walter, who'd been guarding the house, crept in and shouted, "They're here, surrounding us now, in the woods, huge force. They're coming this way, get ready." Cassandra, Aurora, Walter, and Obadiah had dressed warmly. Their swords were at their sides. Ruth, knowing what was about to happen, was petrified. She clung to her mother. She hadn't forgotten the last time she'd been in the midst of demons. The child still mourned for her sister Mary, prayed for her, and the nightmares hadn't stopped. She hadn't forgotten. Outside, the snow came to an end. It was bitterly cold. The night still held down the light. Perhaps dawn would never come again. "We should leave Ruth here with someone." Walter peeked out the window. Aurora's rented house was in flames. The demons could be seen storming it, crawling all over the structure in the fire's light like hungry termites, swarming in the windows and doors. "Better decide quick, too, because when those demons discover we aren't in there, they'll come hunting for us," Obadiah said in a tense voice. "Don't want them to find Ruth alone." Cassandra gazed at the little girl, trying to decide what to do with her. Obadiah was being overly optimistic. If they didn't drive away the demons, the child wouldn't live either. None of them would. They were ready to go. The crackling of the fire and the screeching of demons was an ungodly racket around them. Mutt was madly barking like she'd never heard him. Her uncle was calming the crying child when a brilliant light filled the interior of the RV. Manasseh had arrived in his true angel glory, as radiant as a miniature sun. He was Manasseh, but he wasn't. His form and skin was whiter than the snow, and his long hair flowed around strong shoulders. His wings brushed against the top of the bus and were wispy like lacy feathers. Around his chest was strapped a pure white scabbard with a magnificent blade inside. In his hands, he held 3 shining swords, which he gave to Johnny, Sarah, and her uncle. "Oh, my God! It's really an angel." Johnny stared at Manasseh, his eyes wide. "I see him! I see him!" "We all see him!" her uncle exclaimed. Cassandra stared, too, because she'd never seen anything so beautiful, so unearthly. In that moment, she knew she'd die for him. Knew she'd die for a God that had made such a one as him. Manasseh spoke in a rumbling voice that filled their heads and hearts. "This time you must all fight if you hope to win. Trust in God and His Son, and the angels of heaven will be at your side. I will remain here and protect the child. I promise no harm will come to her. Now go." "We are all to fight? My brother, my friend, and my elderly uncle?" Fear swept through her body. "Oh, no, that couldn't be," Cassandra thought. "Oh, no." "How can we 3 fight when we can't see the demons?" Johnny protested, lifting the heavy sword and slowly swinging it. His eyes returned to the being of light before him. Cassandra, exchanged a look with Walter, and he winked at her. Now she understood why he'd insisted on teaching everyone, with an extra sword he'd bought used, including Johnny, Uncle George, and Sarah, how to use one. He'd been getting ready for this day for months. "You will see the demons when you need to," the angel informed Johnny. "All of you will, and you will have the strength and skill to defeat them." "Praise the Lord!" Uncle George cried as he took his weapon. He looked funny with a sword in his aged hands. It was almost as tall as he was, but he was prepared to use it. "I've been waiting for this. I finally get to see, fight, and kill those creatures from hell. I pray these old bones hold up, but I'll give it all I have until my last breath." Johnny, pulling his gaze away from Manasseh, was examining the sword with pale face and frightened eyes. "So will I. I'll give it everything I have. I won't let you down, Mr. Angel. Cassie, all of you, I swear, God help me." He was utterly terrified, but she was proud of the way he came forward and accepted the responsibility without argument. He lifted his head, and there was a strength in his eyes she'd never seen before. Sarah's expression was stunned as her fingers stroked the sword's hilt, and she took it into her hands. "If God wants me to fight, then fight I will. Like Johnny, I'll do the best I can. Just wish I was as expert a sword person as Cassandra, Walter, and Obadiah are." Manasseh encouraged her. "When you pick up the sword to fight, you will be." "Of course we will." Her Uncle George admired his weapon, turning it this way and that as the light shone off it. "God can do anything, can't he? He can even make us pitiful specimens into formidable soldiers." "Oh, please let it be so." Manasseh smiled as he took Ruth's hand in his. "True, God can do anything." Mutt and Snowball curled at the angel's feet. The dog was no longer barking, and the cat was no longer afraid. "There are 7 of us," Johnny crowed, "just like it was when we were children, remember, Cassie? 7 brothers and sisters?" alluding to how many children there'd been in their family before the first fire. He grinned at her. "Our lucky number." "Now there are 7 of us again," Cassandra marveled. "We can't lose." The new recruits had a lot to learn, and they'd be learning it on the job. A loud thumping banged on the outside of the bus. A window smashed, then another. "Enough chatter," she said. "It's time to go. The enemy's found us." The 7 adults exited the bus into the winter night. They weren't 3 feet away from it when the demons closed in around them. Full dawn hadn't come yet, but the snow lit up the landscape, enabling them to see the advancing demon troops. There was a touch of crimson on the horizon that burst across the lower sky, and Cassandra remembered Ellie's words. "When the sky is crimson and the angels' swords glow a rainbow, it'd be time to fight." As the crimson in the sky grew and brought a pastel half-light to the earth, she saw there were hundreds, no, thousands of demons in different shapes and sizes surging at them through the deep snow. Some were loping on clawed hooves, some were riding ferocious beasts, and all were screaming and hissing. Their scary weapons were raised, and there was blood in their ugly eyes. It was like a scene out of an apocalyptic horror movie, but far worse because it was real. "I can see the demons," Johnny yelled as he rotated the sword in a practice warm-up. He was shaking so badly the sword was too. "Ugh! Cassie, you were right, they're ugly," Uncle George shouted. "I can see them too. Praise the Lord and give me courage. Here I go." He plunged into the fray, a little old man with a glowing sword. "And me," Sarah joined in her voice, keeping close to Uncle George to defend his back. Cassandra's eyes took in Johnny, Sarah, and her uncle, and felt a swelling pride. They weren't soldiers, but they were prepared to fight and die for their Lord. She was so proud of them. "Here they come," her brother screamed, as the yelping, screeching, angry mass of beasts rammed into them. The demons came like a flood, and swept them away. Then she was too busy to think of anything else but staying alive and slaying the demons jostling in around her. They raised their swords and fought in the light from the burning house, sticking close together so they could guard over each other. Stealing glimpses of the 3 new ones, Cassandra saw that they were doing their best. Their swords were shimmering, and the electricity crackled around their blades, incinerating their enemies. It was as if they were in protective bubbles. The demons' weapons weren't touching them. She somehow knew that protection wouldn't last for long. Uncle George was laughing as he cut down one fiend after another. She never would have believed the old man had so much energy in him. It was as if God had taken away his frailties so he could fight, as if God had given all of them superhuman strength for a while. Johnny yelled at the top of his lungs,
"There, die, you repulsive sons of bitches!"
as he stomped around, poking demons with his sword. Sometimes he missed his target, but more frequently his blade found a home and another demon disintegrated into smoke. And Sarah, she fought alongside her husband, her eyes full of amazement and fear, and her whole concentration on what she was doing, while not uttering a word or a cry. She threw her arm out, spun her blade around in the horde. The sword did the rest. Then suddenly, standing beside and behind all of them, were angels. Cassandra could see them clearly. Translucent, tall and shining, their swords sang and slaughtered the demons by the hundreds. And the light from the coming dawn shone like rainbows on their blades, so bright it lit up the dusk. It brought tears of joy to her eyes. Now she knew why the humans weren't overrun. The angels were with them. A huge, scarlet-skinned demon was coming towards her, surrounded by smaller ones who deferred to him. He brandished an enormous dark blade that blended with the pools of lingering night. It was twice the size of any of the humans' swords, so powerful she could hear the wind it made with each stroke. It must be her nemesis, Brynmore. She couldn't let him get near the others. Johnny, his arms and legs cut and bleeding, was struggling to keep his footing. Sarah, now screaming, was pressed up against a tree, fending off a cluster of ugly brown fiends with stinging tails and sharp teeth embedded in their hands. Her uncle's face showed his exhaustion. When he thrust the sword, his arms shook. "Brynmore's too strong for any of them to battle," Manasseh's voice came into her head. "He's yours to vanquish." Then a great voice, one she'd never heard before, came and filled her with courage. "I'm with you, my child. Do not fear. Lift your sword and go forward." She shoved herself between her friends and the red demon, faced him as their swords clashed together. The blow rocked her bones and she went down to her knees. "Get up! Up!" She was up again before the next thrust, and for what seemed like an eternity, the two traded blows as the wind whipped around them, cutting as fiercely as a razor, and the sun rose. The demon had grown since last she'd seen him to a 10-foot-tall monster, so much larger than her and faster. When it moved, the ground quaked. When it glared at her with its glittering crimson eyes, she could only feel its malevolence. It had incredible powers, and it wanted her dead in the worst way. It almost succeeded. She stayed to its left side and remembered what Raynor had told her. "I know your name, demon. It's Brynmore. Brynmore. Brynmore." And for a few moments it fell back, and her blows hit true. She brought blood and gained precious time to collect herself. Then the demon seemed to regain its strength, and no matter how often she yelled out his name, there was no effect. Damn! Backed against a tree, she was fighting with the last bit of strength she had. There were angels around her, but she was the only one fighting Brynmore. She and the demon fought on, parrying and thrusting, and she lost track of her comrades. The melee, an endless sea of monsters, had swallowed them up, and she prayed they were still alive. Brynmore lunged at her one final time. He sliced a deep cut into her side, and she screamed in agony. She was covered in wounds, knew she'd lost a great deal of blood and was weakening. Her mind was shutting down. She was afraid. "Is this my death?" Brynmore's blade caught her sword arm and ripped the flesh from her wrist to her elbow. Her weapon flew from her grasp into the sky and to the earth again, leaving her defenseless. "I'm going to die now." It made her sad to leave the others, but she was ready to go into God's arms and to be with him forever. To see her dead brothers and sisters, her mother and father, Ellie, Ronnie, everyone. She straightened up, blood gushing down her arm and side, and bravely faced her executioner. "I'm ready." From out of nowhere, Raynor was at her side, brandishing a wicked-looking axe with multiple gleaming blades.
"Brynmore, spare her!"
he shrieked, begging of the other demon. Brynmore's laughter was a high-pitched and mocking string of screeches. The sound pierced her head like nails.
"Can't do that, Raynor. She and the others with her must die. You know that. They're humans. What are you doing? Stand aside."
"I won't let you kill her," Raynor cried. "I'd rather kill you instead." Hatred in his eyes, his tail twitching, he thrust his weapon at the larger demon. Brynmore laughed, blocked the first blow and the second.
"You stupid, foolish demon."
Raynor gathered his strength. He stood taller. His black wings came up and spread about him. An aura of dim white light throbbed around his form. For the first time, she realized, he's not really as ugly as I thought he was. His bravery had transformed him.
"Traitor!"
the red demon howled.
"She dies, or you do. Or you."
Raynor jumped closer to his adversary and slapped his axe against the other demon's head. The red one shrieked so loud the trees shook.
"Run while you can."
Cassandra was staggered that Raynor was there in the middle of the battle, much less trying to save her. Could demons go insane? Obviously they could, and Raynor had. To defy all his kind and to lay down his life for her, the enemy, a mortal? He had to be mad.
"I'll kill you first, traitor."
Brynmore sent his blade at Raynor a third time. The other demons and their hellish mounts had ceased fighting. They'd encircled the two demons and were watching with hungry eyes as they fought. Raynor was strong, but his foe was stronger. Within minutes, Raynor was a pile of ashes, and Brynmore swung back to deal with her. But Raynor's sacrifice, his death, had given her the time to save herself. She'd snatched her sword off the ground and stood ready to fight again. She couldn't believe Raynor had given his existence for her. If not for him, she would already have been dead. And she was surprised when she felt sorrow at his passing. Imagine that. The fighting around her resumed with a massive roar of beasts. Brynmore charged at her again. She'd faced so many of them in the last months, but Brynmore was the strongest she'd ever fought with. They traded more blows, and she schemed how she was going to beat him. As much as her injured right arm hurt, she grabbed the sword with both hands. Dodge after sidestep, she defended herself, but knew she was losing ground. The crimson monster was wearing her down. The pain in her arms was excruciating. She was bathed in blood. She'd been cut off from her friends and didn't know if they were dead or alive. Yet she wouldn't give up, and as she fought, she prayed to God. Prayed hard, screaming the words to the red sky. "God, help me! God, please help me!" Raynor's sacrifice had made her accept she didn't want to die yet. If they were still alive, she didn't want to leave her family and friends. And if she were going to die, she wanted God to know she was coming. Heaven must have heard her prayers, because when she looked around, there was a platoon of angels fighting beside her. Not normal angels, like Manasseh. She suspected these were the strongest of the strong, the highest tiers of angels, archangels or dominions, their faces stone and their arms steel. Their great shields glimmered like small suns. A current of blinding light blasted from their swords to hers in 1,000 flashing rainbow colors and funneled straight at Bryn Mawr, changing him into a screaming, hopping torch. In an eye blink, he was a pile of ash, along with every demon in a sphere of 100 feet. The demons on the perimeter screeched in rage, turned butt or tail, and ran as the sun burst above the horizon and covered the snowy landscape with radiance. The angels receded into the bright light. There was the most hauntingly beautiful music swirling around in the air as the angels sang of their triumph and of God's and man's victory. Cassandra crumpled into the blood-stained snow. When she looked up, there were Johnny and the others running to her side, all of them bloody, filthy, and exhausted, but alive. She was so relieved, she wept like a child. So many feelings assailing her at once, she couldn't stop the tears. Obadiah bent down, drew her to her feet and into his arms. "We did it," he cried. "We sent the devils running." "For now," she replied in a choked voice. "They'll be back." Her uncle hobbled up to her. "With the aid of God and his angels, we're victorious. Phew, just in time. I'm pooped. I can't lift another finger. I guess the magic's gone." He flopped down in the snow, bloody sword in his lap, and let out a shuddering moan. "I killed a bunch of the ugly critters, and I'm still alive." He cradled and rocked his head as if he couldn't believe it. In the sunlight, she could see their faces. They were laughing, embracing, even Ruth, who'd slipped from the bus and joined them out in the snow. Mutt was running around, yapping with joy. Snowball was nipping her ankles. Manasseh was nowhere to be seen. No doubt back up in heaven with the other angels, apparently not liking a fuss made over them. Cassandra untangled herself from Obadiah's embrace, dropped her weapon, and fell to her knees. Let's thank God and his angels for their help and for this great victory. She felt a transformation in her. She wasn't the same woman she'd been before the battle. She wasn't sure of what way she'd changed, just that she had. There was singing in her ears and tears in her eyes, and she smiled. The others smiled back with the same awed look. On their knees, they gave thanks in the snow among the ashy remnants of dead demons. The woods were empty. The enemy had deserted the battlefield. She and the others were so happy. And that's when it happened. In the midst of their celebration, Johnny, Uncle George, Sarah, and Ruth's bodies began to flicker and dissolve before her eyes. "It's the rapture. I'm going to be with Ellie. Thank you, God," her uncle only had time to say, his hands tented in prayer, his old eyes gleaming with joy, the first to go. "Say hello to Ellie for me, Uncle George," she whispered to the vacant space where her uncle had been, but was no longer. Johnny, his face shining with astonishment, his body fading, threw up his hands. "How about that? I'm saved and going to heaven." As if he understood what it really meant, he spun around to face her. "Oh, Cassie, I don't want to leave you. We've never been separated, and now we will be. I'm so sorry, but I got to go." "Don't be sorry, Johnny," she was crying. "Go. You've earned it. I'm happy for you. I'll see you soon." She made a gentle, shoving gesture towards him with her bloody hands. "Goodbye. I love you. Say hello to the rest of the family." "I love you too." Johnny's final words trailed off into nothingness. His eyes, woebegone and blissful all at once, held hers until he was gone. No more Johnny to talk to and laugh with and sing with. write songs with. No more Johnny to drive her nuts and whine and badger her, to care for. No more Johnny to soothe her soul and watch her back. She mourned her loss even as she rejoiced. Johnny was in heaven. He was the fortunate one. Ruth's hands slipped out of her mother's. Sarah stepped forward to take the girl as Aurora looked on in disbelief. God, please don't take my baby. Ruth, don't leave me. The woman tried to grab at her child, but her fingers went through Ruth's body. Ruth was reaching out to her, but she was smiling. All her fears were gone. Her laughter echoed in the sunlight. I'll take care of her for you, Sarah promised Aurora as she held the girl close. She won't be alone. We'll be with Mary. Sarah's face turned to Walter, and she reached out to him with her free arm as her image wavered. I love you, husband. Don't ever forget it. I will always be with you, always and forever. Don't grieve for us, Sarah breathed to Cassandra. We'll be in heaven. We'll wait for you. I love you and we'll see you soon. Good luck, and keep the faith. Walter stumbled toward his wife, but he was too late. His fingers barely touched hers. His lips barely kissed her lips before she and Ruth were gone, too. I've lost one child and now I've lost the other one. Aurora sobbed and fell into Walter's arms, both of them in shock. Oh, Sarah, Walter gasped out loud. How am I going to do this without you? You'll see her again. We'll all see them again, Cassandra told him, trying to be braver than she felt. Her heart was breaking and soaring at the same time. I'll see my brother, uncle, my family, and Ronnie again. Some day when I make it to heaven. Don't cry for them. They're safe with God and his angels now. But oh, how she'd miss them. I know that. Walter wiped the wetness off his face with the back of his hand. He looked tired and old. The night had aged them. There was a ragged cut across his cheek that would leave a scar. It should have needed stitches, but it had stopped bleeding and was beginning to heal, as were Aurora's, Obadiah's, and her wounds. Don't get me wrong, he went on in a shaky voice. I'm thrilled beyond words for them. They won't have to run or fight anymore, be afraid or suffer. I guess I'm not only crying over losing Sarah, but for myself, for us, the world, the ones left here, shedding our old lives, running from demons, the terror, and the bloody encounters were bad enough, but at least I had her. Now I don't. I'm going to miss her so much. He stopped and looked up. Oh, what am I saying? I'm being selfish. She's in heaven. I'll see her soon. He stopped talking and hung his head to pray. The wind gusted snow everywhere, but the sun shone, and the world was beautiful, all dazzling white below, with a lovely azure sky above. Even the wind had died down, and it felt warmer. The calm in the middle of the storm, Cassandra thought. Enjoy it now, while it's here. After this, things will really become bad. As if they hadn't been bad enough before. We need to get to a television, she said softly, hoping to get their minds off the ones who'd left. See what's happening, and how the world's taking this mass exodus of the faithful. Mother, Aurora moaned, as if just remembering. She trudged through the snow towards the RV, dragging her sword, the others plodding along behind her. Cassandra scooped up Snowball to cuddle as she went. Mutt ran to his master, and Obadiah brought him along too. Inside, Aurora made a phone call, and by the stricken look on her face, Cassandra knew what she'd found out. She put the cat on the sofa. Your mother's gone too, isn't she? Along with half the hospital's patients and staff? The whole place is in an uproar. I talked to the nurse that was with her when it happened. She saw her go. Said she had the most peaceful smile on her face. Aurora pressed the end button on the cell phone. There were more tears. I knew she was gone. I felt it. Her eyes filled with grief. She took a deep breath. But it's all good. My mother was suffering. She was in great pain. Even the morphine wasn't helping her anymore. Now she isn't hurtin', and I know she's in heaven. It's better for her. It's only me who's alone and crying. I'm sorry." Cassandra put her arms around the other woman. "I know you loved your daughter and your mother. Remember this. They're all out of harm's way, and you have us. You're not alone. You'll never be alone. We have each other." Walter was looking at the three of them sitting in the kitchen of their suddenly too big RV. Now there'd be room for others like themselves. "We're our family now, until we can be united with the ones we've lost." They took each other's hands and smiled sadly at each other. Obadiah got up to poke around in the cabinet above the sink until he located the first aid kit. He took out bandages and a tube of antiseptic cream. During the battle, he'd been stabbed twice in the leg, and his left arm had been badly bitten by one of the beasts the demons rode. Both horrid injuries. Yet Obadiah refused to go to the hospital, saying the wounds would heal on their own. Yet, as the rest of them, he was drained from the trauma. Blood loss, the exertion, their losses. The four of them helped each other clean their wounds, and Cassandra laid her hands on the three and healed them. "Heaven knows when the next wave of demons will fall on us. We need to be whole and ready. God gave me this gift to use," she told them. "I'm using it." Walter said, "How about your wounds?" "Doesn't matter," she answered. "They're healing on their own already." And they were. Cassandra switched on the television. They watched how the world was reacting to the instant vanishing of millions of people all over the planet. Eyewitnesses spoke of seeing entire congregations melt away in front of them. Some witnesses pretended nothing had happened. Some, when they'd seen the miracle, had fled in terror. Some froze, speechless, and some prayed for mercy to whomever or whatever had taken all the people. For the vanishings, aliens were blamed, or bands of killer gang members were blamed. Others claimed it was hallucinations brought on by a terrorist airborne pathogen. But no one could explain how so many people could disappear at the same moment around the globe, and all of them good people who had believed in God. No one could explain, except the ones who would come to believe the rapture had truly come and gone, those who knew of God and His Son, but who hadn't yet accepted them wholeheartedly, or those who were God's warriors. They knew the truth. God's let everyone know He's here. Now let's see how many were paying attention. Walter, his face drawn and his eyes feverish, was peering around as if he expected Sarah to come out of the bedroom or the bathroom any second. It was going to take him a while to accept his loss. Ellie's Bible was clutched in his hands. He was crying. She'd never seen Walter cry before. They would accept what had happened in time. They had no choice. It was God's will. She'd miss Uncle George's counsel and his cheerfulness. Most of all, she'd miss him. Like she'd miss her brother's music, his fellowship and his jokes. She stared at Johnny's guitar in the corner of the room and let the sadness come along with the jubilation. She'd see him again some day. Those who were left talked about what their lives might be like now and what the world would be like. They got through the next hours together as their healing, physically and emotionally, began. And the world's been given another miracle, another sign. Hurricane Zelda, the worst hurricane in history, has disappeared, Walter said after he'd seen a story about it on television. Same exact time as all the people did. The storm hit land, but then was just gone. The waters have receded, and Zelda's winds, waves, and flooding are also gone as if they'd never been. Gone as all the faithful are gone. And now everyone will see the demons. Wait until that gets on the nightly news. Walter chuckled. I'd like to see how they cover up that story when there are videos of them dancing across the television screen in all their ugly glory. It's going to be a real circus. Cassandra laughed about the same time Obadiah and Aurora got the joke, and laughed as well. They needed to laugh. How long you think before the demons will come after us again? Obadiah asked. He was drinking a cup of coffee and eating a sandwich. After hours of numbness, their hunger had gotten the best of them. They'd made a meal and sat down, the four of them, to eat. Soon as they can reorganize, She took a long drink from a glass of milk. Not long. They won't give up. And not only will everyone be able to see them now, but the demons will be stronger, bigger, fiercer, harder to fight and defeat. Or so I've been told. Snowball was curled in her arms. She stroked its soft fur. At least she still had her cat. Rapture hadn't taken Snowball or Obadiah's dog. God left them something to cuddle and love. Walter went to the window and looked out into the sunlight. We should move. Find a church we can park behind. One of us will need to stand sentinel from now on, day and night. I agree. Walter, the new biblical authority, said, The world's going to be different now. Evil will grow in strength. 7 years. We'll see the rise and fall of an Antichrist who'll talk peace but make war, and there'll be natural disasters and supernatural calamities that will make Zelda and what's come before look like child's play. Wars, plagues, black miracles, increasing persecution for us believers. The Antichrist will demand we all take his mark. We can't take his brand. God makes that clear, so we'll be hunted, persecuted and killed like rabid animals. Now, only survival and spreading the word of God to sway possible believers will matter. It was Aurora who had the nerve to ask, How are we going to make it now in this terrible new world, with such powerful evil everywhere? How are only the 4 of us going to make a difference? Cassandra smiled at Aurora, Obadiah, and Walter, one after the other. We'll find others like us, and others good, but up until now misguided people who now believe. They'll help. God and his angels will help us too. And, she finished, we'll fight the demons. We'll fight until we die, or until we meet the Messiah when he comes down to battle Satan and wins and begins the promised 1,000 years of peace. Oh, she remembered what her aunt and uncle had taught her, remembered it well. We'll fight, Walter said flatly, and never give up. Amen. Aurora made the sign of the cross on her chest. She took Obadiah's hand, he took Cassandra's, and Cassandra took Walter's. They bowed their heads and prayed to God to give them the strength they were going to need. Walter got behind the wheel and keyed the engine on. Right now, let's find a church before it gets dark. I'd like to say prayers and light candles for Sarah and the others we said goodbye to today before I take first shift on guard duty. Obadiah sat down beside Cassandra, Mutt at his feet, and gently put his arm around her. It felt good to have him there. That sounds like a plan, Cassandra approved, as she hugged her cat and covered its head with kisses as tears slid down her face. The cat purred and snuggled deeper into her lap. I could stand to light a few candles myself and kneel in God's church. Confer with an angel, maybe. She'd light candles for all of them, her long-dead family and her friends. She'd light candles for the 4 of them left behind and the world that would now become a battlefield. She hoped there were enough candles. Amen, Aurora murmured a second time. Let's do it. And they drove off into the terrible new world. This has been A Time of Demons, written by Catherine Meyer Griffith, narrated by Wendy Tremont King, copyright 2010 through 2015, by Damnation Books, production copyright 2014 by Catherine Meyer Griffith.